원츠 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 원츠.
Good morning, ASCO family. Come on in, settle down. Welcome. We are so excited to have you here. It's been a minute since we've had an actual conference together, right? So we're super excited to have you here. Thank you so much for coming through, and thank you so much to our management for obviously organizing this together.
Morning, everybody. Nice to see you with us. All those that have traveled, welcome. Glad you're safe. Take a minute just to say hi to somebody that you're sitting next to. That usually helps us break the ice. Great opportunity for us all to be face to face and see one another, and also see people from other divisions. And as Zandi said earlier on, one big happy family with quite an exciting agenda for us to go to today.
100%. So if you're feeling a little bit tired, a little bit overwhelmed, or unsure about what this year has to hold, you're exactly in the right place, because today's theme is thriving in uncertainty. And let's be honest, uncertainty is no longer the exception, it is now the environment. But the goal isn't to survive it, it is to lead through it, grow through it, and come out stronger on the other side. And that is what exactly today is all about. So it's not going to be death by PowerPoint. We're going to make it fun, exciting, but also informative. So we're going to start off with Robert Prebatch, taking us through our introduction, and he will be sharing how we're going to be moving forward together.
Let's put our hands together for Robert.
Thanks, Anzila. Thanks, Mervyn. Welcome, everybody. We're a little bit behind time, so I'm going to move forward at speed. We've talked in previous conferences about future-proofing. Our crystal ball is always murky. We take our telescope, we take a deep look into the crystal ball, and we find uncertainty inside. Now, I cannot imagine a world more boring than knowing the future. But since the future is full of turbulence, we need to know how to deal with it. And that's a constant theme that we explore together. I want to start just by doing some bedrock stuff and saying who we are, what we do, and why it's important that we're able to move with the changes that come on a daily basis. Our company is somewhat old, and it's older than me, so watch it. It started in 1937. It is 90 years old, and we've got an aspiration to be 100 one day. So with your help, we'll get there. There are three business pillars. There used to be one, now there are three. And it was a response to uncertainty and some real dislocations that caused us to go into number 2 and number 3 and all the other diversifications that we've done. We're in the beauty distribution. That's the mothership. That's the core business. But assigned to that, we've got our own retail. And our own retail is coming very close in size to being the same size as the distribution business. And then we do beauty communications in-house, but it doesn't mean that we can't use out-house as well in order to communicate with our customer base. Now, we've got 9 companies, and it functions as a group. Now, you may say, what's the relevance of the 9 companies? Who cares? But I think sometimes people are a little bit puzzled into what group they sit. What we did was we made each company fit for purpose, and we want to put that activity related to that company in that particular box. So we can measure things very precisely, and each company gets its own revenue, and each company makes its own profit if it does. Company 1 and 2 is the mothership. It's African Sales Distribution, and buried inside there is something called Vendome, which looks after Dior, but it's done very cleverly through a consignment operation back into African Sales Distribution. And then we've got a retail arm which started 10 years ago, and has been successful beyond our wildest expectations. African Sales Retail now houses Skins, it houses L'Occitane, it houses Outlet, and we've got 3, possibly 4 still to come in the near future. The dual boutiques sit in something called Vendome Retail, and African Sales Retail and Vendome Retail really is one basket. Then we've got Velvet Luxe, which we use for our internal, and we have outside customers using the services of Velvet Luxe. We've got an operation in Zambia called Color Cafe, and therefore we've got African Sales Zambia. We've got a company in Namibia, because it's a separate country, even though it's very closely related, and we run that as a sales territory, but there's a company called African Sales Namibia. We own the land and buildings in Midrand through something called Morgan Creek Properties, but it's actually ours, so we are we're our own landlord and tenant. And I'm really proud to say, about a month ago, we paid off the last bond of the 10-year bond we took 10 years ago when we moved in. The claps are for you guys because you paid the bond. But it means we're living rent-free, and that's extraordinary. And we have 18,000 square meters of unused land on the Joburg-Pretoria motorway, which is quite exciting. I get phone calls say, do you want to sell? And the answer is no, it's an expansion joint, we're keeping it. And then we've got a 50-50 joint venture with Nuance for the SSA territories, which are about nine countries as well, in close consultation with our Zimbabwe partners. And we have a strategic minority investment in ARC, where we were founder shareholders. But at the time, Edgar's had gone bust, and we were keeping our money very tight to our chest, so we only took a minority share. In retrospect, we would have liked to have a bigger share, but that's the way things are. Now, what do? We represent international companies who own or license prestige and luxe beauty brands. It's as simple as that. We are full-risk national distributors, which means we act on their behalf, and we take all the responsibilities of making the brands work in this market. We operate in something which we call SACU. It's a South African Customs Union, and it's South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Lesotho, and Eswatini. So that's one basket. And then there's the SSA, Sub-Saharan markets, where we operate through Nuance. But actually, we see South Africa as part and parcel of SSA. So we are Africa. And for several prominent brands like Dior, we act as a retail partner in their brick and mortar stores, in the boutiques, and in the e-commerce. Now, we've got Velvet Luxe. It's those lovely people who occupy the basement in our office building and never see daylight. Brands use Velvet Luxe where they find Velvet Luxe competitive and able to deliver their services. They're not obliged to use Velvet Luxe, but it's good news because they have a deep understanding of the African sales activities. And then we spend a lot of time developing our infrastructure, sales, marketing, accounts, admin, HR, BI, IT, DC, etc. We're trying very hard to stay up to date. We continuously reinvest into the infrastructure because the businesses cannot function in this day without a very strong IT backbone. And our aim is 3 words that Cecilia invented. It's do beauty better. It's really nice. Sorry? Sell beauty better. Okay, I'll stand corrected. And we try to do it through our own deep experience and our long-term supply and trade relationships. Now, to me, when I look at African sales and all its diverse points and people with all their specialists, I see a big machine and I see all the cogs working together. And to me, the interconnectedness of all the different parts of the company are absolutely essential. We have so many experts, we've got so many special divisions, and how do all these things mesh and work together to deliver one end result? And I've done this in meetings before, and I'm going to do it again, and this is my only read of a slide. John Donne wrote this poem in 1624, and it's about the interconnectedness of people. And if I may read, it says, "No man," and I've added the words "or woman," just to be correct, "is an island entire of itself. Everyone is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a clod be washed away," and I put in Africa, Mr. Don said Europe, "is the less, as well as if a promontory were, as well if a home of thy friends or thine own were. And any man or woman's death," and I added the woman, "diminishes me because I'm involved in humankind. Therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. we're all interconnected. We're interconnected in our personal relationships, and we're definitely interconnected in our business relationships. And the stronger those connections, the better we all are. Now, we like to see ourselves as brand-building entrepreneurs in the luxe beauty sector. And we have this thing called an OGSM, and I'm not going to go into that, just to say the words: objectives, goals, strategies, and measures. It's a tool we use to try and take a look at the future and then say all these different things have to be addressed if we're going to make our future plans work. We spend an awful lot of time in OGSM sessions. They can be quite tedious, but they're incredibly important in framing our thinking as to how to handle future situations. And in OGSM, we look at our core strategies. What is the basic, what are the bedrock of the business? Are they working? Are they working optimally? We look at investment opportunity zones, because we have limited resources and we have to take our investment money and allocate it very carefully. We look at business as usual brands and services, to what extent they're doing well, to what extent do we need help, what things shouldn't we be doing, what should we be doing. We do evaluation of brands that are not meeting targets, and we give ourselves a time frame saying, can we fix it within a certain time frame? And if we can't, then let's move on. We won't flog a dead horse indefinitely. And then when we get new brands, and it's like every other day, somebody comes along and says, I've got this wonderful brand, please African Sales, would you help us? We're terribly, terribly careful who we take in new brands. It has to fit our portfolios, and it has to repay the investments that are required. Okay? Now, the uncertainty business. We've got experts coming later today, and I don't want to steal their thunder, and I don't want to pretend I'm an expert, but I'm looking back, and I'm somewhat the oldest person in this room, so I've seen more turbulence than probably all of you combined. And I've thought, how did we handle it? What are the things that we did from our own experience, not from looking in AI or not looking in a theoretical book? I'd be delighted if the experts say, yes, guys, you were more or less on the right track, if they come up with a similar thing, but I hope they'll give us some more as well. There's a mindset to turbulence. You know, when you're in a plane and it starts to shake and everybody tenses and grabs their seat and starts making noises, what you should actually do is the opposite. You should relax, because the plane is built to take turbulence. And the pilots there are sipping their tea and not the slightest bit worried about the bungee jumps that you're going through. Now, if you've got that mindset, you can handle turbulence. If you haven't, you just go into straight terror. Now, I like the words, we can't see the future, there's obscurity there, but let's see if we can find opportunity in it. And if you look, maybe you'll find. If you don't look, you won't find. It's a common phrase today, change is normal. We're in very turbulent times. The world's got highly interesting. I won't go into any of that. But in some ways, you have to just expect that disruptions are coming. We cause disruptions to other people in our competitive environment, and they cause disruptions to us. The economy does disruptions. Interest rates go up, down, the rand does funny things. It just happens, and you've got to deal with it. We're not the only one who's in the world of uncertainty. Everybody's in the world of uncertainty. It's how you handle it. Now, one of the things we're very conscious on is staying in our particular lane of beauty brands. We get an offer, say, for some fabulous hair care brand, which is already in the market, it's got a huge clicks business, and they say, please take it over. And we look at it and say, do we really know anything about this business? Why would we want to do this, even though it looks attractive? It's outside our realm of expertise. So there is a particular lane. We're not scared to deviate from that lane, but we do so with a lot of care. Now, we try and work on what we can influence, and the uncontrollable, you just have to put aside. There's just no other way of doing it. Otherwise, you don't sleep at night and you have panic attacks in the middle of the night. One of the things when you're in uncertainty is to be highly transparent. We've got to share with everybody, yes, we've hit a big bump on the road. This is the impact of the bump, and this is what we're trying to do about it. We can't cover it up, and we can't pretend it isn't there. The more you know that we're in uncertainty, the more you know we're trying to deal with it, the more relaxed you'll be, and the more you'll trust that we will get ourselves out of it. And then I like the thought that we don't want same old what is done before. We're looking for, and I use the words, imagination-driven new visions, because there are new visions, there are new ways of doing things. There's standard practice, and there's top practice. When we worked for Procter & Gamble, and we learned a lot from those people, they used to say, follow the recipe, do it by the book, but give me some top spin. So you can go beyond whatever we've done. Do the basics, get them right, make them good, and then do something beyond that's very relevant in your market. And we're wide open to those things. Now, I've reflected, how do you deal with this? And all I can say is this interconnectedness story. Everybody in this company are experts in their particular field. Everybody's responsible to everybody else. If we all try hard, we do our jobs, we stay up to date, and we do the best we can, chances are we will succeed. Now, we learn a lot from our suppliers. Our suppliers are exposed to many different markets, and every time we get a visit, I love sitting in and listening to them, their reactions to what we're proposing, and what they can tell us about other markets. It's kind of share and apply. What happens in Mexico might be highly interesting to something we'd like to do in South Africa, or Zambia, or Kenya, or wherever. I'd love it when we try and deliver the unexpected. Every so often we get a compliment from our suppliers, and actually I shouldn't be rough about that. We get lots of compliments from our suppliers, and I take it seriously when we get it. The other day, the Fenty people said, your BCs are better groomed than we expected. In fact, they're the best groomed we've seen in any of our markets. Now, I take that as a very deep compliment. And not to pick on Fenty, but I think that's true of all our BCs. We are very particular about what they look like at point of sale and how they project the image of the brands. We've done pitches on some big brands. Sometimes the pitches go on for a very long time, and we're up against competition. We did a pitch, and I'm not going to say what because it's still in hatch, but there were 6 companies that tried for it. It went over several years. We were the chosen parties, and we were told right at the end, it was close. There was another company that put something very compelling on the table, but we went for years, and then they said the phrase, yours was the best pitch that we've seen ever. Okay, now Cecilia and her team are particularly good at this, and we've got a fabulous lady in Australia who does some good work for us in that regard. But I took that as a very deep compliment because it reflects our experience and understanding of this business. We're data hungry. We've got this data orbis and all the other BI stuff coming through. We've got to know what's going on in the market. The more we see, the more we understand, the more we can allocate correctly and do what we've got to do. And finally, this OGSM story, we're looking for solutions which are hard even to imagine. But if you don't look for them, you're not going to get there. Now, back to this, everybody's trying to do their best. We do a lot of trainings. We really would like people attending trainings to see it as an opportunity, not as an obligation. Because if we can train you and if we can give you some skills that you didn't have before, you're improving yourself. That's good for you and it's good for the company. We love it when people feel empowered. I see problems and sometimes feel I've got to go in there, and then I say, oh no, somebody's been there and somebody's done it. Fabulous. That they took the initiative and they solved it by themselves. And we have lots of wins, and we should celebrate those wins. So we have some serious wins, things that our competitors probably say, gosh, they've done it again, and let's be happy about that. And then we also have hard times, and we will share that grief with each other when those things happen. Now, definitely in hard times, quitting is never an option. We may move on, we may do something different, but we'll never quit. Now, I thought, what are the key KPIs? How do we measure if we're actually doing well in uncertainties? And I thought one of the things is speed of recovery. Something bad happens, business walks out of the door for no fault of ours, something happened, the brand got sold, it disappeared or whatever. How do we recover from that? How long does it take? And it can be a year, it can be 2 years. When Coty walked out of the door 10 years ago and a third of our business evaporated, we put in retail within 2 years. And I thought that was quite a fast and very powerful move that we made. Another is that can we hold the teams together? If people start walking away and evaporating, let's say they've got no hope, they've got no trust or faith in the future. And if we can get through tough times and everybody sticks together, that's a very good sign. And then, of course, when we had COVID was 20, 21, 22, but we were measuring 23, not against 21 or 22, but against 2019. So we were going back saying, that was the bad time. We don't measure our recovery. We go back to where we were still in good times. How far have we recovered from that? It was a big learning curve. And then, of course, we're long-term. Everything we do is a long-term business, and it takes endurance. It's a marathon. It's never a sprint. Now, a word from work from home, and don't panic. The strategy, the policy is in place. We continue to take Tuesdays and Thursdays off in order to do work from home. But I want to make the statement that working from home is a privilege, it's not a right. There are people who can't work from home. You know, Banele and Doreen and Apalele have to come to work every single day because that's the nature of their job. The people in the DC have to come to work. The people in the shops, the BCs, etc., have to come to work. A lot of our sales team have to be out there in the field every single day. We can't avoid it. But there are people who can do their work as well at home as they do it at work, and lucky them, and I'm glad they've got that opportunity. Now I had to think about how much time do you save by working from home? And roughly if it takes an hour to get to work, you're saving maybe 9 days a month. It's 9, 10, 11 hours in a month. So effectively you're being given a day of your own time because you're not wasting your time sitting in traffic, spending money and dodging taxis. What do you do? What do you do with that day that you've been granted 12 times a year? You can say, it was mine. I was going to drive to work and I was going to drive back, so it's mine anyway. Yes, it is. But you may also say, I'm going to put another hour into what I'm going to do. I'm going to catch up. I'm going to do my onerous admin where I'm a little bit behind and I really don't want to do it. So the quid pro quo in work from home is give us a little bit of extra time and take advantage of the time that you're at home. It works for both parties, but let's do a bit of sharing there. Now, group values. I won't go on along about this, and it's stuff that sits in our OGSM, but I said to myself, what are the group values that really mean something to me? Now, I could have gone to the OGSM and just copy-pasted the list and read it out to you, and I didn't. The first thing is, I look at the company from a helicopter top-down view, because I'm bored, I'm not executive, and I look at the change that has happened in the company in the last 20, 30 years compared to when I started 40, 50 years ago. And I see multi-talented, diverse people. And people, I'm thrilled. I could never have imagined that we could have put together the group of people that we have, the diversity that we have, the talent that we've got in the organization, the young age that we've got in the organization. To me, it's a miracle. Where did this come from? It's incredible how we transformed from something we were a very long time ago to the power that we are today. To me, integrity matters hugely, and integrity is honesty in communications and being very straightforward and upfront with everything. It matters with our brand suppliers, it matters with our retail partners. We had somebody who tried to poach one of our brands. We went into a pitch, we managed to pull it back, and one of the things that they said at the process was, the other party came with a good story, but we trust you guys. And I think it was that trust, plus we did a good story for them, which took us over the top. Now in every board meeting, if you see the agenda, there's a little slot which says taxes. And I ask for an update. Are we up to date on income tax? Are we up to date on our pension contributions? Are we up to date on VAT? Are there any tax problems? We do pay our taxes, and we conduct honest accounting and honest reporting, and I'm proud of that. We look for ambitious plans. They've got to be rooted in realism and achievability. When you pitch, the supplier always tries to talk you up to something quite unrealistic, and we'd say we'd rather lose the brand than tell you something we can't achieve. We've got to go for ambition, but it's got to be rooted in reality. And of course, sustainability is terribly important. I drive a hybrid car. We've got panels on our roof at home. We've got panels on our roof at work, etc. But one of the things we've said is, let's stop air freights. Air freights have a very high carbon footprint. We're doing a lot of sea freights. It takes longer. We don't get the goods when we want them to do, but it's one thing we can do to contribute towards sustainability. Now, we like new opportunities. We get really excited. It's in our culture. And we accept it when competitors do something really bad to us, and we say, fine, that's what you guys have done. This is how we're going to react. We're not going to copy you, but we're going to find another way of coming in and doing whatever we've got to do. We look for automation, and I know with AI they're saying 1/3 of all entry-level jobs are going to disappear. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But to me, automation is taking away dog work from people, so they're not spending their time ticking boxes and putting things laboriously into computers. If you can automate that, we get more thinking. So the dog work time should be translated into people putting thought into their work. That's much more valuable than just doing a big spreadsheet for the sake of it. And from time to time, we mess up and it doesn't work. It's a learning experience. It happens. It's impossible to be successful without having lots of failures. And failures aren't a condemnation. Failures are okay if we learn. And of course, we seek long-term people relationships. The longer you guys are here, the stronger we are. The longer we have supplier relationships and retailer relationships, the better we are. Now, just a quickie on role models. There are times when things go bad, and I think, what would this person have done if they were in that circumstance? And I've picked 3 which you'll find a bit weird, but there's something about these 3 which have got an element which I think is relevant to all of us. Some people, we've all got mentors, we've always got people admire, it may not be conscious, but you've got some thoughts out there of guys that inspire you or women that inspire you. My son Max is very keen on Elon Musk. I disagree on the subject, but he's highly inspired on Elon Musk, who is a man who's changed the world. You may not like some of the things he's done, etc. It's like Steve Jobs and those people. He's a huge force in the 21st century. And of course, we have some great political figures who are quite inspiring. Now, I've picked 3 people, and again, I get weird here. There's an artist called Banksy. Some of you may know who he is, some of you may not. If you don't, look him up, he's kind of cool. Banksy's an artist in the United Kingdom. He's hell of a famous. His works, when they come on the market, sell for disgusting amounts of money, hundreds of thousands of pounds. He could be enormously rich and enormously famous, but he's anonymous. Nobody knows who he is, nobody knows where he lives, nobody knows what he looks like, nobody knows who he's married to, nobody knows his children, etc. What he does is he goes out at night. He finds an empty wall in a street, this side of a house, side of a shop, broken down wall or something, and he paints with a spray can. Now this is one of his pictures, which is a sign of a UK house helper lifting up an imaginary curtain and sweeping the dust underneath on a brick wall. I mean, I think that's just totally brilliant, but the imagination of doing it. And this is another one which I thought was so out of the box. I just love it. Somebody opens the umbrella and it's raining inside the umbrella, and the little girl's looking out saying, you know, what the hell's happening? And you can see the consternation on her face. Now, what is it about Banksy that I like? It's doing something for the hell of it. He doesn't care about the money. He doesn't care about the fame. He loves to tease people. He loves to get his nice little messages across. And in our work, we should have a sense, I'm doing this thing for the love of it. I'm doing this thing, yes, it's making money for me and I'm getting paid and all that good stuff. That's not why I'm doing it. It makes me feel good. I enjoy doing what I'm doing. So that's Mr. Banksy. Now, here's another really strange one. This chap is Lord Nelson. Lord Nelson was an admiral in the early 19th century, died in 1805. He won the Battle of Trafalgar, which defeated the French and the Spanish fleets and gave the British fleets command of the sea for nearly 100 years and created the backbone of the British Empire. His instructions were to take the British fleet and go out and find the French fleet and first bottle them in a port in Spain off the coast of Trafalgar and prevent them from coming out so they couldn't disrupt the British shipping. But if they did come out, his instructions were to engage and destroy them. Now, the French fleet was much bigger than the British fleet and was combined with the Spanish fleet. So he took his ships and then he patrolled outside the harbor. Eventually they did come out. He had some special tactics that he'd worked out. He went straight in and he wiped them out, and that was the end of the French fleet and the Spanish fleet. But it wasn't so much his victory that inspired me so much. He spent 2 years patrolling outside this port in these old ships with open decks in summer, in winter, in good weather, in bad weather. He rotated his sailors so that when they got sick or they were tired, they got sent to land and new sailors come on board. He had a constant fleet of supply boats that came in bringing fresh food, fresh water, fresh ammunition. He trained endlessly in special tactics so that when they did come out, he was going to do his fancy plan, which he did in the end, and which changed naval warfare because nobody had ever done before. But the big thing about Nelson was he stayed on board for 2 years. He never put a foot on dry land. So that was leadership by example. And whatever the sailors had to endure, he endured. Now, eventually when the other ships came out, he engaged in a terrible battle and lots of people killed, and that was the end of the French and the Spanish. And sadly for him, Mr. Nelson got killed because he was standing in full uniform, being a big example to his men. He got spotted by a marksman and shot, and he died. Okay, now number 3 is Adrian Gore. I think everybody thinks this guy from Discovery is really somebody very special. He's built an incredible business, and all of us who've got medical aid, and we're lucky to have that, know what a good operation that they run. I got a letter sort of middle December saying, "Dear Robert, we're terribly sorry to tell you that we've given you 7,200 rands too much of your claims, and they were not allowed. It was a mistake on our part, so we're going to have to bill you for those 7,200 rands. I thought, okay, not a nice message. Sorry to hear that, but what can I do? If they shouldn't have given it to me, I've obviously got to give it back, and I'll give it back. And then I got another letter at the beginning of this year from Adrian himself, writing to Dear Robert. Obviously he wasn't, but I took it as personal. And he said to you, "I'm writing to all of you about people who are affected by this claim story. Apologize for the error. The error was handled poorly by us. The communication lacked care and sensitivity. We fell short of standards we set ourselves, and nothing could be more painful for us. I'm sorry, and we will absorb the full cost. You don't have to pay back that 7,200 rands." Okay? Now, I'm very pleased about the money side, but it was having the guts to come out there and say, it's our fault, we take it on the chin, and sorry guys, and we move on. Now that's fabulous. From a man like this, who sits at the top of the world, and he really, really cares about the image and the way people see him and his business. And we should have the same feeling in the way we do it. And when we mess up, we take it on the chin. I'll give you a last little thing about that. I'm doing a contract with one of our suppliers, and they said, you pay for this, and you pay for that, and you pay for that. And I said, no, guys. You pay your expenses, we pay our expenses. But I accepted a clause which said, if we mess up, we will pay. Because I think that's fair. Okay? Now, I'm an Afro-optimist. I've always been. People sometimes say, why? And I say, because I love Africa. There's certain things about Africa which are unique and nobody else has got. One of the things we've got is young demographics. We've got a very, very young continent, not only lots of labor coming there, but lots of customers. And the demographics are aspirant for the brands that we deal with. So we're looking in an endless possibility of the market expanding for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years. If you're in Europe, where the average person is probably in their 40s and it's going to be in their 50s, they're looking at a decline. Baby shops in Europe are closing down. Baby shops in South Africa, in Africa are thriving because we've got a great demographic. The ROW means the rest of the world, and it's getting old. We're in the young sector. And then there's this thing called the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. There are 54 countries in Africa. I think 45 of them have ratified this free trade agreement. And the idea is to get all trade between African countries of goods and services free of any duties or other restrictions by approximately probably in the next 10 years. It's already started pre-COVID, and they had 20 years to implement this thing. It's a huge opportunity for Africa to trade with itself and stop buying from the outside. Now, it doesn't help us directly because we import into Africa and then sell into Africa, and we export into Africa, but from outside imports. But the manufacturing base that Africa has and the agricultural that Africa has is going to thrive through this Africa continental. And we're looking at, say, Mr. Trump in America going very protectionist, and we're looking at China and Africa and South America going very free trade. And I think that is a very basic thing that is happening, which is going to be good for the next couple of decades. Now, you can start to list what Africa's got, South Africa and the rest of Africa, and it's a huge list, and I just picked a few. Everybody's talking about rare earth deposits. Mr. Trump wants to take Greenland because it's got rare earth deposits. We've got rare earth deposits here. There's a very big mine in Steenkampskraal, Northern Cape, which has probably got the richest load of rare earth in the world. The DRC is massive in rare earths. Angola has always been an agricultural country, but it got sidelined because it's been dealing in oil, it's been dealing in diamonds, and that's an unstable business. I heard on television, Angola has 2 million hectares of arable land under cultivation, but they estimate that there's 52 million hectares of arable land in Angola, which is untouched. And there's a huge drive in Angola to develop the agricultural sector, and literally they can feed the whole of Africa and possibly part of the world. Mozambique's got more gas than Qatar. It's just a question of when we eventually can extract that. Zambia's copper rich. The Zambian currency is doing fabulously well. Namibia's got offshore oil, and of course we're getting more and more tourists because of our wild open spaces. Democracy is holding up in Africa. It's not holding up in the rest of the world. It's quite encouraging. The Zambian kwacha, and really compliments to Zambia, is the best performing currency of 2025. Who would have ever believed that? And the ZA Rand is showing historical strength. It's very good for our prices. We hope that trend will continue, and then we'll translate it into a business strategy. And of course, inflation's down in this country and in the rest of Africa, and we're probably going to get interest rates coming down very soon. And my sense is 2026 is looking good. It's looking good for the outside world, the macroeconomics, all the good things that are happening inside South Africa and into the SSA markets. And it's looking good because of the things that we're doing ourselves. So go forward, please. Be optimistic. Feel good. Let's go for it, guys. There's a lot of work, but there's a lot of opportunity. So thank you.
Hello, check sound. Thank you, Robert. Some great insights from Robert, and always good to be able to listen to him and hear what he has to say. Our next three speakers are new people to you, and they're going to be giving us our business update for the last fiscal. When you get a chance during the course of the break, as you walk around, there are some signs around that you will notice that they actually give you a few sayings in line with a theme. I'm going to read one of them very quickly for you. Uncertain times don't call for hesitation. They call for decisive thinking, calm execution, and a belief in the work. So during the course of today, make a note to just have a look at and read. I'm going to introduce three of our next speakers, and they'll give you our business overview. So firstly, it'll be Cecilia Makua, who is our CEO, and she'll give us some business updates, followed by Vijay Naika, our COO, and Rurumai Mukanya, who is our CFO. No new people to introduce to you. They're all well known to you, and we look forward to the insights that they have. They're all going to speak one after each other, so I'm going to urge them to just make sure that they come up so that we don't lose any time. Let's put our hands together for all of them. Thank you.
I think we'll use that for Ru. Good morning, everyone. I've had opportunity to speak to some of you, but not all of you. So if I haven't seen you, compliments of the new year. And I hope 2026 really delivers on all your plans that you have for this year. So I promised to make this presentation to the point. Vijay, Ru, and I have sat and really said, okay, past conferences, it's really been about giving you this vision, giving you the dream, giving you international benchmarks to learn from and get insights from. What is really important at this point in time at African Sales? And that's what we want, the message that we want to deliver for you today, which is essentially focusing on the Jan to June period. And what we want to do is focus your energy behind that period. So for some of you that are new to African Sales, Robert's mentioned the OGSM. This is our strategic architecture at ASCO. And that is what is driving our efforts on a daily basis. Our vision is to be the expert partner in luxury, and that's really building desirable beauty. We want to authentically connect brands with people across the Sub-Saharan African region. Our values can really be encapsulated in 3 words. It's about people, it's about entrepreneurship, and it's about performance. And underpinned by that, as Robert mentioned, is that we've got our 4 business pillars: distribution in South Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa, our retail arm, and then our communication arm. These businesses are interlinked, and all of them really focus on the beauty space. Underpinning that is new skills or capabilities and competencies that we want to bring within African Sales. And that talks to e-commerce, which is booming. We had a visit from Fenty last week, and our visitors essentially said, even in the Middle East, what they're seeing, which was very similar to South Africa by COVID, which was a 4% like penetration, they're sitting now at over 20% penetration e-commerce. So e-commerce is flourishing, and we're seeing it across our business, and this is like the new reality, and we need to up our skills within this space. Demand planning speaks for itself, just in terms of managing our working capital and optimizing our sales within the market. Consumer insights and engagement, I think that's still an area of development within our plans that we need to get on top of. The digital transformation is ongoing, and like I'm not going to say more to that. Velvet Luxe has been really instrumental in terms of driving this capability internally and ensuring that they take the brands along this journey. And of course, no strategy is sound without having like the organizational systems in place to support it, or the financial fitness to ensure that we are able to sustain the business. To Robert's point, this doesn't happen in of itself. It takes all of us around this table and outside of this room as well to make African sales perform. And we've seen that like when we are working towards the same goal, and we are driven and we are focused behind like that same goal, that we are really capable of astonishing results. We've seen the transformation that Robert talked to in terms of evolution from being super reliant on distribution to really having this multi-pillar environment. And we're really in a new era now, like where it's like really entrenching and bringing true scale to these ventures. Retail management is a huge opportunity. It's not only in our own retail, it's also like the retail effort that we place within our retail channels partners. And like this is like our focus is like really being about driving not only sell in, but driving sell out as well. And then underpinning this, and I'm not going to go into like the details of it, because I think it requires a deeper one-on-one. Our OGSM for the year is pending, so we'll be having a meeting to review these underpinning aspects of our strategy. But to put it simply, what we want to do is to innovate by selling beauty better. That's our purpose. We want to enhance and we want to develop the Sub-Saharan African prestige beauty retail landscape. Again, it's about connecting brands with people through our distribution arm, through our retail arm, and our brand building communication capabilities. How are we doing against that? So I've looked at the July to December period. For those that are new to this chart, just focus your energy on the index as well as the ASCO SA section. So the index is like really the market. There's a panel which includes Estée Lauder Group, L'Oreal, Coty, Prestige, as well as African sales that share actual sellout data by brand. It's not by retail at this point, and it gives us a very good indication in terms of how we are performing versus our benchmark in the market. And you can see that the market is growing at 9.7%. African sales is tracking for the last 6 months at 8.8, so we're behind the national average. And overall, we hold a 22.7% market share as a group. If you look at the tables, the gray and the blue table, this really gives you a perspective by X. And as you've seen in the last year, our biggest challenge is growth in fragrances, where the market is growing at double-digit growth of 11%. We are tracking at 7.1%. This arm is very important because African sales hosts 33% market share in fragrances. So like when we are having pneumonia, it's because our fragrances are actually what's struggling. And getting fragrances back on track is a key priority. And I know like brands have like some stunning innovation that's coming through and strong plans to support those innovation as well as their core business. But I'll let the brands talk to that this afternoon. Makeup, we've done incredibly well. Between Dior, which holds the number 4 ranking in the country, 4, right? Fenty, which is number 5, and then Benefit, number 10. So we've got 3 brands, all our makeup brands really like that are like focused in makeup within the top 10 ranking. Between Fenty and Dior, we're seeing these brands taking market share. They've moved Bobbi Brown from the number 4 spot and number 5 spot. And we're very proud in terms of the effort that's coming through here. And all I'm going to say is watch this space. We really intend to dominate makeup. From a skincare perspective, again, we've had some beautiful traction within this space. The market is growing at 6%, we're growing at 20%. It's a largely new business for us. Our market share is still very light. You know, the market is very dominated by traditional brands. But again, when you look at like the international space, skincare is driving the beauty category, along with bath and body, which you're seeing like next day. So opportunity and focus that Select largely is like driving from an African sales perspective. And then home care, a small business, and growing at 3.8, very much in line like with the market. Within your sessions, you'll get into the depth of it, so I'm not going to cover that today. This slide really talks to, for me, like captures like the essence of this conference. We met last year in November and said, okay, what do you want to talk about like for this conference? And it was really unpacking this concept of innovating by selling beauty better. And really understanding the big forces and the main forces that are impacting change within our environment. And as you can see, what we've noted there is technology, AI, social media, consumer preferences. All of these are in flux. There's a rapid amount of changes that are happening on a daily basis, and it's quite challenging for all of us in this space to keep up. And over and above that, as you know, we survive in a hyper-competitive environment. This is the place that we play within, and we need to like show up within like this environment. The route to market is changing. You know, brands are coming directly themselves and selling directly to consumers, and business models are changing. And when you look later at the distribution arm, there's deep margin erosion. Distribution is under pressure, not only in South Africa, but across the globe. And all of us in this room, because this is core to our business, have a role to play in making sure that like we sustain the African sales distribution arm. These forces are real. Everybody has said it. Change is inevitable, and it's normal. What it requires of us, what does it require of us to thrive? You know, we can take these changes and deny them and put our head in the ground, or we can actually just cope and you know just go along with it, or we can choose to thrive. And this conference is to say, let's choose to thrive together. This requires of us to outthink our competitors, our retailers, to outperform our benchmarks within the market, and to Robert's point, to outlast. This is an 80-year-old business, 80-plus-year-old business, and our job is to sustain African sales. So it's not about being reckless in terms of how we drive growth. What does that call for? We thought we needed help with this, so we've invited some esteemed speakers who will help us unpack this today, who will talk to building an adaptability mindset to help you manage and thrive within change. We've got somebody else who will be talking to self-empowerment and resilience, a core strength, and a core really in making sure that you're able to work through the challenge and get to the other side of it and still be of sound mind. And over and above that, we want to talk to you with regards to the reputational and the risk mitigation that's required of you when you work in an environment where AI, social media, and technology are so prevalent, and the risk that not only to self, but risk to the organization is a real probability. And we've had instances that took us down this path. And over and above this, and I'm just, you know, there's many core skills I could have put there to say what we need to develop. But I think these are like core capability that each and every single one of us needs to strengthen. I'm working with Ru and VJ to bring external intervention to help us like with empowering, the skill sets within African sales, but it really takes each of us to actually put the effort behind it. And it really talks to problem solving. It's insight-driven analysis and having a strategic thinking when you look at any problem or opportunity that you are tackling. Okay? So key focus for us. Where are we? We want to take you down the journey towards achieving profit share. Okay? It's been 2 years since we last paid profit share. And I know every single year, no matter what you see, and you can see when we present to you that we're off track, it's like, are we paying profit share? Okay? So we want to address it head on and align on what needs to be delivered in order for us to get to where we need to get to. Okay? So just overall, nothing has changed. Profit share is triggered by group performance. The good news is when you look at the July to December period, we're on track with sales, we're on track with net profit, we are off track with regards to cash to target. Clear? So if African Sales Group makes these 3 deliverables or get to a certain percentage, which we will get to the details of, we are able to pay profit share. And we're on track with 2 of those. Distribution is a big concern at this point in time, and a big effort is required of all of us between the Jan to June period if we're going to see like turnaround with distribution. Because we're off track with sales and we're off track with net profit. Retail is booming. Retail is thriving. I mean, if I can put a word to it, like thriving is the word in terms of like retail. Retail is outperforming in sales and in net profit. And congratulations as well to the communication team as well, because after 2-3 years of struggle, actually since COVID for that matter, communication is back to growth again. And we're seeing sales, so they're tracking positive to sales. Net profit is off track, but we believe they can close the gap between this Jan to June period. Okay, so what do we need to do in this Jan to June period? As a management team, the board has decided to put money aside. So even though distribution is not on track, we've decided that we are going to pay profit share, provided we're able to deliver on this minimum distribution deliverables. You'll see when Ruth takes you through it, we're not trying to get back to the original target. We're trying to get to a revised target based on the reality of where we are now. And there's factors like the exit of Discam for Puj and Select, which have been quite dramatic in the July to December period that we've had to factor in. There's aspects like, Dior revamping 2 of their largest stores, Santon and V&A, which has like put them off track. So we've factored these realities that we are dealing with, and we are saying, nonetheless, we really want to focus your effort and make sure that between this period, we are able to put some recovery in place with distribution. So you can see we're not expecting distribution to get to where we initially thought, and therefore it is still below target. However, retail we see continuing to maintain its path, and then communication, again, continuing to maintain its sales path, but then with recovery from a net profit perspective. So what does it need from you? So from a distribution perspective, and we've had already some meetings with GMs, we're going to, Nick, I see you making notes. I haven't sat with you guys as yet. What we need from you is like really plans that like we will align with you on. So we're not trying to be unreasonable. We need to understand what you believe the upside is, and we will balance that with what we need from an ASCO minimum return perspective to make this work for both of us, okay? So it's clear, none of it is a surprise. It just needs focus. So from a sales perspective, it's sell out, sell in terms of performance. It's divisional specific. So for those people that are met already, the intention is by the end of the first week of February, we will bed down these numbers so everybody is clear. And then within each division, we'll have a group session just so that, again, we align on what those targets are. And sales forecast accuracy is key. So just getting to reality with regards to your targets and making sure that you drive your targets. Okay? Retail improvement plans per brand, it's critical. And I'll take us one example. We're seeing good growth, sell-out growth coming out of the ARC environment, but there's two things. Our sell-out percentage relative to ARC's like-on-like growth is below the ARC's like-on-like growth. And this is an environment like that is flourishing. So there is growth to be made within the ARC environment. A critical thing in ARC is that our sell-in is trading negatively, despite the fact that our sell-out is trading positively. So we need to fight for our share of sell-in and make sure that like our brands are stocked to meet the market demand. If we don't fight this harder, it's going to impact how we land this fiscal. In my view, this is like a low-hanging fruit that can be captured with focus and drive and persistence. Okay? In terms of P&L, the good news is that we are on track. It's really about protecting the trend that we are on. And a big part of that is making sure that you avoid air freights at all costs. So plan better and make sure that like you're bringing your stock via sea freight, and we should be fine with GP. Outside of GP is A&P. We know this, A&P, no overspends allowed, unless like we've had a discussion and it's intended plan that we want to have an overspend. Over and above that, within each division, what we want of you is a proposal in terms of how you see cutting costs within your area of responsibility in order to ensure that we land where we want to land by the end of June. And then overall, from a stock perspective, another low-hanging fruit is fulfillment. Although our fulfillment has improved, what we've seen, especially in the Jan month, is that we've slid back again. So get on top of your stock availability and make sure that we are able to meet the orders that are coming. Otherwise, it's an own goal. Over and above that, we don't want reckless sell-ins. We want to make sure that like what you put in the trade is what the market needs. So let's also monitor the movement between trade and DC forward cover. Okay, simple. Any questions? Any questions? That's my message today.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, thanks, Cecilia. I think Cecilia covered most of the elements in terms of performance. So I think she makes my job much easier. But what I'm going to do is, there are three segments in terms of this presentation. So the first segment is where we are in terms of performance, in terms of the first 6 months. Then the second segment, which is quite critical, is what we need to do, especially for the period Jan to July, because that's the critical period if we're going to achieve our set objectives. But then the last two slides is what I want you to take as a takeaway in terms of what we need to do. So let's start with our performance. So from Cecilia's chart, I think it will summarize in terms of where we are. So if you start with the ASCO group, so Robert defined what is an ASCO group. So if you then combine the ASCO group, from a top line, we are on track. And if you compare that to the same period last year, we are sitting at 4.5%. But what you want to do is for the period Jan to June, there's certain minimum requirements that you want to achieve. So if you're then talking about the profit share in terms of Cecilia's last slide, as a group, we need then to land it on 102.3. That's what the lever that's going to unlock that reward, even though there are different performance from different pillars. But that's what we want to achieve as our landing. So this was just giving you the expectation. But if I go back to let me just go this one. So if I just go back to distribution. So distribution, the issue, what we are saying is, if we then compare from a profitability side, that's where we are struggling. So why is this? It's skipping one slide. There's a slide that is.
Which slide is missing?
Yeah, this is the 41. There's a year to date. Go back. To go back, yeah, this. Yeah, this July to December.
Which one? It's not
Yeah,
Robert.
not Robert.
This one.
No. This one that is. Where are the slides from Rose?
It's all of them.
Rose, there's a slide that was removed here. Just go on to. Yeah, this one. Yeah.
Maybe just talk to
Yeah, I'll talk to you about this one.
Let me just do this again. Just so that it's
Okay, yeah.
all the way to the front page.
Yeah, okay. All right, sorry about that. There's this slide that I wanted to show you that's, yeah. Okay, so this slide that I wanted to show is unfortunately not there. It's showing the performance from the group at this point in time. So the group we are fine in terms of our performance to target. If you then compare that to last year, we are also ahead. But what I wanted to highlight is the distribution side. So from a distribution side, that's where we are 4% behind on the sell-in. So what it then does, because of that 4% that we are behind, then that's where like the gap from a net profit is coming from. Then from the communication side is much better. So the communication side is including two things. One is we opened an online store within Tech and Lot. So if you combine communication and the Tech and Lot, then we can see the performance that is coming through from Vivid Lux as a combined business. That's where the 100% to target is coming from. If you compare that to last year, we are also ahead of last year by close to 50%. When it comes to profitability, so from a group side, we are aligned in terms of where we are. We are about 2.6% ahead of our target. But if you then go back to distribution, if you compare that 4% that we've missed from distribution, and take into account that the July to December period is the key consumption period as well, then our profitability we're quite below in terms of profitability. At the moment, we are sitting on 52% to target. So you can see from a profitability, from a distribution, that's where the concern is. So what we want to do now, when we go to this coming 6 months, we need then to look from our operating costs. We need to, that's why Cecilia was referring to ideas in terms of pockets where we can unlock in terms of any savings, but also to understand that we don't have any room for us then to have any overspends when it comes to A&P. So it needs to come in line. Then what we have seen in December is from a GP side, we're now seeing alignment now in terms of our targeted GP. So we don't want now to slip again where we see some GP erosion coming through. So to me, those are the three areas that we need to focus on from a distribution. We need to drive that the top line number so that at least we're back to where we want to. What we have done is with divisions, we now have revised numbers. Jerry has updated the KPI document, so we have a revised number. So for us now, we need to shoot for that revised number. But over and above that, we need to look from our operating costs, need to look at our A&P, but also need to protect our GP. Then the last key portion in terms of like what we look at is our cash position. So for the business to thrive, when you talk of sustainable business, we also need to create cash resources. We need to also create funds available for new investments. So what we've been doing is we're trying to now balance our funding matrix in terms of there's debt, but there's also reinvestment in terms of what we have generated. So what we have seen in terms of the last 6 months is we've eroded the cash base in terms of like where we're targeting and where we were. So at the moment, we close to 48, 49% in terms of our target, in terms of what was the cash position that we wanted to close in December versus what we closed on. Then if you compare to last year, yes, there's a marginal improvement, but that improvement is not good enough. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that whatever we're going to do for the Jan to June period, we want them to fast track that recovery from a resources side. One of the elements where some people might ask to say, but we are seeing the group that is performing, we are seeing that the group, in terms of net profit, the group is in line. The top line is in line. Why are you not seeing the cash also coming in line? I think it's a fair question, but then if we then start drilling down in terms of why Cecilia was referring to in terms of our stock levels, in terms of how we do planning, that's where our cash is, because yes, we're seeing an improvement in terms of our fulfillment. Yes, we start seeing our fulfillment around 91%. For this fiscal, we're targeting 92.5%. So we're not far off in terms of the number that we are targeting. But the problem is we're doing that at the expense of our cash as well. So you need to balance the two. So we need to deal with our stock on hand. So if we check across the business, we're sitting with a 6.2 in terms of months covers, which is quite high. So we've logged our cash resources into the stock. So you need to work on our stock. Then the same applies to, if you look from our retailer stock on hand as well, we're sitting around 6.56 in terms of the stock on hand that sits in the retailers. So as much as we start to say, why is our sell-in-sell-out relationship not working? It's because of that, because they're sitting in so much stock. So we need to work our stock. So that's another lever that we're targeting to say, let's unlock the stock. If you're able to do that, then it then opens up in terms of our cash resources. So our focus is also on the stock on hand. Then to the next. Okay, thanks, Cecilia. Yeah. So this is the slide in terms of the year to go expectations. So this slide and the first one that I was explaining, they're sort of related. So what you have done is to say, this is what you have done in terms of performances from July to December. What do we need to do? So this then defines the minimum requirement. So as a group, this is our commitment. So it requires everyone in terms of working towards the same goal. So from a group, we should be able to land on 100% to target. So if we then take the discount on distribution, retail is already ahead of target. So what you expect from retail is the consistency in terms of delivering the same performance. We also expect from a top line from our Vivid Lux team to maintain the same trend. If you're able to do that, you combine those three, we should be able to come in line. Then from a distribution, we have a revised target for the June to June. So we don't have any room now for us to drop that revised target, because we have dropped again in terms of from our original budget. Now we have commitment. I think we looked at the numbers. we query every number, then I think we have a reasonably achievable target. So we should be able then to be able to achieve that target for the Jan to June. If we are able to do that, it's not going to give us 100% of our original budget. I think that's what the other slide from Sisla was referring to. We will land around 98%. So we've accepted that to say, for the fiscal 26 period, we are not going to achieve the 100% of the original budget. We're saying, yes, we've dropped the sales, we're not going to do that, but 98% becomes the number that we need to do. So if you're talking of any reward system or any, it ties to that to say from a distribution as a pillar, other than the group achieving, but from a distribution, we need to come at 98%. So it means from what we have committed for this period from a distribution by brand, we need to hit those top line targets. Then retail and communication, we just want to maintain the same. That's why I'm referring to 100% to target, to say what we have, let's maintain what we have. If we're able to do that, we're able then to land around 6% ahead of our original budget, which then compensates some of the drops from distribution. To me, that's the beauty of diversification. That's why we see now different pillars coming together in terms of making sure that we are running a sustainable organization. And one of the elements that is coming through from retail that I just want to mention is we've seen a good growth in terms of the online business. I think within South Africa, everyone's talking of online business that is doing so well, but we're seeing the same thing as well. So if you combine our retail, we're around 10.1% contribution. So to me, we're now on a double-digit contribution from our online towards our brick and mortar, which to me is a good improvement in terms of what you're doing from the retail side. Then from net profit, what do we expect? So from the group, if we look in terms of where we are, so if you're able to achieve 98, 99 for the period between Jan to June, we should then come in line in terms of our revised target. The distribution, we need to double the trend that we saw for the July to December. We need to make sure that anything that shows an overspend, we need to come in line. Anything in terms of any operating cost that seems not critical, we need then to shelve that. If there's any rephasing that is required, let's do so that at least we then protect the bottom line. Then from retail, we're fine, just want to maintain the same pricing. Our GP is in line, so from a retail is on the top line. Once we maintain the same trend on the top line, we should be fine in terms of where we should be landing. Then the communication, there's a small gap between year-to-date performance and where we want from a profitability. So just need an incremental 20% from Velvet Lux, then they should be able to come in line in terms of the bottom line that we are targeting. Then the cash portion, to me, this is a non-negotiable when you're referring to that, because that's what then fuels the business. So we need to make sure that from anything that we're going to do, it should translate to our cash position. So at the end of fiscal, we should come in line with our cash position, because we have levers that we can play with that can influence that lending. So when it comes to June, we need to make sure that we are 100% to target. Then what are the levers that we want to work on? So these next two slides, everyone, these are the ones that if you didn't understand or didn't get in terms of the percentages, but these are the ones for me that should drive, everyone should understand them, because that's what's going to drive what needs to do. There are different layers below the points that you can then work on, but to me, these are things that should drive what needs to do. The first one, Cecilia mentioned about selling and sell-out growth. We need to constantly drive that. But how are we going to do that? I think there's so many things in terms of Cecilia and team that we're working on, but from our side, we also need to focus on building capabilities on the business analysis. Because if you look from data, we have data. I think ASCO is a data-driven company. We've invested so much in data. We have now industry data overlaying on that. But when you look in terms of how we're using the data, our analysis, yes, there's improvement. I think there's a gap. So we need to close that gap. And the more we do that, it self-corrects even on our sell-in and sell-out growth, because it becomes like a data-driven. We want to move from where we are when it comes to insights to a certain level. So we want to see that movement, but it should translate into driving sell-in and sell-out. So if you look at those two pie charts, it's clear that in the first half from an ASCO group, 57% of our sales came in the first half. So it means in the second half, whatever we're going to do should give us a minimum of 43%. So if we do that, then we're able to achieve our revised budget. But you can see, because you're behind on the distribution, even though we've reduced that budget, we still need 45%, because 55% of that revised budget we generated the sales in the first half. So we need to close that gap. Then the fill rate, our target is still 92.5%, and year to date we are on 91%. But the concern is the slowdown that we saw in January. I think Cecilia referred to that. So we need to quickly correct that, so that we're back to our 90s and 92%. Then the next one is, in terms of target, we want to reduce our months cover by at least one month from a trade. We want to make sure that from a trade, let's then reduce what's in trade by 1 month. Then from a DC, let's try to target at least 1.25 to 1.5 months by June. Because if we do that, then it unlocks in terms of our available funds. Why I'm referring that we need to have an efficient stock management process in place. We don't want them to say we're shooting for fulfillment, but you're neglecting in terms of the balancing in terms of that stock. Then the next one is improving in terms of forecast accuracy. Once that is sorted, then it touches on our fulfillment, it touches in terms of stock management. PUMSA, Afzal are working on a model in terms of automating that calculation. So we have a working model that we're going to roll out. The intention is just to make sure that we're able to track and fix. That's the intention, and the planners are on board, so we're able to see some improvements coming through. Then when it comes to profitability, the first one that we need to do is we need to safeguard the GP percent. So I think that's the main one. I think Robert mentioned in terms of the CFRS, and Cecilia repeated the same. I think that's what we need to do from a price structure. We had an exercise, so I'm seeing that coming through, but don't want to then score on goals from our side by also not monitoring the CFRS, because some of these things we have reactionary in terms of our imports as well. When we realize our food rate is so down, then we're forced to have an air freight. It might be justifiable, but it then eats on our GP. So we will be thinking about solving another thing, but also then causing another one. Cost optimization, this is a non-negotiable. We need to constantly review in terms of what we have, the expenses that are coming through. If there's a better way of doing things, let's come with those ideas. Let's implement. Then in terms of AMP alignment, because they've reduced our budgets from a distribution side, we expect also the same to happen immediately on our AMP. If there's any rephasing of non-essential expenditure, let's do so. But on a month-to-month basis, let's continually review our operating costs. We have a team in terms of from finance that every month they do have meetings with general managers. So let's use those meetings to identify those pockets to say, this is out of line, what do we need to do? Let's then respond and close on those ones. Then the last one is in terms of GP side, in terms of analysis. I think we need to build internal capabilities as well in terms of make sure that we understand what we have. There are so many reports that are available, and we've done so many refresher courses. There's one that is currently underway. So I encourage people to attend those sessions, ask questions, because the data might be overwhelming in terms of reports, but ask them because they've created those reports to help you run the business. Then my monthly KPI tracker as well. We've automated a monthly KPI tracker, by division, so you can see by division, by supplier. We've done one for Mancom as well. So those are available. So you can see your KPIs every month, and they tie back to the group. Then the one that we are focusing on this next 6 months is our SNOP meetings. We want to change the approach on SNOP meetings. We've run them for some time, but for this period, we want to be action-oriented. We want to track where we are, want to identify those actions, want to evaluate those actions. So you're going to see some change in terms of how we're going to run the SNOP meetings, because we are now used to, in terms of the KPIs that we are tracking, the business analysis, but we want them to move to a more action-oriented. Because at the end of the day, what you want is post those SNOP meetings. When you meet for the next month, you should see change. If there's no change, it means they're not being effective. So another thing that we want to do is then to focus more on the SNOP meetings, starting with the planners. So by the time we meet, we've done most of the things with the planners. So the meeting becomes focusing on the issues. When you then have Cecilia envision the meeting, then you focus in terms of what are we doing, where are the gaps, where do we need to escalate, so that we're able to achieve the targets. Thank you.
Did you better understand Roo today? Yes. Okay. So let's start. Welcome to new people. Pretty ladies, eh? Non-tobacco. I don't know, they don't always look like that in the office, but this is the look we want. So non-tobacco has joined, starting on top with Neo, has joined the Velvet Lux team. Nombali has joined the HR team. Motloko Nolo, I said it. Okloki has joined the Fenty team as a brand manager. Anan Tobacco has joined the Puj team as a demand planner. Nadia Abrams is relieving while Sipokazi, Puj brand manager, is on mat leave. And then Renee DeToit joined us as visual merchandiser for Fenty, Benefit, and L'Occitane. These people are going to start paying to come back. Seriously, I think like 10% of annual CTC. And Tombakazi left us in 2024, I think it is. She's come back as a regional sales manager for Benefit, and Kaletso left us as HR administrator and returned as HR officer. We do believe that they go out, come back with better experience, so they're welcome back. But not everybody is welcome back. Just like, yeah, you've got to get through the process. And then from a promotions perspective, Mr. Magagula, you all know, has been on the BI team for as long as I've known him, and prior to that with Estee Lauder Group as BI. From this year, he's migrated, or towards the end of last year, he's migrating into supply chain and logistics, and he's made a tremendous difference. Robert said that we work on building long-term relationships. He also said something about 20 to 30 years ago, changes happened. I didn't listen to the rest of it. I stuck on the 20 to 30 years. Long service, Priya from HR. So I think it's a big achievement. Tashay Naidu from BI. If you want to stand up, you can. I think all of you stand up. Priya, Tashay, Leslie Daniels, forward as ever, stood up before I called her name. Ruramai Munyaka. Kumzila is in our Durban office, and then Becky Maidi is our supervisor in the POSM warehouse. And remember the 20 to 30 years comment, right? So yeah, it's been an adventure. Cecilia and Robert have survived me, so that's a good thing. And probably one day I'll write a book. I think there's been enough interesting stuff that has happened in my career. Somebody called me FBI this morning because we had some arrests at the office. But yeah, it's been an interesting journey. Talking profit share just in terms of the purpose as well as guidelines around that. The group scheme is there to encourage people to work together, and that's quite critical. We don't live in silos, we don't work in silos. And to achieve a successful implementation of our business strategies, we talk it together, we talk it at conference. What then happens at an individual level and at a department level. And whatever we do and whatever actions we take, we should consider that there's a bigger picture and there's a bigger organization, and the scheme is developed to encourage us to work together. Participants are rewarded, and Rue and Cecilia have detailed this, corporate level, divisional, and there's an individual leg as well, because on your PPS, if you're not performing at the required level and not contributing to the division and therefore corporate, you're not going to be rewarded at that level. We're driving superior, we want to reward superior performance, and the targets have been outlined for you. We believe that it's possible and we can do this. And then the reality of it is that the group strategy has to be translated and implemented at an operational everyday level. And these results will secure competitive advantage. It will increase our value market share, drive more efficiencies, and then ultimately increase growth and increase profitability. So you are eligible to participate in the scheme if you join the business before the 30th of September 2025. So don't come ask me when we make, I'm not saying if, when we make the targets, do not come ask me, do I qualify? Can I not get a pro rata? So I'm defining it very clearly. And then retail store staff are not eligible for the profit share because they are rewarded by a commission structure on a monthly basis. One of my task was to look at how we can improve that bottom line on the P&L. One of the things that works for me is having an ownership mindset. I don't ever look at the organization's money as my own. And in anything that I do, I look at whether would I spend that money on my own if it was coming out of my bank account. And I think this is having that mindset that it's a belief that a person has accountability. And that's what we're asking for in this process. Encouraging this mindset amongst individual employees and teams can help to create an environment where everyone feels valued and you're part of that bigger picture. Developing an ownership mindset can help employees feel invested in their roles with the organization. And I'm going to go into some examples of how you can. And when employees have an ownership mindedness, they consider their work contributes to the company's longer-term objectives. And these employees have a genuine interest in the success of the organization. So some of the benefits of having an ownership mindset is improving employee engagement, empowering employees to make decisions, focusing on the future, and then encouraging more innovation. Communicating some of the implementation strategies includes communicating effectively, seeing attainable expectations, and both Robert and Cecilia spoke about realistic goals that we set for ourselves and achievable goals. Measuring progress and year tracking comes in very importantly. Delegating tasks, improving your bottom line KPIs, your cash flow, doesn't sit purely with the Mancom and the EXCO level. Establish accountability amongst your team and provide an example. I often say that you manage your own personal budget, I hope you do. Similarly, you spend what you actually have and not more than you have. And a budget is not there to be spent to its full capacity. So some of the examples, and I'll read this. A marketing manager noticed weekly campaign performance dashboards took 3 hours to compile. Action, she mapped the data flow, automated data pulls with scripts with BI, and built a live dashboard. Result, reporting time dropped to 15 minutes, freeing the team for strategy work. Automation is one of the critical objectives that we have in place. A customer issue, an administrator received recurring complaints about delayed shipments. Action, he contacted logistics, traced the bottleneck, and instituted a new tracking protocol. The result was delivery delays fell by 40%, and customer satisfaction rose from 78 to 92%. So there's actions that can be measured, and these examples show you that not everything is subjective. And I'll give you some other examples. I know I annoy you immensely with paper. You have to request for paper. And Cornelius and I, a while ago, 2024 probably, looked at it and said, we're just wasting. There's always a stack of print in the printing machine. We're sitting with costs of over 700,000. And I know Cecilia's given up. It took her a year, but she gave up. Like, can we not just have paper at the printer? No. And I mean, even the warehouse guys, they have to. They do a lot of printing. They have to come collect. That bill now sits at about 120,000. And that's a direct bottom line hit. So you have, no, I don't need applause. I'm giving examples, okay? You don't know this, but I track the milk and sugar at work and tea bags, okay? And I'll tell you why. Like, I have an idea exactly when there's a training, when there's conference, what will we utilize? And this has been going on for years and years. I drive Vanessa up the wall because they've got to record how many milk is issued, how many bags of sugar. And last year, like somewhere in the year, it wasn't even winter, we used 50 kilos of sugar in a week. And I was horrified because I don't do sugar myself, but I was totally horrified. And then I went, obviously, digging, because that's what I enjoy. And I found that the reason for that is there's no teaspoon in the sugar bowl. So they go pour, pour, pour. Put a sugar, but then the teaspoon disappears. We know cutlery at ASCO, everything disappears. So we then tie the teaspoon to the thing so that you can actually use a teaspoon. And then also, like, monitor your culprits and address as well. So at that level, so does it have impact, bottom line? For sure. Boxes in the DC. People call me and like, can I have 5 AS20s? No, they're 37 Rand a box. Times 100, times 1,000, it adds up. So the people that work with me, unfortunately, have a very hard time. In retail, I've noticed the shopping bags, we're probably paying 25 bucks max per bag. You use it to store testers. You use it to put your returns in. And I'm totally horrified that that's used as if it's a checkout. And it's not. It's got a cost attached to it. So when we talk about looking at, like, how can it affect me as a person? Every single person has a responsibility. Every single person can make a difference. So yeah, it might be annoying to count how many bags of sugar, but it adds to an operational cost. We don't have a lot of room for improvement because things are tracked, things are super tight. And it annoys people because it's not your money, but actually I treat it as if it is mine. When you have, from a department perspective, your creditors days. We onboarded RSU recently as a courier company. And they said to me, sorry, we're a small business, we do 30 days. I'm like, sorry, it's a deal breaker. We do 45 days. They immediately come back and they give you 45 days. So I think one of the things is looking at the creditors you work with, looking at extending those credit terms that you have with them. The 15 days, 30 days extra that you get has huge impact in terms of cash flow and the targets that we're seeking. You might say, I'm an area manager, what could I possibly do? Fleet is our top 10 expense. Like, am I driving as if somebody else is paying for the fuel, or am I driving, Nick, I didn't mean to look at you, but like, it wasn't. Am I driving, my eye just like came to you, it's not even you, but am I driving as if someone else is paying for it? So I think it's little things. It might sound like it's, irrelevant, but I think when you start adding up it and bring it together, you have significant benefit. We are reviewing the travel policy as well, just to make sure that we've got consistency and give you proper guidelines in terms of when you're traveling. I've got a rule: if I'm not willing to pay for a bottle of wine myself, I ain't paying for it with ASCO's credit card. But it's just something that I live by. In terms of the profit P&L, this is another one for all department heads. Scrutinize the P&L. Don't wait for Pagius to come, and it takes long sometimes, but don't wait for him to come to you. Scrutinize it every single month and look for opportunity. And what I would challenge you to do is scrutinize it with your team. Give them ownership. Give them accountability. Most of you here probably haven't seen a P&L. There isn't any secret in it, in the department P&Ls. So go through it with your teams, and your teams should come back to you with, these are the areas that we can improve on. So those are some of the ideas. Cecilia, Rue, and I are going to spend a lot more time with you going through those levels. But our focus for the next 6 months is to get to profit share, and we want to pay the reward. We made it under 10:30. Thank you.
Nothing brings a team together than profit share, guys. So please, 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 we need profit share. Thank you so much to Cecilia, Ruamai, and Vijay for taking us through the business overview. We're going to take a quick break, tea break, 15 minutes, and we should be back by 10:45, if I'm not mistaken. So thank you so much. You're more than welcome to go take a tea break or smoke break or use the bathroom.
Nominated for the next session, and we have some really exciting. First up, we have somebody that is no stranger to most of us, because I think many of us have worked with him and have enjoyed the knowledge that he's imparted to us over the years. So some of us have had the opportunity to work with him. Dr. Chris Lombard is a veteran leadership strategy and change expert with decades of international consulting experience. He holds a BSc from the University of Stellenbosch and an honors in human resource development, a master's in leadership, performance and change, and a PhD leadership in performance and change, a body of work focused on helping leaders, organizations manage and thrive through change. He is a director of People Capacity Solutions and Change Capacity, where he has developed and implemented tailored change leadership models and interventions across multiple industries in South Africa and abroad. His work covers leadership, development, organizational change facilitation, executive coaching, and strategies to improve the individual and organizational resilience. Dr. Lombard also serves as a professor of practice at the NWU Business School, sharing his insights on strategy, change leadership, and performance improvement with emerging and seasoned professionals alike. His consulting engagements span major corporate and public sector clients, and he's widely recognized for his practical, evidence-informed approach. Let's put our hands together to Dr. Chris Lombard.
Thank you. Right, good morning to everybody, and thank you very much for the opportunity. So, just a few observations while I was sitting there. I firstly noted VJ's Long Service Award, and I just want to state that I've been working with VJ before she came here, so I actually also qualify for an award from from the World Health Organization, for resilience. And the second thing, looking at Rudamai's presentation, when he spoke about distribution, he said there's a slide that doesn't want to show. And I don't know if you noted, but the slide that appeared after that is that with God, all things are possible. So good luck to the distribution team. Yeah, so maybe a third observation is when the person sitting next to me greeted me, he said, "I know you from somewhere." And I said, "I think it's from jail." He was very excited. But then he figured out it was while he was at the business school, so hopefully he's making a difference and not remembering our stint, behind bars. Yeah. Right, so on a more serious note then, I was asked to speak about the topic about resilience. So I think some of you might have received your book, or you might still receive your book. So last year I accomplished a personal objective, which was to actually now finally publish, a book. And then I thought, what will be my priority? And I thought, let me make a difference, by focusing on something that is close to my heart and that stemmed from a personal journey. And the title of the book is Resilience is a Choice. So thank you for the support to the leadership team, in purchasing that book. And I just want to say that if you're going to take the book and put it on your shelf and brag about it, it's not going to make a difference. But I also want to say that with other organizations that have done it, similar to your industry, when we had a wrap-up last year, like for example with the Heineken field sales team, some of the delegates there said that they actually decided to take it home and work through it as a family, because that's what makes the difference. And then they hold one another accountable, to the extent where someone would say, that it's not in the book, and therefore, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to call the doctor. I don't know where she's going to get my number, but, she's going to call the doctor. And it really, really made a significant difference in the lives of that team. Not only the individuals, but the families as such. So starting off then, on a more serious note, talking about the topic, I just want to make sure I get my for some reason it doesn't want to move, so it's maybe not that resilient. Just a moment, please. Okay, there we go. So during COVID, they say that when a prophet is never honored in their own country or in their own home, we've always been trying to tell business leaders that, for your business to become resilient, you cannot be a resilient business without having resilient people. And then COVID struck, and suddenly a thought leader from Harvard Business School, a lady by the name of Rosabeth Moss-Kanter, she posted this statement that said, uncertainty is the new normal and resilience is the new critical skill. And when she said it, suddenly resilience became a hot topic, as such. So if we talk about this particular thing, and it ties in very well with your main theme here about uncertainty. Now, can I just say that before we start talking about the concept as such, uncertainty is the number one cause of disengagement and burnout. And just by the way, for those of you that still think burnout is only something that's been documented, the World Health Organization, that's going to issue me with that long service award, they've recognized burnout in 2019 officially as a critical medical condition as such. So here again, uncertainty is the number one cause of disengaged people, stress and burnout. But what is the cause of that? The cause of that is that when there's uncertainty, there's basically a void that's created in the brain. And that void is always filled with one of two things, either fear or irrational beliefs. So I just refer to those irrational beliefs as the master's degree, the MSU, making stuff up. So some people become overqualified in uncertainty. And therefore, one of the key drivers of successful change is that in change, we have to create certainty as soon as possible. So this morning, your leadership highlighted some of the key drivers that's going to take you to those particular objectives that you want to achieve. And therefore, I want to also urge you, hold your leadership accountable for creating certainty as soon as possible. Because sometimes I cannot believe what I see business or corporates are doing to people, and let them linger there in their uncertainty kind of thing. So what is this thing, resilience? So we can give a lot of different definitions, but you can surely see on the slide there, it's about a lot of different things. So common descriptor is that ability to bounce back. Now, ASCO, I would like to say to you that resilience is not about bouncing back. Resilience has to be about bouncing forward. So if you bounce, at least bounce forward, because then there's progress. Now, having worked with ASCO, now I learned this morning for 20 years, basically, I can tell you that there's been so many occasions where ASCO was almost down and out. Not because of your own wrongdoing or something like that, but a supplier that had a global strategy and suddenly you were affected by it. But what did you do? You always seem to bounce forward. Right, and for that, you need to be proud. So you are part of an organization, some of you not that long, others for very long. So you have been part of something that has consistently bounced forward. So ASCO is a good example for me of a resilient organization. But what were those key enablers? It started with leadership that seemed to find a way. And sometimes in those sessions that we facilitated, you could hear that they want to find a way. Why? Because people like yourself and those people that's in the trade, you are critically important to them. And like you've seen on the slides this morning, they also provide you focus and direction, even, to do something like fill your pocket with profit share. But that cannot be all. So like I said a little bit earlier, it's also got a lot to do with the cadre and the quality of people that ASCO employs. So from that perspective, that willing and able, cadre of people that make things happen on the ground, you also believe in And remember, buy-in gets you to the line, but believing gets you across the line, kind of thing. And well done to all of you for always believing in and not giving up, kind of thing. So sometimes you remind me a little bit of the Springbok rugby team. And if you think about the last World Cup that we have won, what was the common thing that they realized, from the quarterfinals onwards, is that even when they were behind, they always found a way out. And even winning with 1 point, they could lift the World Cup. It was good enough. Unfortunately, there's no half a points, in that kind of game. Sometimes when I watch soccer, I think they should allocate a half a point for a goal because it takes so long to score, kind of thing. So where should we start then this morning? So recognize firstly that you're part of a resilient family. And secondly, start by giving yourself much, much more credit. Because I think more than often, we tend to only focus on the things that's wrong. While we should sometimes stop and make time to smell the roses and recognize the fact that, again, the only way out was through, but I got through. And what do? We never stop and give ourselves credit for that. And I think that journey and stopping to understand what got me through, in that is the learning that's going to make you more resilient. So I'm going to say a little bit more about that. Okay, so that's the credit part. But what is the reality? If we do a bit of a reality check. So this morning you saw the figures, and well done to you for achieving. For those people that were a little bit in the red, don't see that as failure. See that as, okay, the line is in the sand, and now we're going to step up. Now we're going to step up. And the reality that I want to speak about this morning, ladies and gentlemen, is that, like Mike Tyson used to say, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. And that is unfortunately a reality. A lot of times you have a plan and you think it's a foolproof plan, and then you get punched in the face. And once again, there you go, you feel down and out, and you feel like I'm flat on my back again. Now I have to get up again and try again. Okay, but how do top performers do that? And that's the part that I want to focus on this morning, to give you some advice and maybe some insights in terms of that, and not spoil the book for you then as such. Right, so something that was really, really an eye-opener to me is that I want to maybe give credit to one of my colleagues at the business school, or, he's more involved at the psychology department there at the Northwest University, and whatever. Probably the most awarded person in the world, and I don't exaggerate when I say that. So just to give you an example, when he got involved, he's a performance improvement consultant, and when he got involved with Formula One, he got involved with McLaren. And then he said to me, this year we're going to win the Drivers' Championship, and in 2025 we're going to win both. And then they did it. But what is his philosophy? Oh, I should also mention, beginning of last year, he got involved with the South African cricket team. And suddenly they won. Kind of thing. So what is his key philosophy? His key philosophy is, when I start at any kind of organization, I always start at the top. Because leadership either create an environment where people can flourish or where they perish. Right, now, thinking about your track record, the leadership has been that particular part of your business that has never given up on you. And therefore, if you can become that ecosystem where we don't create silos and we understand how everybody's contribution makes a difference in contributing to ASCO being a thriving organization, only then will you be able to meet and exceed and then thrive, not merely survive. But then if we take it to the ground, where the tacky is the tar, what is the key thing? And this is the insight that I've gained from him. It's definitely not my own. He said, top performers never rise to the occasion. Yes, and I had to think long and deep about that. How do they then perform? And that part that's highlighted there is what I need you to take note of this morning. Top performers never rise to the occasion. They always revert to their highest level of preparation. Okay, so the fact that they perform is not luck. The fact that they perform is based on the hard yards that they've put in that enables them to perform when it really matters. Okay, and I'm going to give you a few pointers on that, because I'm sure that when you heard about profit share, suddenly you got a bit of oomph, there in your most important place. Right, so what are some of the key requirements that's going to enable your individual, team, business resilience? So when I think about the concept of resilience, ladies and gentlemen, my analogy that I use is a bungee jump. Right, so think about it. If somebody performs a bungee jump, there's 3 critical places in that particular, or executing that particular, task or decision or whatever. And what are the 3? So firstly, I need to secure or ensure that the rope, the bungee cord, is secure to me. Okay, now that is your own willingness and ability. I'm okay. Right. The second point that is critical is you need to have a bungee cord that's elastic. It cannot be a cable, because otherwise, you're going to break your back or your neck, if you're going to jump, because there's no elasticity in a cable. So the Afrikaans term for resilience is veerkragtigheid. So it talks about elasticity. Now, the only way for you to enable that elasticity is if the third point is in place. And what is that? You need to make sure that your rope is secure to the platform. Now, let me tell you, in my whole career now, only 5 people said to me who bungeed, when I asked them, what did you check before you jumped? All of them checked whether the rope was secure to them. Only 5 people said, I confirmed that the rope is secure to the platform. Now that could be a bit of a wake-up call, eh? If your rope is not secure, you're going to bounce, but not back. You're probably going to fall yourself into a bushman sketch, and with a rope, but that's not going to help you. So, ladies and gentlemen, the critical thing about resilience is you need to go and think about, with whom do I need to secure my rope? Life and work. Because resilience is all about understanding the significance of your support structure. And if you don't feel supported, if we take it to the business world, it's called a critical dependency. If your critical dependencies are not helping you to perform or enables you to perform what you're required to perform, you're not going to bounce back. You're not going to bounce back. Right, so therefore, if there's something that prevents you from performing, don't wait for somebody else to go and secure that rope. Please, for your own best interest, as well as that of the organization, kind of thing, go and have the crucial conversation. Okay, otherwise you're finding yourself rather in mid-air so often, and you feel out of control, kind of thing. But what makes you feel in control? Only if you feel that jerk, because now the elasticity can kick in. But what does that tell you? My rope is secure. So please make time to secure your rope. Right. The second thing that is a requirement, and this is, forgive my limited graphic ability here, is that you've got two choices. You can either choose an active approach to cope, or you can choose a passive approach to cope. Now, my learning in my journey that led up to the book and enabling others to do that is that sometimes, or most of the time rather, you think you can achieve everything by yourself. Well done for thinking that. But the problem is, that's not real. It's not realistic. So therefore, what should I do? I should acknowledge the fact that it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to reach out. Because if you understand that active approach, the opposite of that is a passive approach. And the passive approach, what really underpins that is that people that only talk about challenges, but they do nothing. And somebody might have told you in your career that, a stress relief technique is talk about problems. Talk won't get you across the line. All right, it's about doing the right thing and acknowledge the fact that there's certain things that I cannot do by myself. I need support. Right, so pull yourself towards yourself and do what's right. Otherwise, you're going to fall into the passive coping category. And what does that lead to? The snowball approach. Now it's going to snowball out of control. And then lastly, in that regard, I want to say is, when something is small enough for you to handle, do it. Because the longer you postpone, that gorilla, grows so big that you cannot contain it anymore. So start when it's doable. Don't wait until it becomes a monster. Right. The third thing that I want to highlight, and this also talks about your change. So this is probably one of the key change or successful change principles globally, kind of thing. And if you need to really believe this today. And what is that? Your capabilities, your capacity always needs to be larger than or exceed the challenge. Okay, so you need to ask yourself, if there's a target that I need to make, if there's an objective that I need to achieve, do I have the capacity? Do I have the critical capabilities? And if not, you need to have the crucial conversation. Not sulk and feel like a victim, but actually get up and go and do something about it because someone else might have a similar problem. Now, let me tell you that with all the change projects that I've worked, this is the critical thing. Well, let me first say the following. The number one principle in successful change, so I hope I'm not treading on somebody else's topic here. The number one principle in successful change is you cannot outsource change. Change needs to be understood, and it needs to be led, and it needs to be owned at all levels of a business. Right, you cannot outsource it. So if you doubt, think about, we've had phenomenal organizations in this country like an ASCO and like SARS, so they are exceptional at what they do. Sometimes I feel it's like a magician, because now you see it, now you don't. That's how quick they take your money. But certainly what made me proud was standing, or doing work, abroad, and someone said, "You from South Africa?" I said, "Yeah." I thought they're going to say, "Oh, Nelson Mandela, Table Mountain, Kruger Park." They didn't say that. And for an American to admit that you're doing something good, that's good. And they said, "You know what? You've got the most advanced tax collection system in the world. Your SARS is a case study at our business school when I did my MBA." And then somebody else said, "But you've also got the world's leading electricity utility." And I stood there and I felt proud. But what brought them to where they are today? SARS have recovered. Eskom is on the road to recovery. They outsourced the change. Change became an invoice. Now, for the 3 global awards where I was fortunate to be part of change teams that won global awards, the principle we drove was, you cannot outsource it. You have to enable people at all levels to achieve that, even with a company the magnitude of ShopRite. You cannot outsource it. So once you understand it, you understand what capacity is required. And only then will you see positive movement. If not, you're going to stagnate, or you will be pushed in a negative direction. Right, the fourth requirement, and this is something that I think we don't always make enough time, we don't really think about it, and once again, the team that I referred to a little bit earlier, we did specific research on whether they're doing it or not, and that is, do we make time to recharge our batteries, or do we make time to refuel our tank? And what I want to say to you today, ladies and gentlemen, is that some people have this misunderstanding that resilience is about how you endure. It's about seeing how long you can stay underwater. I mean, you're not an amphibious creature, unless you want to acknowledge today that you are a crocodile or something like that. So what is it all about? Resilience is about how you recharge. So what do we need to do? I need to recharge throughout the day. I need to recharge tonight when I get home. Weekends, I need to recharge. When I'm on leave, I need to recharge. Because when I come back, I have to give 100% again. Now, as I've probably shared with some of you that had to listen to my talk on this topic, is I learned the hard way, cycling. And you can think with a peculiar figure like mine, if you do a 100-mile race kind of thing, it's already effort. And then I did exactly what I showed you a little bit earlier in terms of the active approach to coping. I was training and training and training, but I wasn't getting better. And then I asked a professional, and he looked at my sequence, my effort, and he said to me, I can see that you're still old school. And I said, don't get personal. He said, I'm talking about the fact that you still no pain, no gain. And I said, but is there another way? He said, yeah. And then he asked me, he said, if you are on a race, if you go uphill, how much effort do you put in? Now, if you remember the previous slide, is my time over? No. Okay, right. So the person asked me, if you go uphill, how much effort do you put in? I think off is the right. Yeah. Anyway, so if you look at the previous slide, what did it say? Your capacity needs to exceed your challenge. So my answer to him to that question was, I have to give 100%, otherwise I go back. If you understand physics when you start cycling. And then he asked me the next question, and he said to me, okay, and on the downhill? I said, I also give 100% because now I have to catch the oaks that overtook me. And he said, that's your mistake. It's 100 miles. It's not a sprint. You need to recover on the downhill because guess what's waiting for you? Another uphill. I want you to think about life and work like that and ask yourself, do I make enough time to recover for the next uphill? And sometimes I wonder, why am I struggling? So effort recovery or planned recovery is probably the most critical individual skill towards being resilient. Otherwise, you're going to run out of fuel. Okay, so I'll leave it at that. Okay, now I gave you some of the requirements. Now the question is, now where do I start with all of this? Where do I start with all of this? And the first thing that I want to highlight to you today is I need you to please take me serious on this particular matter. And you can hear that there's not a leadership talk and then the rest talk. There's one message for all of you. And what is that particular thing? We have to start with that thing that we are not prioritizing. And that is you need to start prioritizing self-care. Because I'm not one of those people, ladies and gentlemen, that believe in the concept of, is your glass half full? The only way for you to give more of yourself is if your cup overflows. Think about it logically. If your cup is half full, the only way to give is to spill. And spillage is not spontaneous giving. Please stop spilling. Because you give a lot of yourself, ASCO. But what do you need to do? You need to make time to get to that place where you need to be, and that is in the abundance quadrant. And what is that abundance quadrant? My glass is full. My cup overflows. I can give more of myself. But for some reason, that's the thing that we are not prioritizing. So yeah, last year, my wife had to remind me, and she said to me, you had a procedure on Monday. Now you want to drive to Nelspruit, less than a week. What was that story in your book again? What do you have to prioritize again? So for the second time in my career of 29 and a half years, I had to phone a client and say, shucks, can be postponed. So it's a great characteristic, ladies and gentlemen, to always put other people first. But there are situations where you also have to put yourself and your well-being first. Because what's the dilemma? The people that deserve it less gets the worst side of you when you come home tonight. So you need to recover on your way home. You can't have the children hiding and say, yo, let's first see, what's the mood in the camp like tonight? And when it's safe, we get out of the cupboard. And then when you flip open that laptop, you tell them, do you think I'm doing it for myself? I'm doing this for you, but you know you're lying. Okay? Right, so what are the two key requirements then for prioritizing that? The first one is, you need to know where you're going in life and in work. So we can learn from children's stories, believe it or not. Alice in Wonderland, she got into the fork in the road. I have to pronounce that carefully, the fork in the road. And then she asked the cat, I don't know which road to take. And what was the cat's reply? All depends where you want to go, Alice. And she said, I'm not sure. And then the cat said, in that case, any road will take you there. If you don't have a true north, what are you measuring yourself against? And what happens then? I become like a yacht without a rudder. You go where the wind takes you. So that's something that I need you to go and think about. What do I want out of work? What do I want out of life? And am I still on track? The second thing that is a requirement is self-acceptance. My goodness, is this high on the list of why people are struggling to cope? Because we're so hard, so busy trying to keep up with the Joneses. Instead of just being the best you always want to be somebody else. And without you realizing it, somebody else wants to be more like you. Can you see the vicious circle? So please, just create the best you, and then you turn up. And that, I can tell you today, without having a mandate, that is what ASCO appointed. You. I know, because we're doing the testing. Yeah. So they appointed you because you're good enough. And now all that you can do is get better. But the better you, not somebody else. The next thing, if you want to prioritize self-care, ladies and gentlemen, is we have to learn to set boundaries. Now, that's a topic I can talk about for a long time. So I don't think we have to go there. And without being arrogant or anything like this, understand, please, today, there are times where the calf is in the pit, where I have to take work home. But if your day requires of you to take work home every day, it can only be one of two things: your personal competence or your workload. You need to decide. And if it is workload, the leadership that I know from ASCO will try to understand. But if you're going to suffer there in silence, they might think it's all okay. So can I ask you again today, go and think about your life, your work, and am I setting boundaries? Because a philosophy that I live by is what you tolerate becomes the norm. I'm going to repeat that. What you tolerate becomes the norm. So if you do nothing, then that becomes the norm. Okay? The next thing that I want to highlight, I'm not going to read through all the detail, but something that I want to mention here, David Brailsford, the British cycling fraternity, they didn't really achieve. And for me as a South African, if you think about Britain and the weather, I don't really like the fact that Britain outperforms us in anything, kind of thing. It goes a long way, or comes from history as such. And in that shoddy weather, these pommies, they dominating cycling. What made the difference? This man came into the cycling fraternity, and what did he identify? He said, it's about the small things. So what is the message here today? Sometimes we think we need a total heart, transplant or an engine replacement. Start with the small things that's going to move your dial. And then, when you achieve it, embed it, anchor it, it becomes part of you, that better you. And look at that. If you get 1% better every day, by the end of the year, you are 37% better than the beginning of the year. But look at the opposite. If you do nothing, you go to zero. So what did David Brailsford refer to this as? And a lot of businesses have adopted this principle now. The aggregation of marginal gains. So last year, working with 2 regions in the financial sector, I'm proud to say that they were number 1 and number 2 in their challenge. What did we get them to do? Stop looking for the big deal. The culmination of the smaller ones adds up to the bigger ones. But it doesn't mean that one person has to do it. Everybody in the team needs to grow or make the dial move. Because then we're going to see, that culmination or the add-up effect. Right. So go and think about yourself. If that self-acceptance is still a bit of a challenge for you, think about yourself. What is it that I want to do different or better? Start with something small. When you achieve it, that sense of achievement is already something that's going to build your resilience. Anchor it, embed it, move to the next one. But don't forget to celebrate it. Right? Like my grandmother used to say, too much of a good thing is not good, so don't over-celebrate. You know what I'm saying? Right, so what is going to help you, ladies and gentlemen, to enable yourself to get better and to achieve those things that ASCO expects of you, but also that you want out of life? So you might frown upon this morning, but I would like to ask you, just think about it. So maybe you've tried a lot of different things, and now I say to you this morning, what is going to help or what is going to enable the compound interest of self-improvement? So for those that doesn't understand compound interest, think about when you bought your car or your home, how much did it cost? And when you paid it every month, how much did you pay for the car or the home after X amount of years? Right, maybe you'll be shocked. Now that's exactly this, but it's a positive compound. What is it? Habits and routines. So if I had to give you one bit of advice this morning, my advice would be, don't go and look for the big things. Start thinking about, are there habits and routines that I can make part of me? Because what do you enable then? You actually enable your autopilot. Right, so I take it that a lot of you drove here this morning. So while driving here, did you still have to think about what to do while driving? Left foot on the clutch, off the clutch, left hand or whatever on the gear lever. I'm talking about the normal people that have automatic cars and. And when you see the red lights in front of you, do you ask yourself, ooh, what should I do? Your autopilot is busy taking you home or work, and you didn't think about it. You did it. You did something complex. But what got you there? Autopilot. Now, what enables that autopilot? Habits and routines. Let me just mention for the record that it was probably one of my most stressful times in my life. And it happened twice when you have to drive with a car with a red L on the back window. Who's driving that car? The person that thinks they can drive. And you sitting in the passenger seat. My daughter said to me one day, Daddy, thank you for not putting your hand on the handbrake like Mommy does. But what she didn't see were the dents, where my feet were at the time. Yeah. So, what should I do then? When you're in that moment, the difference between good and great is your ability now to function under pressure. So where should we start? We should start with those things that create pressure for you. What do? I go and think about it, and I develop a routine or a habit. And I will elaborate a little bit more about that just now. Okay, so what do? We have to enable ourselves to function under pressure. Because pressure is where the whole stress resilience cycle starts. You cope with a heck of a lot of pressure, and then that one thing pushes you over the edge. And then you feel like I'm in midair. But what is it that creates that pressure for me? I need to identify that, and then I need to be able to switch to autopilot. Now, if I can go back to that winning team, I challenge you. If you ever bump into anybody that lifted that World Cup, and you ask them, what enabled you to win the World Cup? Because we were far from the favorites. Nobody actually gave us a chance, because in the quarterfinals, we had to play France, in France. But ladies and gentlemen, if I can make it practical, let me give you an example. That team, what did they do? They identified those things that's going to enable them to win. And then what did they do off the field? They practiced it. They practiced it. And in the process, they believed that all we need to do, if there's 2 or 5 minutes left, we have to enforce the scrum. Because Oxen Chair, and please take him serious, he says, salads don't win scrums. So stop trying to force people to eat salad, for goodness sake. And that team believed it, that if we can enforce the scrum, we're going to enforce the penalty. And if we get the penalty, Andre Pollard will convert it. And think about the World Cup. That's exactly how it transpired. But how did they do it? They prepared themselves for that particular moment. They did not have to think about it. Right, so if I can summarize, and we're not far from the end of my talk. That's self-improvement. What's the sequence? I really don't mind sharing the slides with you if it will help. I see some of you are busy watching. Yeah, so first, give yourself credit and understand that I have bounced forward so many times. But I don't want to end up in that situation again and having to think about what should I do to get out. What should I do in that moment now? I must make time to stop and think, what enabled me to get through? And then, if it's possible for yourself, translate that, into a habit or into a routine. And if you want to call it something smarter, translate it into a process. A process, because business is process. If you want to improve your business, fine-tune your processes and then add the capacity. But in sport, It's all about process. And a beautiful example of that, Ashley Buhai, talented young lady. She turned pro when she was 15 in golf, and everybody expected her to knock lights out, but she struggled with the pressure. 2 years ago, she had one of the best years ever. And then she won in a playoff, the tournament that everybody wants to win. She won in a playoff against the world number 1, but she was in a tough position. And then her caddy said to her, Ashley, prove to the world that why you are number 1 in sand saves. And she looked at the caddy, and the caddy said, okay, if that sounds a bit complex, just go back to your process. Just execute the process, and the result will come. So, habit, routine, process, call it what you want. And once I've done that now I start applying purposeful practice. In other words, practice it under pressure. Right, so in doing that, what am I busy doing? I'm acquiring the skill. I'm making it an integral part of me, my being, my everyday life and work. But it doesn't have to stop there. You can consistently fine-tune it so that you can step up when it really matters. Right, now what happens now? That habit and routine is now autopilot. So what is the very nice thing to understand here is, autopilot, ladies and gentlemen, is 20 times faster than the logic brain. You don't have to think anymore. You just do. So can you see, you take the pressure off your command and control center, the brain. Right, and what do I do now? I use my thinking brain to solve complex problems. So I'm willing to put my hand on paper today to say, if you develop productive habits, productive routines, productive processes if you want to, you are increasing the odds of you becoming more effective and more efficient. So why do we emphasize that so much? Because top performers, they don't rise to the occasion. They always revert to their highest level of preparation. So can you see, maybe you have not been delayed. Maybe you've been prepared for bigger things, but you have to start taking ownership of your own preparation. If there's any questions or comments, I will gladly take them now. If not, I'll understand. Nothing? All right. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris, for your insights. Our next speaker is Emma Sadler. I'm going to introduce the speaker. We're glad to have her with us. Is one of South Africa's foremost experts. Okay. Okay, seems like you have a 5-minute stretch break. I don't know. That's what I was looking to see. She is one of South Africa's foremost experts on social media law, digital reputation, and online safety. She is an admitted attorney with a BA-LLB from the University of Witwatersrand and an LLM in Information Technology, Media and Communication Law from the London School of Economics. Before founding the digital law company in 2013, she practiced media litigation at a major law firm. Emma helps organizations, schools, parents, and individuals navigate the legal and reputational risks of digital communication. She is a sought-after speaker, media commentator, and educator, and addresses audiences across Africa and internationally, and lectures on media law and personal reputation management. She is the author and co-author of several influential books on social media, digital behavior, including Don't Film Yourself Having Sex. I read that right. And other legal advice for the age of social media, and how not to mess up online. Let's give her a warm welcome.
Testing, got it. Thank you, Mervyn, thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to be here. I hope that you find this session interesting. It sounds like we've got a lot of time. I actually need double the amount of time to do justice to the topic, but I'm going to chat until 1. Now, I should leave time for questions at the end. I can tell you now I'm not going to. So if you have questions as we go, then stop me, interrupt me, redirect me at any stage. I'm very, very happy to be interrupted. Also because I'm going to jump around quite a lot. So if you ask questions when we're dealing with a specific issue, it's often more helpful. Okay, so who's heard me speak before? I'm always amazed when I find people who've never heard me speak before. I feel like I've spoken to the whole country at least twice. Because I speak a lot. I speak at schools, I speak at companies, I speak at conferences, I speak at universities. So some of you have heard me speak before. It would probably be in the school context when I'm doing parent talks. Today I've got my corporate hat on. So we're going to be talking about law. We're going to be talking a lot about reputation. Reputation of the business, your personal reputation, how those two things interplay. And we're going to talk about disciplinary consequences. So it sounds like I'm the no man, like I'm here to say, get off all of these platforms. I'm absolutely not. I love social media. Social media has been so helpful to my business. When I worked, Mervyn said I worked at a big law firm. I did. I worked at Weber Wenzel for a long time. And then I resigned. And the senior partner came to me, and they were like, are you mad? How are you going to get clients? How are you going to make money? And I just said in my sweetest voice, well, if it doesn't work, I'd be very grateful if you take me back. And I've thankfully never had to make that call. I've been busy every single day for 13 years. I've never spent a cent on advertising. I've never spent a cent on marketing. I've styled myself as the expert on social media on the continent. The kids know they can DM me in the middle of the night, and I'll get back to them as soon as possible. If they're being bullied, there's some horrible case going on. And I'm at the coalface. So I'm basically the person people call when things go wrong. If your child has got some horrible issue, they're the victim of some horrible online harm, then I deal with parents, I deal with the kids directly. Sextortion is a huge part of the business that I'm dealing with. So for those of you with children, we will talk a little bit. Who's got children? I would imagine a lot. Okay, so I'm going to mention a couple of things around children and the kinds of issues I'm seeing. And then I deal a lot with companies when an employee goes rogue, when there's footage of an employee during the holidays, they're on leave and they behave in a horrific way, and it gets captured and then it's circulated. Look at this ASCO employee, and then we've got a problem, right? And how that impacts the business. Let's start at the beginning. So I'm a law nerd, so we've got to do some legal principles, right? The law in South Africa says that as soon as content has been seen by one other person, as soon as what I'm saying into my phone has been seen by just one other person, in the eyes of the law, we treat that content as if it has been published on the front page of the newspaper. So what that means is that there's no difference in the laws that apply to what I say to you now, what I say on radio later, television, front page of the Sunday Times, on a billboard, or on a WhatsApp group to 2 people. Or on my WhatsApp status. I couldn't count how many times I've been an expert witness just in the last year in cases where people have been fired because of what they've put on their WhatsApp status. So that's what we're going to talk about a lot today, that sort of intersection between the personal and the professional. Now, I know some of you are not from South Africa, you're not based here. I can tell you Namibia and South African law, pretty much identical. Zambia, I know some of you are from Zambia, it's, if anything, a bit stricter. quite a lot more conservative, still rules around insult laws, not publishing terrible things about the president. In South Africa, we'd all be in prison. So South Africa is a little bit more robust in looking after freedom of speech. So if you're from one of those more conservative countries, just remember that there may be some additional laws that we haven't spoken about. But I'm happy to take questions on that. I work in all the countries, well, not all, but a lot of the countries on the continent. So I have to give myself a crash course on the laws on the ground just before I get there. Okay, so WhatsApp groups. Actually, before we go further, who's on Facebook? Okay. Who used to be on Facebook has gone off Facebook? Okay, good life choice. No, I'm joking. I still love Facebook. Facebook is for old people, though. It is, guys. Who is on Instagram? Okay, who's got a public account on Instagram? Who's got a private account on Instagram? Who doesn't know what I'm talking about? Okay, who has got lots of followers? Who are my influencers? Influencers, okay, one or two. I'm going to talk about a few influencer matters because it is becoming more and more regulated. I've got a few slides on it as we go on. Who's on TikTok? Who actually makes content for TikTok? Okay, cool. Who's on Snapchat? Okay, who's on Twitter? X. Yes, it's Twitter these days, guys. It's like the Nazi porn bar. Or is that just my algorithm? I don't know. It's like, I used to love Twitter. I used to say that Twitter was for my friends, Facebook was for my friends, and Twitter was for the people I wanted to be my friends. Now I don't want to know any of those people. They must go. Okay, so what are the big platforms? Who updates their WhatsApp status? Okay. Who is on a WhatsApp group with people they don't know? Who's the admin of a WhatsApp group? Okay. Who follows any WhatsApp channels? Who's got no idea what I'm talking about when I say WhatsApp channels? Okay. Who's got no idea what I'm talking about when I say WhatsApp channels and also has children? Okay, then let me quickly pause and just tell you about it because I wasn't going to go there, but it is important. So I had this huge case against Meta last year where there were these WhatsApp channels that started. I was literally sitting at my desk on a Friday afternoon. I was about to take my young kids to Bluey. It was live at Monty. Damn cute. And I started getting these inbox messages from kids. Ma'am, they call me ma'am now because I'm old. I told you I'm on Facebook. And they were like, ma'am, there's these WhatsApp channels throwing shade on people's names. So they started sending me links. And I'm really going to summarize what could be a 2-hour talk in itself because it was a fascinating week and an awful week. But what I really realized was how dangerous these WhatsApp channels are. And to be honest with you, I would prefer my children were on Snapchat, Instagram, and TikTok before they were on WhatsApp, given what I discovered on WhatsApp. And I think that a lot of us are like, oh, well, you know, my child's too young to be on these traditional social media platforms, but they can be on WhatsApp so they can tell me that swimming's cancelled and I've got to pick them up earlier, or be on the family WhatsApp group. The WhatsApp channel, so the difference between a WhatsApp group and a WhatsApp channel. A WhatsApp group is encrypted, so it's safer. There are 1,024 people maximum capacity. That still sounds hellish to me, but at least there is a maximum. And there's identifying information, so you can see who the admins are, at least a cell phone number. You could see who else is on the group. Now, if you compare that to the WhatsApp channels, the channels are a way to communicate from one person to lots. There's no limit. There are WhatsApp channels with over 500 million followers. You can't see who created it. You can't see who else is on it. You can see three things: the name of the WhatsApp channel, how many people are following it, and the date and time stamp it was created. That's it. Now, what these kids were doing was they were creating these things called shade rooms, usually defined by geographic area. So there was Johannesburg South Shade Room. And then they were sending user-generated content, which they were soliciting on Instagram. So putting out a call saying, here's an anonymous Instagram account, send us your leaks, which were primarily nudes of girls and sex tapes, so videos of kids. When I say kids, mostly tweens and teens in private sexual moments, and then horrible stuff, terrible, not just bullying, not just defamation, way beyond that. You know, this girl is in grade 8 at this school, and this is her name, and this is her social media handle, and her body count is higher than her age. And this one exchanges sex for transport, and this one is being sexually abused by her father. But all this, so that first channel they sent me on that Friday lunchtime, by the time I got back from Blue, I was obviously working it while I was my poor children, but had 50,000 followers. And I'd seen 2,000 separate pieces of child pornography on that channel. Now, I made a quick public service announcement saying, check which channels your children are on. But what I realized quite quickly was that you can access all of the content on a WhatsApp channel without joining it. So you can go into your WhatsApp channel section now, and there's no way of turning it off. Press the search button, search horny girls, and you'll get 20,000 different channels recommended to you that you can go and open without actually joining, and there's no way to turn it off. So a big part of my work this year will be campaigning to at least be able, for parents to be able to deactivate that section. As I say, I'm not here to talk about the parenting stuff, but just so you know, this WhatsApp channel world inside WhatsApp is pretty terrifying. And the other thing on WhatsApp is these kids forming relationships with AI chatbots. That it's horrible, but that's really a talk for another day. I better stay focused. Okay, so WhatsApp groups. As soon as content has been seen by one other person, the laws kick in. More and more, we're seeing cases like this land up in the High Court for defamation. So this is somebody who says about the artist formerly known as Jimmy Manyi, "You lame, horny old donkey. Remember how you came to Wits and you wanted to beep, and that's the woman's name? Remember how you gave her 40K so you can harvest her? Lazy, horny, stinky donkey," right? Now, some of this is just baseless abuse. But some of this is really, really defamatory. He did sue for defamation. It doesn't matter whether it's on a WhatsApp group or the front page of the newspaper. Now, if we just quickly appreciate what that means, it literally means that what you're saying to your two best mates on a WhatsApp group, legally, we treat it as if it's published on the front page of the newspaper. All of those same consequences apply. So we have civil law in South Africa. Civil law is when I sue you or you sue me. I sue you for defamation. I sue you for infringing my privacy. I get a protection order against you under the Protection from Harassment Act because you're threatening me, stalking me, cyberbullying me. Anyone know what the age of civil capacity is in South Africa? The age at which you can sue and be sued? 7. Yeah. 12 is the right answer for criminal law. So from 12 years old, you can be arrested, be sent to prison. Under the age of 12 in South Africa, no criminal capacity. Most of the other African countries, it's actually a bit lower, the age of criminal capacity. But in South Africa, it's 12. So when we're dealing with criminal law, we're dealing with extortion. As I said, sextortion, huge part of my business. Criminuria, which is when somebody seriously infringes your dignity. Now, I always point to my tummy when I'm talking about dignity, because I feel like that's where it sits. You know what I mean? Like somebody says, "Emma, you're a fat cow." I don't care. It's not nice, but I don't care. Someone says, "Emma, you're a fraud. You've bought your degrees. You're a scam artist." Or, "Emma, you're racist." Or, then we're getting into criminuria territory. Other criminal offenses, if you send somebody a threat now, a threat of damage to property, a threat of violence, "I'm going to beat you up tomorrow. I'm going to burn your house down." It can be a voice note, a direct message. Doesn't matter. It becomes a criminal offense. That's very new law. It came into force about 2 years ago, which is, in legal terms, it's a fetus, right? A lot of the police don't even know about it. Incitement is a criminal offense now. Other criminal offenses, everything to do with underage sexting. Under the age of 18, you create private sexual content, send it to someone, somebody asks you for private sexual content, it's solicitation of child pornography. And then a huge part of my work at the moment, it always has been, a huge part is image-based violence, in particular what a lot of people call revenge porn, but non-consensual distribution of private sexual images. So I send you a nude, you show your mates, or put it on the internet. In South Africa, that's now a 300,000 Rand fine and 4 years in prison, which is fabulous. I worked on it for years, right? There's also another criminal offense under the Cyber Crimes Act. But what I did just want to mark is that it's very important people understand that we in South Africa are treating AI-generated images as if they were real. So if somebody asks Grok to undress me or bikinify me, put me in a skimpy bikini and cover me in donut glaze, that's what I've been dealing with a lot this year. I mean, I'm sure you guys have been seeing what Grok's been up to, right? Grok like it's a human. It's not a human, it is a machine. In South Africa, we treat that as if it is real. So if somebody nudifies your child, that's happening a lot. So someone goes to your teenage daughter's Instagram account, takes a very sweet picture of them doing something totally innocent, uses AI technologies to nudify the person, and they're so accurate now. That would be creation of child pornography, distribution of child pornography, non-consensual distribution of private sexual images, criminuria, etc., etc. Does that make sense? Okay, so before we get into some case law, I just want to tell you that there's this other principle we all need to know about, and it's the same pretty much throughout Africa. It's called the chain of publication. Now, the chain of publication simply means that every single person in the chain of publishing illegal content is responsible for it. So you send me a racist meme, I press forward, I become responsible for that content. It doesn't matter that I didn't create it, that I wasn't the originator of it. Does that make sense? I retweet something on X, I share something on Instagram, I've looked at it, I've decided to publish it. That should be pretty obvious. Now, I do appreciate that sometimes we share content for the purposes of naming and shaming. Look at this terrible person, look at this horrible whatever. Just make it very obvious from the way you're sharing content. Two things. Firstly, that to the stupidest person reading it, they can tell you're not agreeing with what you're sharing. And the second is that there's nothing in there which would make things worse by sharing. So confidential information, financials that haven't been released, the identity of a victim of sexual abuse, a child involved in a court case. Do you know what I mean? Just make sure that you're not, by sharing it, you're not permeating the harm. Then the extension of this chain of publication principle is that if you have the ability to stop something from being published, and you choose not to, you're complicit in it. It's quite an important extension of the principle. It basically means if somebody puts child pornography on my Facebook page, I'm not responsible if I don't know about it, but the second I become aware of it, I step into the shoes of the person who published it. I must either be prepared to back it, endorse it, defend it, or I must go and delete it. So I post something on Instagram, and I say, this is my best friend, Sarah. She's so beautiful, heart, heart. And someone comments on it, how can you be friends with that chick? She's such a slut, she's a loser, she's a liar, she's a fraud, whatever the terrible thing is. I can go and delete it because it's my Insta account. The law says if I don't, it's as if I wrote it. You with me so far? So Hello Peter, legally responsible for all the content on the website. They have a defense called innocent dissemination until they've been notified. But someone's written a horrible review about you. You tell Hello Peter they're hosting this illegal content. They then lose that defense of innocent dissemination, and they must either be able to defend it or remove it. Invariably, they'll remove it. Does that make sense? Okay, rad. Then there's one more extension of this principle, and that is if you have the ability to remove yourself from illegal content, to dissociate yourself, and you choose not to, you can be complicit in it. I know it sounds mad, but if you're on a WhatsApp group and there's something terrible going on that WhatsApp group, you can choose to get out of Dodge, right? If you're the admin, you're legally responsible for it because you have the ability as an admin to go and delete any content that you don't approve of. You can hold it down and say delete for me or delete for everyone. If we have a look at this case, this dreadful woman called Belinda Magor, some of you will remember this. It was in the context of people calling for pit bulls, you know the kind of dog? It was in the context of people calling for pit bulls to be banned. And she joined this WhatsApp group using a link. And she sent a 1 minute and 8 second voice note to the WhatsApp group in which she said, oh no, pit bulls shouldn't be banned. Black people should be banned. It gets worse. If you can imagine, it gets worse, it gets worse. She says that the wombs of black women should be removed and the corpses of black men should be thrown on the pyre. I always say I've seen it all. This was by far the worst racism I've ever seen. Now, she was arrested, charged with crimen injuria, serious infringement of dignity. I don't want to talk about her. She's a baddie. Not like you guys say baddie. She's a bad person. She must go to prison. I want to talk about the admin of the group, because I believe the admin of the group behaved in a way which means he won't be held legally responsible. So the first thing he did was he took evidence. Now, I can't emphasize how important it is, guys, to take evidence, to take good evidence, if you're ever the victim of an online harm. You, the company, your child, your colleague, your parent, this sort of generation, parents are getting scammed left, right, and our parents, right? So many sophisticated scams out there. So take evidence. I used to say screenshots, 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 but now with AI you can fake screenshots, right? So instead of saying take screenshots, it sounds so basic, but get somebody else's phone. Get your tablet, your burner phone, film the screen, scroll, play any voice notes, play any videos, wiggle it around a little bit. Any information you might need. So like when I was suing Meta, I would go into the channels, show what was still there, show the time, show the date, anything that might be useful. So he does this. The second thing he does is he holds the message down and says delete for everyone, and then he removes her from the group. By doing those three things, he's behaved in a way which means he shouldn't be going to prison with her. Does that make sense? So, just on the, if you can dissociate yourself, because if you're the admin very squarely, you're responsible. Yeah?
Sorry, I just want to ask, how do you, so I saw there's a new feature on WhatsApp that has disappearing messages.
Yes.
You can only view it once.
Yes.
So, I mean, you wouldn't know to go and get your phone, get a phone, record it.
No, but let me tell you, if you're a teenage boy who's received a view once from a girl, they are waiting with their burner phone. And and I'm afraid that is what we're seeing a lot of. So they're like, oh, well, Emma's told us we can't send nudes, and everybody's always shouting us about sexting, but I can send it as a view once, right? And then the naughty kid is sitting, not just naughty, I think it's actually criminal, but sitting and filming the screen. It presses play or open or view once, and then it's there. But yes, if it's not something that you anticipated to be illegal, or then it would be your word against theirs. And that makes it quite complicated. You know, in my early days of practice, which was pre-social media, it's amazing if you think about how quickly it all happened. Literally, we would have to call people from the dinner party. Did this person say that he was a pedophile? Did this person, you know, and it would be that kind of thing. Now it would be your word against them. So you would be able to see that there was a message sent. So you can see opened, but you can't see the content of it. It is tricky. Let me tell you about this case. It happened in Pretoria. And there was a couple who were married to each other and they got divorced. And the ex-husband got remarried to a new woman, right? Let's call her the new young stupid wife. I can say it, I am one of those. Okay, so the new young stupid wife goes onto Facebook and writes something terrible about the ex-wife, calls her a pedophile, doesn't name her. She says, how dare that woman let the teenage son bath the baby daughter? She is a pedophile. Then in writing this status, she tagged her husband. I should just say quickly, indirect reference is always sufficient. Across all of the countries represented here, if people can work out who you're talking about, it doesn't matter if you've named them or not. Somebody posts on Insta this afternoon, I can't believe we had to listen to that chick talking about social media. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's not even a lawyer. She's bought her degrees. She's a scam artist. I know who that woman is, right? Does that make sense? It's very important, indirect reference, and with the kids and bullying, often they think if they don't name little Susie, they're not going to get into trouble, but the same consequences apply. So the new young stupid wife writes the status, tags her husband. The husband doesn't do anything. He doesn't like the status, he doesn't comment on it, he doesn't share it, but what doesn't he do? Untag himself or delete it. So when the ex-wife sues for defamation, she sued them both. And I was in court. Judge Himstra said to the husband, but you could have untagged yourself. You chose to be associated with that content. You chose to be aligned with that view. You're in the chain of publication. You have to pay the same amount of damages as your new young stupid wife and half the legal costs. Now, up until even 10 years ago, even 6 years ago, the damages awards we got for defamation were so small. You were lucky if you got 30, 40, 50,000 rand. Now, there's just been a case in Cape Town where a UCT student, a TikToker, posted one TikTok about how a restaurant was racist, Hank's Old Irish Pub. He's been ordered to pay 1.25 million rand in damages plus the legal costs. It's a university student. It was totally untrue. If what you're saying is true, you can say it. It must be true and for the benefit of the public. In South Africa, true plus public benefit. In some countries, truth alone is a defense. Now, there's an employment law angle here when it comes to these WhatsApp groups and what I've been saying. This happened at Discovery. There were 10 employees on a WhatsApp group. And they were saying terrible things about Discovery, like really terrible. And they were also plotting, how do we keep Discovery closed after lockdown so they don't ever have to go back to work? But to the point that they've got a schedule of if people are going to make bomb threats and they're going to, basically they're just not acting in the best interests of Discovery, right? And all 10 of them were fired in that case. This is a more interesting case. So this happened at FNB. And there were 4 colleagues, employees of FNB on a WhatsApp group. It wasn't an official work WhatsApp group. It was just 4 people who happened to work in the same branch of a bank who were friends, and they were on this WhatsApp group. And they were saying terrible things about FNB. They were talking about how FNB was white monopoly capital, tantamount to slavery. They were talking about horrible racism about Musi Maimane and his white wife, and just really not Ayoba stuff, right? Now, we're going to talk about employment law and the categories, but we would call this biting the hand that feeds you. So FNB found out about it, and they fired all 4 employees. And a lot of people, is this my laptop making these stupid noises? If it is, I've pressed mute just in case, but I don't think it is. What was I saying? FNB fired in the aftermath of this. A lot of people were saying, but how did they find out about it? And the answer to that is very interesting. Now, in South Africa, under RICA, Regulation of Interception of Communications Act, listen carefully, this is very important for all sorts of aspects of our lives. You are allowed to record any conversation that you are a party to. So Cecilia and I are sitting having a coffee, and we're gossiping. I can record that conversation, provided I am a party to the conversation. What I can do with that, we're going to talk about in a moment. But if you are a party to a conversation, you can record it. I can intercept emails. Intercept, i.e. read. You've sent me an email, I'm allowed to read it. I can't read the emails between those guys. I'm not a party to the conversation. I can't record the conversation happening between the 2 people at the other side of the coffee shop. I'm not a party to the communication. Does that make sense, the difference? Okay, so I'm allowed to record the conversation. I don't need to tell them. I don't need to ask permission. The exception to when I can record the conversation between those 2 guys at that table over there, or read the emails they're sending to each other, or the messages they're sending to each other, is if one of them works for me, it's in the course and scope of employment, over a work network, over a work device. Then Big Brother can watch you, right? So these guys were junior employees. They were bank tellers. They didn't have work-issued phones. They didn't get cell phone allowances. But the one guy, when he got to his bank teller station, he had WhatsApp for desktop on his laptop at work, which brought it within the realm of Big Brother being able to watch them. Does that make sense? So that's how they found out about it. More and more we're seeing people being fired because of WhatsApps they're sending on work WhatsApp groups. This case was a threatening WhatsApp that an employee sent to a boss. Now, let's talk about that conversation that Cecilia and I had that I recorded. Let's talk about what can happen with that. So in South Africa, okay, we've got POPI, data protection law, for those of you not in SA. It's a pain. It's so irritating, right? It's also pretty toothless for now. I kind of have the rule that I'm going to start talking more about POPI when we start getting some interesting cases. But for now, I'm going to focus on the common law right to privacy. Section 14 of the Constitution, everyone has the right to privacy. But what does it mean? Think about it for a moment. What's private to you? Because I'm pretty sure what's private to you is different to what's private to the person sitting next to you, right? It's a very subjective thing, privacy. So the law takes into account that subjectivity, and it's exactly the same in Namibia, it's the same in Zambia, is that if you can show that you have a reasonable expectation of privacy in a particular set of circumstances, and somebody infringes it, then you can sue them. That's the test. Do I have a reasonable expectation? Let's think about it now in this context. Somebody takes a picture of me now. Do I have a reasonable expectation of privacy in these circumstances? No, I don't. I'm dressed, I'm in a public place, I'm speaking to all of you. I've just realized I forgot to put my high heels on. Not the end of the world, right? So no expectation of privacy. But that same person who just took a picture of me comes to my house tonight, takes a picture of me naked in my bedroom. Are they infringing my privacy? Absolutely. Now, the trick is the more you look after your privacy, the more of it you have. If I'd said at the beginning, I've got a rule, no one's allowed to take pictures of me, or I see he's about to take a picture of me and said, please don't take it. No one's allowed to take pictures of me when I'm speaking. Then is he infringing my privacy if he takes it? Yes, more so. Because the more you look after your privacy, the more of it you have. Do you have a reasonable expectation of privacy at a Coldplay concert? Negativo, right? So that's the first step. Can you show that you have a reasonable expectation of privacy? Now, a lot of people think that children have a blanket right to privacy. Their privacy can never, their image can never be published, etc. But think about this. I take my kid to watch the Springboks play. And SuperSport spans over the crowd, and there's me and my little kid. Are they infringing my kid's privacy if he's streamed internationally on SuperSport? No, he isn't. Because I have no expectation of privacy in that moment, yeah.
Is there an instance where your privacy can be trumped if someone else feels that
Absolutely. That's exactly where I'm going to go to. Do you want to finish the question? Sorry, before I interrupt you. I get so excited when people think ahead.
So the boys that were in a WhatsApp group on X, and they were speaking about basically having sexual with different people from different workplaces.
I'll give you a quick background to what that is. It happened with, there were 4 young male professionals here, all working in Santon. One was at Unilever, one was at Cox Yates, one was at Discovery. I don't know where the 4th one was. And they were plotting an absolute bender they were going to have. They were going to rent a hotel room, and they were going to have this mad drug and sex fest. But so bad. And then they were talking about what girls they were going to take, and then the one guy says, no, they're too old. We need to go to UJ and pick up some 19-year-olds. And then, and they were drugs and stuff. And then a couple of the employees were like, well, this is who I can offer. And then they were taking pictures of their female colleagues and sending them as options, right? So really, really bad. And all of those people were either fired or resigned before the disciplinary hearings took place. Absolutely brilliant question. The first step is to establish, do you have a reasonable expectation of privacy? If the answer is tick, yes. Do I have a reasonable expectation of privacy over the message I have with my 2 best mates? I probably do. Is there a defense? There are 2 defenses for a privacy infringement. The first is consent. You can publish my HIV status, I give you permission. You can publish my home address, my cell phone number, details about my children, how much money I have, who I bank with, I give you permission. That's the first defense. The second defense is what we call public interest. But I prefer the term public benefit because it's not just what's interesting to the public, it must benefit the public. So let's think of a few examples. I'm thinking about what Nomzamo posted last week about the gender-based violence, and there was that woman, I'm sure some of you saw it. But the one I'm going to go with is, do you guys know who the Kwaito star is, Babes Wodumo? So years ago, when Babes Wodumo was still dating a very, very famous musician called Mampicha, who she later married, who later died, when she went live on Instagram at midnight on a Sunday night from, it was actually a hotel room. And it showed her boyfriend at the time, Mampicha, in his underpants, in his hotel room, midnight on a Sunday night. Does he have a reasonable expectation of privacy over what he was doing in that moment? Yes, absolutely. But he was beating the hell out of this woman. It was a horrible domestic violence case. He can't come forward and say, you've infringed my privacy. No, no. You do something illegal, your privacy falls out the window. It's an excellent question. Basically, don't ever think you can rely on your right to privacy to hide that you've done something illegal, dodgy, unethical, against the rules. Make sense? Okay, so I'm going to come to another example, which I think is probably even better, but I don't want to kill it before I show you my slide, because I'm quite proud of it. I want to talk about this guy. This is, again, a privacy case, but it just shows, I think, such an important thing. I've been shouting from the rooftops for a decade. The more you look after your privacy, the more of it you have. But this really confirmed something for me. So it's a case that went all the way to the Constitutional Court. And the quick backstory is that there was a group of cyclists, cycling, because that's what cyclists do, through a farm in the Eastern Cape. And they stumble, cycle, pedal across the most horrific animal cruelty. Really bad. Leopards and baboons being lured into cages, being left to dehydrate and die. There was all sorts of really horrible, cruel stuff, largely around trapping. So they stop their bicycles and they take photographs of this awful abuse. And they get back to town and they submit these pictures to a guy called Bull Smuts, who has a Facebook page. It's an anti-animal abuse page, and it's called the Landmark Leopard and Predator Project. He publishes these pictures. It's defamation. No problem. You can defame someone if what you're saying is true and for the benefit of the public. So take Nomzama's post from last week. There's a picture of a woman's face, black and blue and battered, and this poor, poor woman who's been the victim of this ongoing domestic violence, right? She's defaming the hell out of the person who's done it to her. Good, right? Truth and public interest. You cannot name and shame minors. No public benefit. Does that make sense? Okay, so he publishes, the defamation's not a worry. But alongside the pictures, he posts 5 pieces of personal information about the farmer. The name of the farmer, Herman Botha, the name of his farm, the physical address of his farm, his cell phone number, and a photograph of him holding his baby daughter. So Herman Botha rushes off to the High Court in the EC and obtains an interdict, a court order saying, you naughty boy, you've gone too far, take it down, which he does. No, he doesn't, sorry, I lie. He receives the interdict, And he says, no, court, you've got it wrong. And he appeals to the Supreme Court and then to the Con Court. And the two senior courts, who are kind of like the boss, right? What they say goes. Look at this and they say, okay, this is a privacy law case. The first thing we do is we ask, do you, Herman Botha, not does the average person, do you, Herman Botha, have a reasonable expectation of privacy over those 5 pieces of information? And they look at it and they say, no, you don't. Because you, Herman Botha, have voluntarily put all that information on the internet for the world to see. His name and his cell phone number was all over the internet, on advertising pages, community forums, his website. There was a website for his farm, which had the name of the farm, the address of the farm. The address of the farm was even in Google Maps. And wait for it, the photo of him holding his baby daughter was his profile picture on Facebook. Said to public, the court said, you can't put information on the internet for the world to see, then when people use it, cry they've infringed your privacy. So it's a jolly good reminder. The more you look after your privacy, the more of it you have. The more you look after your children's right to privacy, the more right to privacy they have. Yes, with the fabulous earrings.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, like the recent Steers versus Nando's thing, right? Because Nando's posted, but obviously you talking about, right? That's the first part of the question. I understand from company to company, can Steers now?
Yeah. So that falls into, there's a code of conduct in advertising regulatory board's code of conduct, which deals with what they call comparative advertising between competitors. So it's pretty regulated, but yes, you can now. It used to be so banned. Do you remember that old, I don't know, you guys are all probably too young. I would be too young too, obviously, but I learned about it at varsity. There was a Mercedes-Benz that went off the edge of Chapman's Peak. Well, the Mercedes-Benz went off, and then Mercedes-Benz ran this whole campaign, and the guy was literally unharmed. He fell all the way down, and the guy was fine, and it was all about like how safe Mercedes-Benzes are. And then BMW did one with the BMW zooming, and then it said designed to beat the Benz, as in like it's not going to fall off the damn road in the first place. It was really, really good, and that one went all the way. I want to say all the way to the Concord. But yeah, you can do it provided you fall within various parameters.
Allegedly.
Yeah, no, allegedly is not a magic wand. Musa Kawula, I'm looking at you. No, allegedly is not a magic wand. Basically, what we look at in defamation law, in order to sue somebody for defamation, you have to show that it was published to one other person, that it referred to you directly or indirectly, Emma Sadler, Emma Berkowitz, which is my married name, or that blonde social media lawyer, blondish, highlights tomorrow. And the third is that it has to hurt your reputation. Those are the only 3 things you have to prove. And then, this is important, guys, the duty to prove is on the poster. So if I post somebody, this person is a sexual abuser or a GBV, hashtag me too, or whatever it might be, and he sues me for defamation, he doesn't have to show that he's not those things. I have to come with the truth. It's on me to show that what I've said is true and for the benefit of the public. And the courts are holding time and again, guys, that you airing your dirty laundry, no public benefit. You airing your dirty laundry, you talk about how you've been your ex and what a loser he is and how he's frolicking around town with his new floozy. The courts are saying, I'm sure he is a loser. I'm sure she is a floozy. No public benefit. But we start getting into illegal content, definitely public benefit. Yeah, perfect. Okay. This is the whole talk. This is all you have to remember. So we're going to start talking about employment law now. Yes. Yeah?
We're in an industry where data is shared.
Yes.
Competitive data sometimes is shared.
Yes.
What are the parameters of the law regarding what's shareable and what's not?
So under POPI, you've got it. So the question is, we're in an industry with a lot of data. What are the parameters for what's shareable and what's not shareable? There has to be one of the processing, you have to meet the rules of POPI, right? Which means you have to fall within one of the principles, the processing principles. The easiest is consent. If you can get consent from data subjects, that's the easiest tick box. But there may be other, there's all the 8 principles of POPI, whether you need to process it for law enforcement or process it for the purpose of fulfilling a contract, etc. I can help you with some of the stuff on the side. It's a little bit lengthy to explain now. But consent is always the magic wand. Unlike allegedly, which is not a magic wand, consent is pretty good magic wand.
Say we ever get turnover results of our competitor brands
Yeah.
in a specific retail environment or like let's say the center.
Yeah.
And in that retailer we get a report that then gives us the turnover in a specific month or year that would have our competitors' information on that. Is that
Provided you're obtaining it legally.
from the store?
Yeah, fine. And also the thing is that there's no data subject. It's anonymized data. And as soon as you're dealing with anonymized data, you fall outside the realm of POPI. Because the data has to attach to a specific person. So that's the easiest. It's even easier than the consent one, is to anonymize the data and then you can analyze it. Okay. It means that you can't track that back to a particular customer. Yeah. Because personal information attaches to a person. As soon as you anonymize it, you don't have to worry about POPI. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. It's a question that's coming up in my AI talks, like when can I put financial data of my company into ChatGPT to analyze for me? Well, no, you can't, because it's not a safe platform. But people do, obviously. Okay, so I want to talk to you about employment law. Okay, so basically we've talked about how we all have the right to freedom of speech. The first time it can be limited is when it comes into conflict with a law. We've spoken about lots of laws, right? The second time it can be limited is when it comes into conflict with a professional obligation, confidentiality. I've got a particular client who's come to me with a health condition, and I want to take a picture before and after of, look at this great product I've been selling them. There's a confidentiality issue there, right? You would only be able to get around it with consent. For me, it's the Law Society. I can't do anything that would upset the Law Society. For every person, even in this room, depending on what your role is within the business, there are different duties upon you. The third time your right to say whatever you like is limited is when it comes into conflict with your contract. Now, that can look like an employment contract. It can look like an independent contractor relationship. It can be written. It can be oral. Basically, when somebody pays you to perform a job, those limitations that we're going to talk about now are triggered. So there's basically two categories of people being fired, losing contracts, because of social media. Either stuff they're posting on social media, like a penny sparrow, horrible racism, or something they're doing in the real world which gets documented and posted on social media. The first category is if you bring this organization, this company, into disrepute, you can be disciplined up to dismissal. Now, what does that mean, don't bring us into disrepute? Well, it means this. You do anything that makes it look bad, that a company is prepared to be associated with you, you can be disciplined. Basically, be a good human. It should be a pretty easy rule. There's footage of you, let's take that Nomzamo case again. There's footage of that guy who beat the hell out of that woman. He works for me. I see this post all over social media. It's got nothing to do with his job. He's not working for me by tomorrow, I can tell you that for nothing. Because he's not a nice person, right? It doesn't matter that it's outside of work hours, outside of work premises. Anything that goes to the core of a person. We see it in the road rage attacks, for example. We see it in somebody's filmed being horribly racist or beating up their children or wives. They can get fired from their job. It's got damn all to do with their job. But it goes to what kind of quality of a person are we dealing with. Does it look bad that I'm associated with this person? It should be obvious. Be a good human. The second category is so much more interesting. It's where you bite the hand that feeds you. That's not a legal term. The legal term is you have a duty to act in the best interests of your employer, a duty of good faith to your employer. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. You can't go home and put on your WhatsApp status how much you hate your boss, how incompetent your colleagues are, how they couldn't organize a piss-up in a brewery, even if it's true. It's not true, this is hypothetical, but you've got all the evidence to show that what you're saying is true. You can't say it. It's not in the best interests of your company. You complaining about clients, customers. Now, if you've got issues, you take it up with the company. You don't go and air it on social media for content, right? For numbers. That can look like a whole range of things. That can be you being an influencer and having a whole side hustle. If you're spending 6 hours during the working day creating content for your personal platforms, you're not doing your day job, right? And I know we're living in the age of the side hustle. But you've got your Get Ready With Me or your Day in the Life of a Corporate Hun, and there's you, and then there's the lift video, and the pictures, and then there's clients, or there's confident. It's a crime scene waiting to happen. We're going to talk about the influencer side hustle in a moment. It's a standard term, common law, even if it's not in a contract. If you're employed full-time by somebody, you use your best interest for the benefit of the company. If you have a side hustle, if you're an influencer on the side, a content creator, it must be cleared with the company, with your boss, right? They must know about it, and they must have approved that you're doing it. It must not interfere with your day job. Now, I get very complicated questions at the ends of my corporate talks. I've got very strong views about what's happening in Israel, what was happening in Israel and Gaza. Can I post it on my socials? I've got very strong views about vaccinations, about Trump and Venezuela and Greenland, or Putin, or Malema and his firearm case, or Charlie Kirk being assassinated. Do you know how many people were fired because of comments in the aftermath of that? Mostly in America, but even here I was aware of cases. And my answer to you is, would you put it on a huge billboard next to a huge photo of your face, your name, the name of ASCO, the logo, any big brands you work on, the location where you work, and whatever it is you're about to say? If you wouldn't put it on the billboard, you don't let it exist. Now, there are lots of things I'll put on my billboard. But even me, this is my whole damn job. I catch myself having to think of the billboard. And my reminder for thinking of the billboard, it sounds so basic. It sounds so silly. It's a very scientific algorithm. It's called the jump in the tummy test, which is when maybe you're having a fight with somebody or you're ranting. You know when your fingers can't even move fast enough? Or you're about to press tweet, you want to weigh in on Trump after you've had 3 glasses of wine, and you're watching the news, and you write a tweet, and then you're just about to press tweet, post, send, share, and you get that feeling in your tummy, it's just like you know that one? That's literally my reminder. I close my eyes and I think, would I put this on the billboard? And you guys are on my billboard now. You've paid me to come here. Thank you very much for that. But you know what I mean? Like, I have a duty of good faith to the company now. So would I put what I'm about to say on a huge billboard next to my name, my face, the name of my company, the digital law company, big customers, clients, etc. Colleagues, you have a duty of good faith to your colleagues. Now, what happens often is that we have this sort of false delineation between the personal and the professional. There is no such thing as personal capacity on social media. You are who you are in the real world when you go online. There's no such thing as personal capacity. Don't think that there's a combination of words you can put in your bio which absolve your duties to the people who pay your salary, right? And everybody's billboard looks different. Even to the person sitting next to you, depending on what your role is within the company, which brands you work on, where you work. Think about who you put on your billboard. Maybe you're vegan. You think the whole world should be vegan. You want to post every day about how you think the whole world should be vegan. Fine, provided you don't work at the butchery, right? It's a stupid example. Religion. This is Israel Folau, who at the time was a rugby player for Australia. And he posted on Instagram that hell awaits drunks, homosexuals, adulterers, liars, fornicators, thieves, atheists, and idolaters. That is a homophobic post. To this day, that is his religious conviction. This is a direct quote from the Bible he follows, refused to apologize. He posts it. It's incompatible, in direct conflict with his policies, with the values and policies of his 2 employers at the time, Rugby Australia and the New South Wales Rugby Union. And he was fired. So to a lot of people, this feels like censorship. But we live in a capitalist world. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Don't think there's such a thing as personal capacity. I've been shouting from the rooftops for a decade that there's no such thing as personal capacity. This confirmed it. This is a guy called Nhlanhla Magoba. He's a very junior employee at Clover, at the dairy factory. And he commented underneath a Facebook post by Eyewitness News in which he said, whites must all be killed. By virtue of him commenting, and there was hundreds of other comments, right? And this is something I see quite a lot, guys. I think we're quite careful about what we originate as content, what we put as a brand new post, but sometimes the comment section, guys, Just careful, the comment section. Remember that the comment is exactly the same. Also, you're responsible for other people's comments on your posts because you have the ability to delete. So by virtue of him commenting, it pops up on his colleague's page, and his colleague sends evidence of it to the human resources. There's a disciplinary case, hearing, investigation, he gets fired. He takes them to the CCMA, then the Labour Court, then the Labour Appeals Court. And he tried to argue two things. The first was that this company's social media policy couldn't apply to him because he hadn't been trained on it. The court said, it's modern day South Africa, you don't need to be taught not to be racist. The second thing he tried to argue was this was my personal capacity, personal device, personal Facebook page. Saturday night, outside of work hours, outside of work premises. Doesn't matter. If people can work out where you work, which we can pretty much always do these days, LinkedIn is a particularly helpful identifier. Standard modus operandi of Black Twitter. We see somebody's messed up. Quick, we need a name. If we don't have a name, we're going to put pictures of the face. Who knows this person? Then we're going to get a name. Then we're going to go to LinkedIn. We're going to search where that person works. The second we find out where that person works, we're going to take very serious campaign against the company. Hey, ASCO, is this what you stand for? Are you happy to hire people like this? And get them fired. Because we've worked out that the most likely consequence of somebody messing up is get them fired. The quickest and the likeliest. But the net effect of that is that the company's reputation can be severely compromised in the process, right? And we're seeing it time and time again. I mean, I don't know if some of you saw in the holidays the guy who's a husband who was very upset with a sorbet nail bar because he wasn't happy with the job that was done on his wife. Did you see that footage? I mean, that oak was stratospheric. He was frothing at the mouth, screaming at these poor women. It was during leave, but it was filmed. It goes viral. I got an inbox message from one of his family members saying he's been suspended and he's facing disciplinary hearing. How could he possibly? It had nothing to do with his job. He wasn't wearing merch, his company merch. I was like, you don't need to be wearing company merch for the company's rules to be applying to you. Although, if you're wearing anything with the company's name in it or the brand that you're representing, then obviously your duties would be heightened. Is everyone with me so far? Fabulous. So it can be what you post on social media, like this guy, or it can be what you're doing in the real world. So dear Nabonto Mkhize, she's on a Sapphire flight. It's on Boxing Day 13 months ago, and she was flying from Durban to Cape Town. And she's very drunk when she gets on the airplane, and the air stewardess doesn't have the particular varietal of red wine that she wants. Has anyone seen that footage where she's talking about Miller? It's classic. If you haven't watched it, do yourself a favor. Okay. Anyway, so she loses her mind because this air stewardess doesn't have the Miller, right? So she starts screaming and shouting. There's racism. The air stewardess is colored. And there's, at one stage, there's wigs flying. The wigs fly. Eh? There's assault. She beats up the women. They're all pulling her off. She's going mad. Now, my favorite part, there's a few points. The first is she's not wearing a hat saying, I work at the SABC. She's just a person. The next day, the SABC releases a statement. At one stage, she also calls herself an ANC beep, word beginning with B and ending in itch. And the next day, they're releasing statements. We're aware of this footage. We don't condone it. Disciplinary. Anyway, she gets fired. There actually wasn't even a disciplinary hearing. She was fired. There are a few points I want to make. The first is whenever I get on a Sapphire flight, which is actually a few times a week, there's an announcement. Please respect the privacy of your fellow passengers and the crew, and do not take... Every person on that flight was filming. Every person. Because that's what we do. As soon as something happens, we take out our phone, which means that if you mess up in the real world, you're much more likely to face consequences, even if it's employment or consequences outside of work hours. She was on leave. Okay, so that's the first thing. The second thing that I thought was very interesting, and I was just looking at this last week, is that I just searched to see if there's any updates on this. And I found her LinkedIn account. It still says she's a brand manager at SABC. So it's almost something we need to have in our exit procedures. When somebody leaves the organization, you've handed back your access card on your laptop or whatever you had access to, and you've removed associations as us as your current employer, because it can pose an ongoing reputational risk to the company. More and more companies, doesn't matter what kind of company I'm going into, they're asking me to talk about this. Yes? No problem. Yes?
Serious
So the first thing I would do, so I don't know if you guys could hear the question, but we've got an it's hypothetical, I would not imagine, but yes, pretend it's hypothetical. So there's an ex-person who was dismissed because they were baddies, not like the cool kids say baddies, and then, thank you, and then they still say they work at the company on LinkedIn and all of this false experience. So the first thing I would do is send a letter to the person. Say you're holding yourself as this. There are two issues. The one is trademark. It's an illegal use of ASCO's trademark. And try get at it from an intellectual property point of view. The second is that it's a fraudulent misrepresentation. And so I would certainly address it. I would certainly, and I would get to the point where I would tell the whole story. So send a letter. First part would be, you worked for us, this was your role, this is why you were dismissed, this is what comes up on social media, demand that they change it, that they fix it, yeah.
Adding to that, I mean, if you had to say on LinkedIn, say that you've worked from name to name at this specific company, regardless of how it ended, is that still?
I think it is. I don't think you can, so the question is, if somebody did work for you, they've left, is this running out? Oh, okay, no, don't worry, I'll just quickly repeat it. I think it's quicker than getting it around. So if they worked for you from X date to X date, can we tell them we don't want any associations? I don't think you can. Because it is true that they did, provided that they did, and provided that they did do the things that they said. Yeah?
Someone calls for reference checks on specific individuals that were dismissed for an offence.
Okay, someone calls for reference checks for a specific individual who was dismissed, yeah?
For an offence.
Yeah.
What rights are we within to give?
I would tell
give
them.
Not?
I would absolutely tell them. Yes, I would. So I don't know if there probably is a poppy issue, but poppy schmappy. But for me, under defamation, because you would be defaming them, but there's a special defense in defamation called qualified privilege. It's where you tell information to a contained group of people who have a particular interest in knowing that information. Yeah, it's just, yeah.
Hi,
Absolutely.
Emma. Sorry, just a quick one. You use social media posts on your presentation. Is it because you can, because it's in the public eye?
Public domain, yeah,
Okay,
exactly. Absolutely. Okay, so we talked about some of the influencer stuff. I just wanted to take you through a few things on influencer law. So there is now, and I know the company uses a lot of influencers, and I'm pretty sure you're aware of this, but in South Africa now, there's a specific code that regulates influencers. There's been actually a big clamping down on trying to regulate influencers. In short, you have to have a contract. I'll come back to this. So it's Appendix K of the Advertising Regulatory Board's Code of Conduct. And there's basically two big rules. The one is it has to be tagged as a promo post, right? Has to say hashtag ad, hashtag sponsored, paid partnership with. It refers to what we call the recognized identifiers, right? The second is that you have to have a written contract with the influencer. And the contract has to include details of the engagement or brief, the remuneration, whether it's cash or an experience or product, details and conditions of payment, the obligation to publish only own content data, mandatory disclosures, and industry-specific marketing regulations. That's particularly for alcohol, gambling, etc. Please, I was going to say, please God, may they create some new rules around gambling influencers. I would imagine they're coming this year. Online gambling. Now this shows you why a contract is so important. So Native Child, a lot of you will know Native Child, right? Hair and skincare brand. And they had a deal with a whole lot of influencers, most of them sort of micro-influencers. There was one particular influencer that they used. She's a university student at the University of Pretoria. And they're given product, and then they had to post TikToks, and they were paid on a scale depending on reach. So if they got X number of views, they got paid X. And if it was 2X views, they got paid 2X. Anyway, so this micro-influencer posts, crickets, no reach. So she gets paid the smallest amount according to the scale on the contract. At which point, this person launches a campaign of defamation against Native Child, saying they don't pay their influencers and calling for boycotts. It's not true. It's part of an extortion campaign that if she can drum up enough negative coverage of the company, then they would pay. So Native Child sends her a letter of demand. It just makes it worse. She goes off to court. They go off to court. It's literally in between Christmas and New Year. That's like the time. It's in urgent court. And they get an interdict against her. saying that the campaign has to stop, and they awarded punitive costs, which means they had to pay. This micro-influencer is a university student. Not only did she have to pay her own legal costs, she had to pay on a punitive scale, which can be hugely expensive, what native child had to spend taking her to court. So it's a very important case that shows you the value of having a contract. Not only is it required by the ARB, but it can be useful in the case of disputes. Candy Cane was given a Volvo car to drive for the weekend, and she didn't disclose. It was to make YouTube posts, and she didn't disclose that it was a campaign, and Volvo got in big trouble because they didn't adhere to the new requirements. And then the last thing I wanted to say is that for those of you who are social influencers, social media influencers, SARS announced in September last year that they're going to start taxing influencers. Now, even if you're being paid in goods or product or experience, it's got to the point now, and remember, social media, SARS can use all the social media content you're posting. There's pictures of you in business class. SARS is going to want to know, how did you pay for that ticket in business class, right? Like, remember, you're creating the paper trail. So if somebody phones me and says, we've chosen you as an influencer to come on a 100,000 Rand trip to Mauritius, you just have to post a few times, and I say yes, I have to pay 20,000 Rand in tax on that, even though I don't receive any money. Does that make sense? So I've got to work out to myself, is this trip that's worth 100,000 Rand worth me spending 20,000 Rand in tax? But even for product drops, strictly speaking, 20% of the value of the product drop should be given to SARS. I'm going to go there, and then I'm going to come to you. Yeah.
But I post about my new pickle fragrance. Is that, and saying how much I love it. But ASCO is paying me that I have to disclose that I'm saying I'm enjoying the product because I work for ASCO, and ASCO is paying me a salary.
No, you don't. If it was part of, if they were paying you extra, it's such a good question. If they were paying you extra to do it, then you would have to. But for you to talk positively about your job, no, you don't. And it's a huge field of law. Actually, I've got my number 2 working this morning on an what do they call it? EGC, employee generated content policy, because so many employees now are being tasked with, okay, your job is to talk about this stuff. There's a few issues. What happens to it afterwards? Were you instructed to do it? But for you to talk positively about your fragrance, no problem. Here's where it gets tricky. You work for ASCO, but actually, your favorite fragrance is another fragrance. And then you're going to post about how much you love this other fragrance, but it's a direct competitor to some of the ASCO brands. Does that make sense? Then we're starting to get into a little bit of territory. You've got to remember, what is the best interest of your employee, of your employer? And the test there is, would you put it on that billboard? Yeah.
So in the case of in the case of like an influencer living their own life and they're working with the brand, but their own life brings kind of the brand into distribute, even though they don't mention the brand and it has nothing to do with it. Can you take recourse in terms of the work has been done, but they pay us back because we are losing in damages and how people are viewing the brand?
That's also why the contract is so important. So if the contract's finished, so if you think about all the people who got involved in that the Alabuga scandal last year, and one of those influencers actually contacted me for help. I was blown away by her. She was so impressive. She was amazing. She lost millions of rands in deals that were still to come because of her involvement in that Russian scandal. And actually, there was a lot of fake news around that, talking about how people were being trafficked, human trafficking. That it actually wasn't the case. It was a lot of disinformation. And I wrote for her a letter of demand where we documented how many contracts she lost, and it was really in the lots of millions of rands. Young, very hopeful influencer. So you've got to be very, very careful about who you get into bed with as a brand. Excuse the way I said that, but you know what I mean. Because next you Kanye West, and then you Adidas, and then it's cost you a lot of money. Or Bud Light with that big Dylan Maloney. What's her name? Anyway, so you know, there can be huge brand reputational harm if you kind of get into bed with the wrong influencer. So I think that having the contract, you can also have behavioral guidelines in the contract. So you could have it as a trigger that if you do anything that brings us into disrepute, we can get the money back for the contract going forward. Yeah. Yes? Yeah, so I actually think we might need to do a specific influencer talk. I have got a whole influencer talk. I'm conscious that I've only got 5 minutes left. But yes, product drops is a bit of a murky area. I don't believe you need a contract. I don't believe it needs to be disclosed. But with the influencers, the easiest way is to say, oh, look at the kind people at ASCO sent me. Tick, fine. But bear in mind what I just said about the tax implication. Yeah.
For example, if somebody did receive a product drop, and then sells the product online second-hand.
Yeah, not your problem. They can do that. Yeah. Probably have to pay tax twice though. Let's quickly look at some reputation. I told you I'm not going to get through all my slides, but we'll get where we can. So I love this Dilbert cartoon. This guy goes in for an interview, hands over a CV, and the guy interviewing him says, oh, I don't need to see your resume. That's the old way of hiring. Now we use data from the internet to see what you've been up to lately. Then he has a look. Ew. The guy says, I'll show myself out. You'll understand if I don't shake your hand. There's humor here, but it's totally true. Everyone you meet for the rest of your life is Googling you. Google yourself, have a Google alert on your name. Ask ChatGPT what it knows about you. Do a bit of a deep dive. If you're sitting here worrying about the pictures of you being a crime scene at the parties 10 years ago at Groove, go back and do a bit of a cleanup, because that's an ongoing thing. And you never know when you're going to be thrust into the spotlight and where that content can reemerge and cause harm. Treat yourselves like the celebrities that you've become. Everybody in this room is a celebrity. And our friends and our families and our colleagues and sometimes just the general public are the paparazzi. And we paparazzi ourselves and we paparazzi each other. This is the photo you post. This is the photo you're tagged in. So I call this your digital footprint and this your digital shadow. It's the same 3 girls in the same order, just slightly later on in the evening. Now, I love this, but I've starred in this movie many times, guys. But looking after your digital, your online CV is twofold. It's looking after what you're uploading about yourself. Jump in the tummy test, billboard test, understanding how vulnerable digital content is. I send it to one person, it can be on the front page of the newspaper tomorrow. But the second is looking after what other people are posting about you. Now, there's a case in South Africa called H versus W, which basically says if anyone ever asks you to delete anything about them on social media, we go out tonight, we drink too much tequila, I wake up tomorrow, there's terrible pictures of me, I phone you, I say, please take them down. The law is that you must take them down. Unless it shows me doing something illegal, because then the public benefit outweighs the right to privacy. I love this quote from Warren Buffett. It takes 20 years to build a reputation and 5 minutes to ruin it. If you think about that, you'll do things differently. And I don't think it takes 5 minutes anymore. I think it takes 5 seconds, as evidenced by my next case. It's a young woman. She's just finishing university in America. She's an absolute genius. She's worked her butt off. She's first in every class she's ever taken. She gets a job at NASA. Do you know how brilliant you've got to be to get a job at NASA? So the kid gets a notification, you've got an internship at NASA. She takes out her phone and she tweets in caps because she's excited, everyone shut the beep up. I got accepted for a NASA internship. So some random oak replies, language. She says, suck my beep and beep. I'm working at NASA. And he says, and I am on the National Space Council that oversees NASA. And you see the headlines at the bottom, girl loses NASA internship after insulting engineer Homer. You have to feel so damn sorry for this kid. 20 years to build a reputation, 5 seconds to ruin it. I was just talking about the old content. We call this the tattoo effect of the internet. If you get a tattoo, ideally go to a tattoo artist who can spell, because regret no hang isn't going to cut it all. My mom is my angle. Gayton McKenzie's got a case to answer in the Equality Court for tweets all the way back in 2011. Repeated use of the K word. Guys, I was going to talk about a whole range of other things. Can I have another 5 minutes just to wrap up a few things? Okay, so the one thing I want to say is the power of emojis. This case in Canada that happened last year where a court found that a valid, legally binding contract had been concluded via the sending of one emoji. What happened was that there was a grain dealer who went to a particular farmer. He'd done business with him before, and he said, Mr. Farmer Man, this is on text, Mr. Farmer Man, I need to buy X tons of flax. So the farmer replies, sure, I've got it. Send me the contract. The grain dealer sends the contract. The farmer replies with one emoji. That's it. Then the price of grain, this particular flax, goes through the roof, tries to extricate himself from the deal. The grain dealer takes him to court, and the court found that a valid, legally binding contract had been concluded via the sending of that one emoji. Guys, Emoji, for me, there are two things we need to remember. The first is that emoji is just another language. I speak emoji. I'm sure most of you speak emoji. My 4-year-old, I was in Cape Town working the whole of last week. Every day I got messages from my 4-year-old son, written in emoji. He can't read and write yet, he's 4. Can just about write his name, maybe, ish. But he sends me messages using emojis, and I can understand, like, we went to swimming, and there's a swimming emoji, and then cricket, and, you know, it's like we're going back to olden times where we communicate in hieroglyphics. But we can use it for contract. A threat written in emoji is still a threat. Sexual harassment written in emoji is still sexual harassment. There was a case that happened in New Zealand where I really did feel sorry for this woman who was the expert sitting on the stand having to explain what these emojis meant. Amongst others, there were peaches, there were bananas. It was a whole story. But listen to this. There was a woman living in the North Island in New Zealand, and she had been in a horribly abusive relationship. And she eventually plucked up the courage to leave her abuser. She obtained a protection order against him, moved to the South Island, blocked him on WhatsApp, started her life afresh. A few weeks later, she received a direct message on Facebook. It just had 3 emojis: an aeroplane, a fist pump, and an ambulance. Very clearly, the fist pump was a punch. Is that a threat? Of course it is. He was arrested. I was in a big court case last year about whether or not we can send somebody to prison for the use of emojis in incitement. Just remember the power of emojis. For me, the most powerful thing that emojis do for the way we communicate is that they give us tone. They let us know how someone's saying something. If I send you a message saying, I'm going to kill you, or I send you a message saying, I'm going to kill you with 20 laughing emojis, totally different messages. Then it gets more confusing, because if you're a teenager, they don't use laughing emojis, they use a skull emoji, because they laughed so much they are now deceased, right? Then I have to explain to the principal how they are joking because of the skull, not it's like extra going to kill them. It's a thing. But this just shows you about tone. So this is a guy, he's a world chess champion, and he has finished his school, he's got straight A stars, and he was about to go on, he's got a scholarship to Cambridge University, he's about to go on holiday with his mates. And he's at the airport in London with his mate, and he sends a snap, so a disappearing private message on Snapchat, and it said this: I'm going to blow this plane up, I'm Taliban. I'm going to blow this plane up, full stop, I'm Taliban, full stop. His friend's this far from him. He receives it, he looks up, he laughs, he's like, oh, he's silly. Not like that. Looks down, it's gone. They get on the airplane. They start their descent into Ibiza, and he looks out the one window, there is a fighter jet. He looks out the other window, there's another fighter jet. He had sent this private disappearing joke on Snapchat via the Wi-Fi at London Gatwick Airport. Picked up by the security officials, taken as a genuine terrorist threat. Now it's a bad joke. Some things I don't think we should joke about: rape, child abuse, pedophilia, bombs at airports. But I reckon even a few laughing emojis at the end of that would have cured this from happening. Okay, and then just a couple of things. I spoke about this briefly at the beginning, but we're seeing more and more of these image-based violence cases. I got contacted by so many people who were victims of grok, bikinification, or nudification. As I said, the law is treating these fakes as if they were real. This guy he was sentenced in May last year. He created a deep fake picture of a threesome, and on the one face he photoshopped, on the one man, the face of Cyril Ramaphosa, on the other man, the face of Bheki Cele, and on the third person, the face of Bheki Cele's wife, and he pleaded guilty. He's been given 5 years in prison. For me, this is an overreach. You know, I say it to the kids because I don't want them to do it to each other. I want them to be hell of a scared. But I don't think that Cyril Ramaphosa wakes up at night worrying about this. You know, if it was a 16-year-old girl who'd, God forbid, taken her own life because of this trauma, I would understand a sentence like this. For me, this is an overreach. And this is the case I acted for a woman who was having an affair with a man. She didn't know he was married. She genuinely didn't know he was married. Found out that he was married, broke up with him. The wife found a sex tape that he had filmed of her without her consent or knowledge. And the wife posted it on her Facebook account. We got 4 million rand in damages for her, as well as the criminal offences. So the one way that law gets involved in your life is civil, the other is criminal law. Jackie Pomotse, I tweet what I like, so sue me. So we did. So what happened was that she wrote this tweet. Some of you remember this case. It's so old now, but she posted that she'd just watched this video of a celebrity man performing a sexual act on an underage boy while his drunk media mogul wife looked on. Everybody knew she was talking about the Khumalos, right? And we got a protection order against her under the Harassment Act. Those days, criminal defamation. There's no such thing as criminal defamation anymore. Now it's largely criminal injuria. Well, after we get the protection order, does she then go write a book with the case number of the protection order in the corner? So we're back to court for contempt of court. She did admit years down the line that there was no such video. She just made it up. And she got 2 years of house arrest, 32,000 Rand fine, 16 hours of community service per month of that house arrest. It was a good sentence. I told you about this case. If anybody here is being harassed, threatened, go and get a protection order at your local magistrate's court under the Protection from Harassment Act. You don't need to know the person. It can be anonymous. It can be online harassment. If anyone needs help with this, just give me a shout, and I will send you a memo. Musa Kawula is Musa Kawula. I've run out of time. Bigger fines now for hate speech. This is a businessman in Joburg who used the K word twice at work, once in a text message, and anti-Semitism has been ordered to pay the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation 500,000 Rand in damages. Good. First conviction for anti-Semitic abuse. Mr. Latswalo tweeted to the South African Jewish Board of Deputies, "The Holocaust will be like a picnic when we're done with all you Zionist bastards. Beep all of you." Found guilty of criminal injuria, 28,000 Rand fine, 5 years suspended prison sentence, criminal record. Criminal injuria is such a generic crime. We can use it in all sorts of instances. Image-based violence. You turn me into a horrible sticker, a meme. It can be racism. It can be serious bullying. This was a racism case. Vicky Momberg said the K word 48 times. Sentenced to 3 years in prison and 100,000 Rand in the Equality Court. But this I want to show you because I think it's a good illustration of how we can use criminal injuria in bullying cases. Remember, your children, if they're being bullied, we can also use this as an option if they're over the age of 12. So what happened was that this woman posted about Uyanda Mbuli that she was a stupid beep and posted her cell phone number. Said, please can somebody go and find her a blesser? So she stops phoning her boyfriend asking him for money. He owed her money. They'd had a business deal. She thought better of it and she deleted it. Doesn't matter. Once it's out there, right? She's got her receipts. She goes off to the police station. She lays criminal charges of criminal injuria. 2, she gets found guilty. This is her sentence. A 6,000 Rand fine or a suspended 4-month prison sentence. 350 hours of community service. That's a lot. And she had to attend an 8-week adult life skills program through NICRO, a program for adulting. Who knew? But more serious than that was that Joyce Malamu was studying law at the time. She now has a criminal record for a Facebook status in the heat of the moment, which she deleted. Good. The more people of influence take action when you're the victims of these online harms, the better it is for our children, for our teenagers, to know that there are legal options. I'm seeing a lot of content about how black people cannot be racist. That's not the case. In South Africa, racism is racism. Anyone can be guilty of racism. Anyone can be the victim of racism. Valapi Kamala was found guilty of hate speech. I want to cleanse this country of all white people. We must act as Hitler did to the Jews. And then I just threw this in there, firstly, because I think it's a hell of a funny case. What happened is that the head of Investec Bank, the chairman of Investec, where the rich people bank, is called Funny Titi. And he's had this ongoing fight with a guy called Peter Paul Ngwenya. Peter Paul Ngwenya sends a text message to his lawyer in which he refers to Funny Titi as a Kwakwa K word and a Bantustan boss. Then accidentally, instead of sending it to his lawyer, he sent it to Funny Titi himself. So criminal injury is an interesting one because if your dignity is being infringed in your DMs, it doesn't require publication. Defamation is about how other people see me. At least one other person must see it. Criminal injury is about how I feel about myself. So go straight to the Douglasdale police station, lays criminal charge of criminal injuria, found guilty, sentenced, fine, suspended prison sentence, criminal record, the whole shebang. I think it's a very interesting case. Firstly, because it shows how you can use criminal injuria in direct messaging cases. But secondly, we have a black person calling another black person the K word, still found guilty of criminal injuria. If you've got children, please warn them against what they're doing with the N word, which is that if you're black, you can say, sing, read it aloud. If you're white, you cannot. You must self-censor. That is the rule in America. In South Africa, we're not in the habit of having different rules for different racial groups. We don't have case law on it because we don't have the same history with the N-word in South Africa. The kids, I tell you, you go and have a chat with your children, they are growing up in a world where they think the N-word is the most racist, offensive word. In South Africa, it isn't. I'm not saying it isn't a racist, offensive word. Absolutely it is. But racism has a particular societal and historical context. This is a case I was involved in for the Chinese Association, where we found loads of people guilty of racism against Chinese people. Last couple of things, please be careful of your personal information. These people are both friends. The one on the left's happy she's passed her driver's license. The one on the right is in hospital. She wants flowers. The amounts of personal information in these two posts is immense. Be people sitting in the lounge at the airport, and there's a picture of the champagne in the foreground and the passport, and like with the visa, woohoo, off to New York, #blessed. And then, you know the types. All of their personal information. Identity theft is real. Cybercrimes are real. Don't be dumb. Billboard test. This guy was happy to be flying. He's the Prime Minister of Australia at the time. Happy to be flying after lockdown. Sitting in his airplane seat, takes a picture of his boarding pass, Instagrammed it. By the time he landed at his destination, hackers had got into his bank account using just the information from his boarding pass, stolen all of his money. Kim Kardashian Instagrammed this selfie from a hotel room in France. She had her location services on. Armed gang came in, tied her up, guns to her head. They stole 10 million euros worth of jewelry, over 200 million rand. You guys seen how well the rand's doing today? It's very exciting. It's just doing some calculations in my head about that. The insurance company did pay. I'm seeing insurance companies in South Africa repudiating claims because we're sharing too much information. She didn't tag a location. She just had her location services on. Guys, go into your settings, go into privacy, check which apps are using your location. Even on WhatsApp, my strong advice is to have it off by default. You can say allow once if you want to share a PIN. But if you've got an iPhone and you send me a photo on WhatsApp, I can press 2 buttons and tell you exactly where you were when you took that picture. So we just need to start being careful about what we're sharing. And if you've got Snap Maps, turn it off, Insta Maps. Check if you've ever been hacked. If you have, don't panic, just don't use the same password anywhere else. If you're sitting there thinking about old accounts you might want to delete, just delete.me. I will send you a tips document so you don't have to panic with all this stuff. 2-factor authentication, absolutely crucial. So I'm going to skip. I was going to talk about a few things to do with kids, but I will send you a tips document on that. When in doubt, billboard test. Billboard test, billboard test, billboard test. You can forget everything else I've said. You wouldn't be prepared to put a huge photograph of your face on this billboard next to your name, the name of ASCO, the logo, whichever brands, clients, customers, colleagues. Wouldn't put on the billboard, don't let it exist in digital format. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry I ran over. Those are my contact details. I'm going to have to rush now. I'd love to stay and answer lots of questions, but I've actually been a bit unwell, so I need to get myself back into bed. But if anyone has any questions, I will respond. DM me. There's a contact me form on my website. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much, Emma. That was engaging, interactive, so informative. I mean, I learned so much, and I'm in digital. So remember, guys, protect your privacy. So we are about to break for lunch. We will be breaking towards the restaurant. So that's where we'll be eating. Just look out for Lebu and Nao, who will direct you. And then we should be back at 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. I trust that you all had a good lunch. I can hear from all the talking, everybody is rejuvenated for the next session. We're glad to have with us Mushambi Mutuma, and he is a globally recognized author, keynote speaker, and tech leader with more than 18 years' experience guiding organizations, leaders, and teams through digital transformation and innovation. He has worked across Africa and the United States, helping major brands such as Facebook, Salesforce, Coca-Cola, Dell, PwC, and Huawei future-proof their strategies and adapt in rapidly evolving markets. Mushambi co-founded and led the digital product lab Altivex, which was successfully acquired after 10 years of operation and has served as leadership roles driving commerce, innovation, and digital strategy. He is also an author, and he's written books including Tech Adjacent and Adaptability Code, focused on helping individuals and organizations embrace technology and adaptability and as key future successes. Known for translating complex tech concepts in practical, actionable insights, Mushambi equips leaders to thrive in disruption and lead with confidence in a changing world. Let's put our hands together to welcome him. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. There we go, there we go. Guys, it's an absolute pleasure to be with you today. And it's been a pleasure to have the time to get to know you over the last few hours. I got here bright and early because I wanted to understand a little bit more about your business. And so it was great to get some insights into where you guys are. But I also have to confess, me being here is revenge. My wife has spent an insane amount of money at your brands. So my speaking fee is actually just reimbursement, okay? And I think you could probably top it up a little bit. Because of all the events I go to, she's always like, you're going where? You're speaking to who? And then she checks you guys out and she's like, I'm coming. And I'm like, there's nothing in the goodie bag, babe, it's okay. But anyways, I'm super excited about being here and spending the next 45 minutes to an hour with you guys. And hopefully we can keep the energy flowing that we've had all day. Is that all right? Okay. Can you just bring my mic down just a little bit? This twang seems to be reverberating. But okay, cool. All right, guys. So the conversation that we're going to have for the next little bit is still in line with the theme that we've had today. And I'm going to go through a couple of stories, some things personal to me, some things that might be relevant to you. But my goal and hope is that you guys leave here equipped with some more tools. It's all well and good to be able to get up here and speak, but if I come back in 365 days and you guys are still the same, they're probably going to ask for a refund. So make sure that you take some notes, you listen, and hopefully we can level you guys up. Is that all right? Okay, great. I'm going to start with one quick thing, wrestling. I don't usually open a keynote about the future and certainly about AI talking about wrestling, but anybody here a fan of wrestling? All right, a couple. As a child, yeah, no, maybe not today. Maybe not, I mean, look at the picture. Come on, guys, work with me. All right, let me re-ask it. Askies, okay. How many of you were a fan of wrestling? There we go. All right, we got Mr. T here, we got Hulk Hogan. When I was growing up, actually, my mother got me this box of Hulk Hogan Rip Me shirts. And there were these shirts that I could put on and just go around the house and felt like I was the king of the world, right? And I love wrestling, particularly back then also. Thank you for that caveat. Because the figures in wrestling were just larger than life. And they had these amazing, huge stories that they built out. But maybe my second question for you guys today is, who is the most successful wrestler of all time? John Cena, The Rock. This is going to be my favorite table today. I'm just going to let you guys know. Maybe they're in the back. I'm not sure. You're on your phones. Like, this table right here. No, I see you. I see you. I see you. All right. Anybody else who thinks? They said John Cena, The Rock. Anybody else from this side of the room? Rey Mysterio. The Undertaker. Okay. I like where you guys are going. It's okay. It's okay. And for those of you who are still looking at me so skeptically, don't worry. You'll catch up. I believe it's The Rock. All right. Why is The Rock the most successful wrestler of all time? Yes, yo, you are ready. Yo, yes, ma'am. We might even have to mute this table at this point, but okay, let's go. Why is The Rock the most successful? Yes. Okay, a long career after wrestling. Yeah. I like that. Okay. Yes, ma'am, there in the back? He's a businessman. Okay, you guys are getting with me now. Anybody else? Yeah. Hey, we're going to have to work on this side of the room. Yeah, come on, guys. Hey, is this different teams here? Is this marketing and then, hey? All right, yes, ma'am, in the back. Yeah? Multi-talented. I like it. You guys are with me. You guys are with me. And I see someone fanning themselves when they saw this picture of The Rock, but it's okay. We're going to be all right. So he is certainly a businessman. He's got a company called $7 Production that's doing incredibly billion-dollar deals with Disney, Disney Plus, Netflix is in the works as well. He's got a tequila business that's very likely to make him a billionaire. It's worth about $3.6 billion and rising. He invested in the UFL, which is an American football league that's doing quite well. He's got an energy drink. He has a brand deal with JBL as well as, what's the other brand that I'm thinking of in the moment, the sports deal? I don't know why I'm blanking and English is running away from me. But anyways, he's got a sports deal with them where he does merchandise. And so if you go to the gym, you'll see guys head to toe, Under Armour, thank you. Under Armour, so you'll see them head to toe wearing The Rock headphones, The Rock t-shirts, The Rock shoes. They're just missing the biceps. And then over his movie career, he's made over $15 billion at the box office. He's best friends with Kevin Hart. He almost ran for president, it seems. So he's had an incredibly successful career after the ring. And as you've mentioned, very diversified. Okay. Does anybody know who this is? All right, you were ready. This guy creeped out my African mother, hey? Whenever The Undertaker came on, she's like, no, the devil, like, turn off the TV. What's The Undertaker doing right now? Does anybody know? Nobody? Okay. He's got a sports drink. He's undertaking. I like that one. So he retired from the WWF, okay? And he has a podcast, as everyone does, called 6 Feet Under with The Undertaker, where he tells stories about some of his biggest wrestling matches. Now, why do I open a talk about the future and building up this new DNA, telling you about The Rock and The Undertaker? Well, the reality is The Rock, as you guys have put it out, has been able to successfully transition beyond what he was known for 30 years, right? And do quite well out of that. Whereas, despite being in the same ring, growing up in the same environment, having the same kind of success in the WWF and WWE, this guy is just telling you or asking you, remember what I did 30 years ago, right? It's a big shift from being able to change, and don't get me wrong, he's making more money than all of us, okay? So he's still doing all right, but he's telling stories of yesterday, all right? So my question for you as we kick off today, and maybe this is a daily question that you should ask yourself, is on a scale to growing and embracing what's next, where are you on a scale from The Undertaker to The Rock? All right? Because some of you, maybe your behaviors, maybe the way you're leading, maybe the way that you're viewing the world is actually 6 feet under. And you need to have a career of reinventing yourself, using your skills from beyond what you've been doing. Because the real reality, and I use this example often, is no matter how successful, and you as a brand, judging by my wife's spending, are quite successful, right? 90 years of success. Of course, ups and downs, but 90 years of buying power and trading in this industry is incredible. Being in this room means you're successful, no matter what position you are. The fact that you can gather here today on the Monday to start the week to end January and to talk about your strategies and your numbers, which are actually quite impressive compared to some of the rooms that I'm in, means you're all successful. But if you're relying on what got you here, no matter on an individual basis, on a team basis, on a business unit basis, on an overarching company basis, if you're relying on all the tools, all the tricks, all the strategy that you use to get to this point, you have to understand that those things are not going to get you there. We will not be sitting in this room 365 days from now if you guys keep doing the exact same thing. Those numbers will dip. All right, there's a quote that says, yesterday's strategy is history. All right, implementing yesterday is all good. What got you here, cool, but it's not what's going to be the thing that gets you to that next level. And that's what we're going to talk about today, is how to level up and how to build a new certain kind of resilience, echoing to what was spoke about this earlier. But maybe by a show of hands, how many of you like change? Liars. Okay. You like change. Okay, all right, okay, no, maybe. Okay. How many of you have a New Year's resolution? How many of you have a New Year's resolution? How many of you have already broken your New Year's resolution? I was at the gym today, trust me. Most of you have broken your New Year's resolution. First week of Jan, busy. Now it's already empty. Usually we have to wait for like Feb, March. Today it was empty. And I'm thankful because we get our machines back. But most human beings don't like change. I appreciate those of you who did, but those of you who didn't put up your hand, it's okay. This is a safe place. You don't have to like change. The reason you don't have to like change is actually biological. There's this thing in the back of your head, your microphone, called the amygdala, right here. The amygdala controls the fight or flight response. It controls the neural pathways that were being spoken about earlier, right? Our brain likes predictability and repetition. Your brain wants to do the exact same thing every single day. That's why it's really hard to form new habits or to break old ones, right? Those of you who drove here today, you didn't have to know what time to leave home. You didn't have to use Waze. You were thinking about all the other times that you had to drive to Santon, perhaps on a Monday morning, and your brain remembered that, and you decided when to come here and the route that you were going to take. And even if I told you, perhaps on your school drop-off or the route that you take to work every single day, or Monday, Wednesday, Friday, right? You wouldn't break that tradition and that route even if there was 10 minutes saved, because you like the route you take. You know where the traffic officers like to hide. You know where the potholes might be. And that's because our brains are hardwired for predictability. However, there's a problem with not changing. And there's this amazing quote by General Eric Chinchesky, and he says, if you don't like change, you're gonna like irrelevance even less. All right, so those of you who didn't put up your hands, you gotta understand, if you don't change, if you don't evolve, you're gonna soon become irrelevant. And again, you might be 6 feet under with the Undertaker. Okay, you guys still with me? I appreciate you taking pictures, but based on what Emma said, you do not have consent to take pictures of me. I'm kidding. It's a safe place. This is my good side, okay? But my slides, you guys are getting them already, so don't worry. You guys already paid your bill, so thank you for not putting me on 45 days. Thank you for paying. But yes, you already paid, so you're gonna get all this content later. I'm gonna go through a lot of things, and some of them faster than others, right? And I appreciate you can also ask me questions at any time. It's not gonna break my flow, so we can continue to do so. But where I go through things quickly, don't worry, because not only are you gonna get my slides, but you're gonna get a lot of toolkits. You're gonna get toolkits on what you can do on an individual basis, what you can do on a team basis, what you can try at home with your partner or your kids. You're gonna get all of that. And every tool that I mention is also in my slides, okay? So don't worry about snapping everything, just enjoy, sit back, take some notes, you'll get it all, okay? All right, so we already understood that we can't afford to stay the same, that change is essentially a requirement. And one of the things that really got me thinking about change was actually COVID. Someone reminded me yesterday that COVID was 6 years ago. Like, that's amazing that time can move so quickly, because it doesn't feel like 6 years, right? But COVID was 6 years ago, and I really loved, during the pandemic, learning about the virus of COVID-19. I was a horrible math and science student. You could tell that I was probably pretty decent at English, right? But, okay, you don't get that one. It's fine. It usually goes well. My wife likes that joke. Okay. But anyways, I loved learning about how that virus continues to transition and mutate. And it had all those different variants, alpha, beta, omicron, all those scary things. And that's how viruses continuously work. And that's why they're hard to diagnose and hard to treat. But the reality and the lesson I want you to take from COVID-19 is I want you to constantly change on a molecular basis, just like those viruses do. I want you to have a new DNA of how you lead, how you think, and how you operate. That's going to be the purpose of the next few slides, or rather the rest of the slides in my presentation. What we want to do is train, just like we would at the gym, a new muscle of how you operate. You're not just going to become adaptable and amazing overnight just by listening to this presentation. You've got so much that came today by the way of new thinking and new ideas, right? You learn what not to post, where to post, which WhatsApp group that you should probably leave, which old Facebook pictures you should probably delete, right? But all of those things, they happen over time. So I want you to give you the base points of forming this new DNA, and that's going to be the purpose of the coming slides. Other reality is, despite being a techie myself, we're not going to go really deep into AI today. I'm going to give you some shining points, but a lot of people that I speak to believe if they have an AI strategy, or they have an AI bot, or they're using agentic AI, that that's going to save their career or their business. I'm here to tell you that it's not. Okay, it's important. It is valuable, and it has some value, but AI technology is not going to save you. So if you're reliant on your future, your success, your survival to be about the new, shiniest technology, unfortunately, you're wrong. The real reality is that your future is going to be measured on how adaptable you are. Okay, what do I mean by this? Your adaptability is your ability and capacity to consistently evolve and change. All right? Just like The Rock, just like COVID-19, just like some of the biggest business leaders over time. And what we've done over the past 6 years is really try to understand what makes leaders successful and what makes companies successful. I've interviewed a lot of CEOs. I've got a CEO advisory part of my business. I've been on many stages like this. I've consulted a lot of ExCos. And what we try to understand deeply is what makes a great leader, what makes a great company, what makes a resilient company. And what we found is that's an adaptable business, that's an adaptable leader, that's an adaptable employee. And those traits, again, just like a muscle, can all be trained for you to grow. And so what are the core tenets of adaptability and the adaptability code? There's 5. Firstly, foresight, being able to look around the corners and see what's coming. Secondly, curiosity, the ability to ask better questions. Third is resilience. We talked a lot about that today. My father calls resilience hanging in there-ness. Just the ability to hang in there a little bit longer and to develop that thick skin when so much disruption is coming. There's agility. A lot of people get caught up in analysis paralysis. They want all the information, all of the data before they make a decision. Agility means moving forward, even with 60% of the information, just for the sake and speed of making a decision and taking action. And then lastly is care. This is a different one, especially for me. It used to be empathy, but I really dislike empathy. The reason I dislike empathy is because it's been used incorrectly. Empathy has turned into something that's just about feelings, right? How are you feeling today? Or you're feeling sad. I'm so sorry you're feeling sad. I'm so sorry life is happening to you. You fell into a hole. I'm so sorry you fell into a hole. Is it cold down there? Let me get in that hole with you. Geez, it sucks in this hole. It's dark too. And that's what empathy has been kind of summarized to. Whereas care says, hey man, I see you fell in that hole. That sucks. I'm sorry you fell in that hole. Here's a ladder to get out. Here's a strategy and blueprint to not fall in holes like this. And here's where we can go together. From a leadership standpoint, and this is typically who I'm speaking to when I talk about care, is that this is taking responsibility for someone else's growth. It's not just about their feelings, it's understanding where they are and saying, let's go here together. So caring leaders is also a key part of adaptability, but we'll go through all of these super quickly. Wayne Gretzky is a great hockey player, arguably one of the greatest hockey players of all time. And he was a great assist leader, a great scoring leader. And he said the key to his success was, I skate to where the puck is going to be, not where it has been. All right? So in terms of his mind, in terms of how his planning and the way he thinks about success, he always thinks ahead to say, where will my current actions land me in the future? When was the last time you asked yourself that question? Where will my current thinking and behaving and thinking about situations put me if I stay like this? Which course will it put me on? That's what foresight is about. It's understanding markets, it's understanding data, but it's also understanding your individual behavior. So, what's a question that we can ask ourselves to see tomorrow, today? From an individual standpoint or industry standpoint, are we spotting shifts in the global beauty, African retail model, shopper behavior early enough to brief our stakeholders and retailers? Or do we only get data and make a decision when we get a global deck? Right? Some of you cheered when Fenty was mentioned earlier. Does Fenty just tell you this is where we're going and this is the strategy that we must roll out? Or do you already know enough about your markets to say, hey, this is actually the direction of where we should take? Your job, more than most people I speak to, is certainly foresight, right? And certainly understanding the data, which I'm so glad that you're already doing through the tool. I'm gonna butcher the OGSM. I was almost there. I wrote it down a couple of times. OGSM. I was super excited to see something like that because most organizations that I speak to don't have those tools and aren't asking themselves that question. So you're already certainly ahead of your peers. The second thing is resilience. I've got 2 kids. I've got a 10-year-old girl and an 8-year-old little boy. And they go to karate twice a week. Every Tuesday and Thursday, they're at karate. Now that Emma's just in my head now. She's like, I'm just thinking about the data I'm exposing. But anyways, my kids go to karate, and they've got this amazing sensei there. And every time I'm at karate and my kids start to struggle, their sensei, this huge guy, starts shouting out, Nin Tai, Nin Tai. I'm like, what is this man all about? But I understood that every time he shouts this, that somehow my son digs in a little bit deeper. He does a couple more push-ups, or he gets a couple more kicks, and his punches get a little bit stronger. So I thought, let me investigate what Nin Tai is. So the last class I was in, I'm sitting there talking to ChatGPT, and I'm like, Chat, what's Nin Tai? This is what Chat told me. Firstly, there's two symbols in Japanese for Nin Tai. Nin meaning to endure, and Tai to resist or persevere. All right? But the depth is the ability to endure hardships, remain steadfast, and maintain self-control during difficult situations. This is what Sensei is shouting out to my kids every day, and they get it. They understand that Nin Tai means I must dig deeper. Resilience, particularly now more than ever, we have to understand that business is forcing us to change on a regular basis. We're worried about our jobs being taken over by AI. Companies are launching new things into market all the time. It feels like the ground is always changing underneath us. I'm sure as we're sitting here, when you guys head home today and open your emails, you're gonna see some kind of market shift in your industry. It's just bound to happen. So resilience means developing that thicker skin, not escaping the situation, but actually doubling down and getting stronger to fight through it. You guys with me? Okay, what's next? Well, how do we ask ourselves to build out this Nin Tai? My question here for you is, what would it take for you to not be surprised by what Donald Trump does? All right? What if you expected the changes that happen on a global scale, and when they happened, you're like, instead of scrambling, you're like, no, man, I thought that might could happen. I thought that there was potential. There was possibility that our industry could shift in this manner. We have to build up in order to be resilient. It's not just about hanging in there, but it's also about using the insight that we talked about before to plan a little bit better to see where the future might go, and then we're prepared. And we got a playbook for when those things happen instead of just going into a pure panic. Okay. Next one, curiosity. Anybody here Italian? Okay, no. Anybody speak Italian? Okay. Anybody been to Italy? Okay, a couple more. Anybody like Italian food? Pizza, spaghetti. All right, okay, cool. So I'm gonna be the resident Italian in the room for a moment and teach you guys some Italian. I taught you some Japanese, Nin Tai. And I'm going to teach you some Italian. And when you speak Italian, you got to speak with your hands, right? Okay, so everybody put your hands out. Even you, ma'am. Thank you. Dimostrazione. Dimostrazione. Are you with me? This table right here, are you? All right, Godfather. Godfather, mamma mia, papa pia, yeah. Dimostrazione, huh? What does dimostrazione mean? It's the easy one, demonstrate. That's the easiest one, you all get a pass. Okay, dimostrazione. But what does it mean a little bit deeper? Actually, before I tell you what it means, I'll tell you who it was coined by. Dimostrazione was coined by Leonardo da Vinci. He was arguably one of the greatest minds in all of history. He's a painter, a sculptor, an architect, a mathematician, literally a jack of all trades and a master of all. Over 4,000 patents, and of course some of the beautiful paintings and sculptures the world has ever seen. And he said dimostrazione was his key to success. A commitment to test knowledge through experience, persistence, and demonstration, a willingness to learn from mistakes, so failing. And then my favorite, learning through constant application and experimentation. Typically, in a corporate environment, we are horrible experimenters. We're great implementers. We implement a strategy. We implement a strategy that's a slight improvement of the last FY. We implement a strategy based on the previous job that we had and what we learned. For those of you, the two people that returned back to this organization, maybe you learned some things while you were gone, and then you come and implement those things here. We implement a strategy that we saw our competitor do, and we try to make some improvement. We're great implementers. When was the last time you tried something completely brand new? It's not often, right? Something that you never had done before, that you've never seen anyone else do. You have to develop that trait within you. You have to build that muscle of being curious, of trying new things, of experimenting. So how do we do so? What's the question that we ask ourselves? When did you change When did you last change a program that you have or a marketing strategy based on something that you heard as you were walking through one of your retail locations? If you heard a customer complaining about you or noticing something about one of your products and you're like, that's actually really interesting, we should try something about that. Or do you just say, they don't like us, it's fine, let's move to the next guy. Building a culture of curiosity and demonstrazi, one means building up these muscles that also listen a little bit more. Remember, all these things are tied together, and then taking that data and then trying something with it. You guys still together? Yes, sir. Yes.
They returned one of our products based on our packaging change, saying, have we now, is this grey import?
Yes.
You know, somebody else.
That's a good point, yeah.
It's the strangest thing I've ever heard. We instruct our consultants, it's just a packaging change.
Yeah.
Branding's happening like this. That customer refused to, after I heard this approach.
Just didn't look legit.
That customer said, no, sorry, it's not making sense to me.
Yeah.
It was the weirdest thing.
No, it's nuanced, right? And so if those of you who didn't hear, he said just last week, Thursday, a customer returned a product because you guys had new packaging and they didn't trust it, right? I'll tell you what, I did that last month in Woolies. My favorite ice cream, and many of us, is stracciatella, right? That's how you actually pronounce it. It's also Italian. Stracciatella, right? They changed their packaging in our Woolies, and I don't know what it said, but it looked different. It was peach, and I was just like, I don't trust this. I'm not bringing this home to my wife. She asked for stracciatella. I don't know what this is. A week later, Woolies changed that packaging back, right? So maybe they have the ability to make faster improvements. Packaging is a difficult one. But listening and understanding, maybe now we need to inform our customers about packaging changes and take them on a journey and not just assume that they're going to pick it up off the shelf and buy it again. So there's other things that we can learn. So really great points. Okay, that's just a picture. Thank you, sir. Okay. Agility. And I'm going to wrap up, or rather speed up quickly on these next few just for the sake of time and getting to meat. In fencing, one of the keys to fencing is stay light, stay loose, stay fast. And again, in many organizations, we're really slow to make a decision. A couple of years ago, I was working with a banking client, and I'd argue that they, I may not give things away, but they believe they're one of the most innovative banks in Africa. And what we found through working with them is if we had an amazing idea today, we all sat in this room, we had a conference and came up with an amazing idea for our customers today, it would take at least 10 months for anyone to see that in market. Being innovative, but taking 10 months to launch a single feature, those things don't meet together, right? So being agile means taking all this information. We're now operating with foresight. We're strong, we're resilient, we're testing out new ideas. We have to move quickly. Agility, adaptability is about making an instantaneous decision and moving on your feet. I'd argue that in most of our organizations, most of the decisions that we face is just because we're moving too slow, not because we didn't know what to do. Okay. So here, you gotta ask yourself, where does it take us months to do something? Where it could take us weeks, days, hours. Okay. Care. Love this quote by Simon Sinek. He says, leadership is not about being in charge, it's about taking care of those in your charge. And again, leveling people up. I liken this to being a plant dad. I don't know how many of you love plants. I just figured out I love plants a couple years ago, and I'm really proud to say that my plants have all survived 2 years, all right? If that doesn't get a round of applause, I don't know what should, all right? My plant. But the reason is because I've practiced care. I've learned that each plant has a different schedule. They all have a different routine of when this one wants to be missed, this one wants to be outside in the sun, this one wants to be in the shadows, this one needs this much water. And I figured out that routine almost to a science, and I think I'm doing a good job. That's what care is understanding that this room is all different individuals, and there's nuance. But I need to, just like my favorite plant, I need you to put you in your best circumstances for you to thrive and grow. Okay, that's what care is about. And for those of you who might not believe me that all these traits of adaptability work, what we found and what research proves is that adaptable businesses are 3 times better performing than those that aren't. And people that have these adaptability traits also bounce back from failure or knockdowns 4 times faster. So to me, being adaptable is non-negotiable. All right, you guys still with me? Are we still good? All right, great. Let me get into another story for a moment. How many of you here play the game of chess? Anybody? A couple. All right. Let me tell you a quick story about the game of chess. There was a king who loved the game of chess. And he was playing chess for weeks and weeks, and he couldn't find anyone in his kingdom that was a suitable opponent. And so he decided to put together this big event and said, if you beat me at the game of chess, you can have whatever prize you want in my kingdom. So of course, thousands of people lined up and played the king for weeks and weeks. And after one long, amazing game, a young farmer finally beat the king. And the king was actually so excited. He's like, young farmer, thank you. That was an amazing game. You made me think about all my new strategies. What do you want? And the farmer thought for a moment, and he said, I'll just take a grain of wheat, but I want you to double it for every square on the chessboard. There's 64, if you were wondering. And the king said, are you sure? You can have gold, you can have a castle, you can have my finest horse. You just want wheat. And the farmer confidently said yes. By a show of hands, how many of you would have said yes to some wheat? Okay, I got 1, 2, 3. Now you're talking about it. Now you're thinking. Now you're doing the math. Somebody's checking ChatGPT. Did I answer the right way? Okay. The reason that all but 3 of you raised your hand is that as human beings, just that amygdala, that thing that likes predictability in the back of our head, is we're linear thinkers as humans. We predict where we're going based on where we've been. All right? So you think about wheat and you're like, hi, wheat, I don't know anything about wheat. I know gold, I know castles, I know horses. That sounds like real wealth. What's wheat? What's this game of chess you're telling me about? That doesn't sound like a good investment. If I told you to plan for the year, you would think about how you did last year. And again, you would make some improvements and take it from there. If I told you to buy groceries for your family, you would think about how much your children eat, multiply that by 30 days, and you'd go into your local grocery store with a pretty clear budget and frame of mind of what to buy. You predict where you're going based on where you've been. Like I said earlier, those of you who drove here today, you'll think about all the other times you drove here, and that's your answer for today. If I told you to walk across the room and take 30 steps and ask you how many meters you would end up, you'd say, well, a foot or a step is about a meter, so 30 steps is about 30 meters, right? You guys still with me? What if I asked you to go 30 exponential steps? 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. On the 30th step, how many meters would you be? Okay, kilometers. That's a good answer. Anybody else? Throw it out. I've got a couple copies of my book here. The closest person to this, the correct answer, gets a copy of my book. Hey? Probably just? Probably to the sun? Okay, interesting. Hey? 9,000 kilometers? Now I'm gonna have to do the math. All right. I said meters. Now you guys are asking me, okay, cool, no, it's fine. That's all right, cool. Anybody else? Yeah, 40 Ks. All right, cool. You'd actually be 1,073,716,824 meters. Faith, you'll do the math and see if this lady was right or the distance to the sun. But I do know that this is 26 times around the planet, just by thinking exponentially. Okay, we'll do the math and come back to you guys. Someone can do that in the background. Okay, so let's go back to our farmer. If 30 steps is a billion, what's 64 squares? How many grains of wheat is that? It's not that hard of an answer, ma'am. You please get some water, you'll be fine. Don't panic. Hey? So 64. If 30 is a billion, what's 64? 300 quadrillion. I don't know how many zeros that is. Again, math science, didn't know. 900 metric tons of wheat with a market value of $330 trillion. The reason I use this example is that technology, AI, business today doesn't move linearly. You can't predict where you're going based on where you've been. It moves exponentially. Right? Moore's law says technology's capacity doubles in capacity every 18 to 24 months. So the phone that you have, the device that you have, its capacity gets stronger, it gets faster, its processing speed moves up. That used to be 18 to 24 months. I'd argue now it's every 6 months. All right? So you can't afford to look at the world linearly. Again, we're recoding our DNA. We're changing at a molecular level. I hope some of you are feeling something inside. That's what we're changing about how you think and behave. Okay, is that life requires us to think in this new manner. Technology also requires us to think in this manner. Maybe another quick question for you. How many of you are scared of AI? Thank you, ma'am, for your honesty. You hid your hand here, so I'm gonna give you 2, because I'm pretty scared of AI. Okay. The reason I'm scared of AI is because typically they frame AI in a very scary manner. The robots can now dance, they can fire guns. A couple months ago, there were 2 computers or 2 AIs that started speaking to each other in English. Halfway through the conversation, they created their own language and continued. Doesn't make any sense, right? Sometimes you unplug that computer and it keeps talking. So AI is typically framed in a very scary manner, right? However, the other part of our DNA that I want us to reshape is I want you to not approach AI like Skynet and the Terminator. I'd rather have an approach that thinks about Iron Man. Any fans of Marvel in the room? I always can count on my table over here. Okay, so the story of Iron Man, all right? If you don't know it, I'll tell you really quickly. Tony Stark, eccentric billionaire, weapons manufacturer. He goes to the Middle East, he gets kidnapped. Some bad guys put him in the back of a cave, and they say, build one of your most famous weapons. He doesn't do that. The first thing he does is actually put together this arc reactor in the middle of his chest. It's literally a big magnet that's keeping him alive. It's keeping these metal shards from going into his bloodstream, to his heart. That's the first thing he does. Then he builds out this suit with a friend of his in the back of a cave. He fights off the bad guys with this suit and flies home. Then he builds the next version of his suit and becomes kind of the superhero that we all know and love. Why do I use that example? Every day when you wake up, after you get all pretty, smelling beautifully like all of you are, all right, is I want you to put on an Iron Man suit of AI and technology. I want you to step into the future with the tools that exist around you. Because you, without AI, successful, you've done all right, you've gotten to this point. You're here, you're Tony Stark, handsome, beautiful billionaire, perhaps, all right? But you, with AI, you become a superhero. You become Iron Man, Iron Woman, Iron Person, all protocols, right? You become this enhanced, multiplied version of yourself. I'd rather be Iron Man than Tony Stark any day. And that's the power of technology when we combine all of these things of adaptability, the exponential power of technology, and the tools that we have. So you have to have that personality change. How do we do so? The very first thing is, just like Tony, you have to have AI or technology at your heart. It literally must keep you alive. The second thing is you must have a practice of agility and dimostrazione, like we talked about. That's what Tony does in all of the movies. And then third, the most amazing scene in most Marvel movies is when all the good guys get weaponed up and they fight the bad guys, right? And they storm through and they beat whoever it is, Thanos and whatever. If you guys are the only people in ASCO that change after being here for a day, and I'm cognizant of the investment it is to be here, to put this together. And also, just like the rate card of all of your salaries times 8 hours just being in the room today, it's an expensive occasion, right? You all have stuff to do. I saw a lady that was in here during lunch making sure that she responded, and she's like, well, we got global clients, and I understand that, right? So the investment of being here goes to waste if you go back to the office and you're the only ones who have changed. You're the only ones who've improved. You got to build that fleet of people behind you, Okay. You guys still good? One of the big questions that I get is the hype around AI real? Is it worth it? Do I really have to do it? Do I really have to get on board? And so what I wanted to show you is a quick graph by Gartner. And Gartner, of course, is a major consulting firm, and they've got this thing called the Gartner hype cycle. And what this does is essentially predict the flow of any new and emerging technology. Starts in the bottom left with a technology trigger, the pain point, the problem that we're trying to solve. We go up to the peak of inflated expectations, usually because of the media and stock prices and mentioning AI every other word. Then we go into the trough of disillusionment. Then we start to go to the slope of enlightenment and then the plateau of productivity. And then the last thing is mass adoption. So I'd argue where we are today. Well, let me say, where you were 18 months ago or a year ago, you were probably knee-deep in the trough of disillusionment. The features in AI were just like, hey, you want an animated version of yourself and your family? And you're like, sure, but I don't really know what that does for me. And then now, more and more, you're starting to see use cases where you're like, oh, that makes sense. That actually could add some value in my life. That's the opportunity that we are. Yes, ma'am, do you have a question? Or are you just interested? Okay, cool, all right. So this is where I say, is the hype real? It certainly is, and it's only going to continue to grow. Month on month, going forward from here on out, you're going to get more and more relevant use cases for your specific job and functions. It's not going to replace you, but certainly going to optimize some of your job functions. So if you don't do it, again, you're the undertaker in the situation. Cool. Another exciting tool, and I know you asked me not to do this, so I apologize. You did. I know you asked me not to do this, so I apologize in advance. But what I wanted to reveal today, and I just changed this now at lunch, is I wanted to show you a new tool that we're going to be rolling out for all of ASCO. This is a secret project that we've been working on for the last couple of months called ASCO Pulse. And you guys should get your login details, I hope, by tomorrow morning and be able to play with this tool. But I thought, since we're having so much fun and I got to know you guys, that we should just reveal it today. Are you guys ready to see it? Are you down? Okay, cool. There's some confusion in the room, but it's okay. Let's, top secret, that's why I'm here. ASCO Pulse. What's ASCO Pulse? An integrated intelligence platform for prestige beauty across Africa. This is a new dashboard essentially built to make all of your lives easier, faster and better. Is that okay? All right, so let's go through this dashboard and see what the functionality actually is. And then you guys will tell me if you're actually excited by it, okay? And if our investment was worth it. Okay, so this is a couple of the features, but we'll go into them one by one. What is ASCO Pulse? So this is the dashboard that you see when you log in. Again, when you get your details, we had a sales rep there in the top corner, Tandi, but you'll see what she's able to access across this platform in terms of the data and hopefully the benefits and upside. The very first thing is a scent signal. What this is you're able to see with all of your locations, your retail locations, you're able to log in and see your platforms, you're able to select one of your brands, you're able to see your promotion types, so this is particularly for our marketing teams, check to see if testers are available, take pictures, all in one central place, and then score your visibility and store's performance. The next thing is our counter pulse. Again, sir, what you mentioned last week, Thursday, we'd be able to see this live in our platform, to be able to log in and see shopper complaints, competitor mentions, whatever it might be about how people are feeling about interacting with our products. So all of our sales staff, our reps, we're able to do a quick capture again at all of our locations to understand how people are interacting with our tools, whether they're complaining or if there's some trend that we need to do something about. We've got our radar scanner. The radar scanner scans the market every week or every day for new news that's relevant to our sector to help us understand the impact of Hugo Boss's license renewal, about the rand versus the euro, the Nigerian market, the Nigerian beauty market growing 15%. It gives you suggested outputs of what you should be doing about this news that exists in the market, and you're able to also just quickly scan the globe. It's an AI feature. It scans all the news relevant to that day and gives you all of those abilities to track that news live and direct, and gives you, of course, all the sources. Okay. We've got our performance cockpit. And this helps us manage our regions, our country, our brands, and the different retailers that they might be in. Understand sales trends, our door coverage, our availability, the visibility, and understand again where we're performing well and where we might be underperforming and what trends we might be able to replicate. So here shows Click Sentence City. We're having stock issues, we're missing testers, and here are the suggested fixes, and here's the voice of the customer live, again, in one place to be a single source of truth for us. We've got our playbook library to understand maybe what works in different markets. So here we tried a new campaign with a sampling experience at a premium counter. We decided that, hey, it had an 18% uplift in the last 4 weeks. Let me use this as a template to replicate for another suitable brand or another suitable store or retail location. So again, if you're testing brand new ideas, you can see the results here and then share them with your colleagues in a seamless way. And then what do we have here in terms of our last feature? Sorry, we're still going through our playbook here. But again, you can see all the data here, key outcome metrics, key learnings, the tags, and who we should use this for. And then readiness really speaks about training and understanding. And it shows you, based on your brands, based on your countries, where are the readiness for rollout, where are we missing on training criteria, how are staff doing for particular roles, do we need to do this in person, do we need to do this online? And again, this is just the first version of the ASCO Pulse, but hopefully with your feedback, the next iterations are going to be quite amazing. So again, oh yeah, please, go ahead. Again, you guys are going to get this tomorrow, so good luck and have fun playing with it. I also love this quote by Peter Diamandis, and he says, by 2030, there's going to be 2 types of companies, right? Those leveraging AI and those out of business. 2030 is 4 years from now, right? So very soon, if you're not using AI, you will not have a business anymore. I'd argue that this is kind of like the smartphone moment that we're experiencing. It's the Apple moment, is that without a smartphone, you can't really operate in life. Pretty soon, without AI, you won't be able to operate in life. Maybe back to our platform really quick. I mentioned that we've been working on this in secret and private. How much do you think that that platform cost to build? Anybody? Hey? 1 million. Hey? Half? 5 million. How long do you think it took to build? How long have we been working on this in secret? Since December. 2024, 2025. Interesting. All right, so actually it took me 20 minutes on Thursday and cost me about $8. Okay, so I use a tool called Lovable. I put in a brief with the help of ChatGPT. I said, help me build a modern app called ASCO Pulse for the African Sales Company, a prestige beauty distributor and retailer across Southern Africa. Tell them or help their marketing and sales staff and Manco what is happening on the shelf, what shoppers are asking for, what is truly moving in global and African beauty, and turn those signals into clear insights and action alerts. And of course, we got a more detailed brief. And I put it into this tool called Lovable. Lovable is a vibe coding platform. If you're not familiar with vibe coding, essentially it's being able to code and build solutions without having any coding knowledge, right? You talk to it like you're talking to ChatGPT, and it starts building. So I put in this brief, gave it a little bit more detail about the design. I shared your logo, because we're family, of course, right? We're all on the same page. And then it told me that, okay, it thought for a moment, and it told me, thanks for all of that data, let me go ahead and build it. It gave me some recommendations for new features, and then Lovable essentially got to work. And this is what it started building. If there's any developers in the room, it literally started coding in real time, right? Literally thousands of lines of code to build that platform. Again, I was sitting on my couch listening to my kids do nintai in the background while this was happening, right? So, why do I show you all of this and the capabilities of tools like Lovable? If I, an outsider, somebody who just gets on stage and speaks about technology in the future, built this in 20 minutes, what could you guys build? All right? Again, taking all those foresights, all that curiosity, putting that in one place, and being able to experiment and play. I'm sure you're going to build something much more incredible, much more relevant, much more suitable for your brands. You guys still with me? That's the power of AI, and that's the separator, again, of Tony Stark versus Iron Man. Use the tools. Again, I'm going to give you all of this. You'll be able to even play with this live version after this talk. What's the effect of Iron Man and behaving like Iron Man? You have increased perception. You can rapidly prototype. You can personalize at scale. You can automate the boring and mundane, right? You can have continuous learning loops. And I love this quote. It says, Iron Man isn't powerful because of the suit. He's powerful because he knows how to work with the suit. The only way you're going to get more powerful with AI is by playing with it and having more fun with it. Okay, we're going to go through these quite quickly just because I'm cognizant of your time. The other big thing, for those of you whose arms are still crossed and you're unsure about the value of AI in your job and in your functions, that's okay. Let's go into some more data. Microsoft and LinkedIn did a report on a yearly basis called the Microsoft 2025 Annual Work Trend Audit or Report. And what they found is, firstly, your employees, all of you, are going to use AI whether you have a policy or not. All of you are taking sensitive company information, putting it onto ChatGPT, and using it to write emails. It's happening already, I know it. If you don't believe me, give me your phones. Okay, but 78% of people are bringing their own AI to work. You don't have a policy, you don't have a safe environment for them to use AI, so they're like, shop, I'll bring my own. Okay. Users say it boosts their creativity, helps them feel more motivated, saves time, focus on their most important work, enjoy their work more. From an operations standpoint, from an HR standpoint, this sounds like a pretty happy and well taken care of employee. So maybe we should give them the tools. 93% are more optimistic, rather, about their future job opportunities, and only 21% of them are actually in fear about this thing taking their job. Job posts that mention AI or Gen AI are 2 times more likely to attract posters. 69% of people believe AI skills will help them get promoted faster, so they believe this is good for job development. And most importantly, 2/3 of leaders wouldn't hire someone without AI skills. So if you do want that next job, if you do want that promotion, you have to understand that 66% of leaders are like, is the AI here in the skill set? And most importantly, they would rather back a less experienced but AI-powered employee than a seasoned one who hasn't kept up. So you got 2 choices. You gotta be the Rock in Iron Man, or you're the Undertaker. Don't get left behind, guys. Okay, cool. So how do we create tangible value really quickly? Which AI should you use? Which LLM should you use? I don't care. Use anyone. Whether it's ChatGPT, whether it's Claude, whether it's Perplexity, whether it's DeepSeek and you want to use China, it's okay with me. Maybe don't use Grok because we heard that it does horrible things. Okay, but just use one and start experimenting today. It doesn't actually matter which one. If it's Copilot, it's fine. Just start using one and get comfortable interacting with it. You also need to shift from what can this do to where can it remove friction in my life. You need to ask AI very specific questions about making your life easier, better, and different, not just, hey, write a report for me. Okay. If there's no link to understanding, if there's no link to data, if there's no link to making me more agile, it's just noise. It's just another solution, all right? This thing has to add value in your life. And another big thing is don't export your thinking to AI. A lot of people, especially on LinkedIn, you can just see that this post was written by AI. And then you look at the comments and then you're like, that was AI responding to AI. And then it just continues, right? We can all pretty clearly see when AI is in the picture. The reason is because people outsource their thinking. I saw a YouTube video and it was a preacher praying and he forgot that he had prompted all of this into AI, and at the end of his prayer he said, amen, and if you have any questions about this pastor or want to make any edits, please do so now. And he read that during his sermon. Imagine that, right? But don't be that guy or woman, all right? Because we all can see it. A better use of AI, instead of write this for me, is this is what I'm working on. This is my draft. What have I missed? What haven't I considered? What else should I be thinking about? That's a much deeper relationship with the tool than just do my job. especially because we can tell. All right? We don't want that. That's not the AI-powered person that your boss wants. They want someone who's using this to better themselves. And then you're like, okay, I do this all the time. And it asks me, sometimes very cheekily, three or four questions back to me to say, were you thinking about this, or do you want to do this? And sometimes I have to be like, chat, relax. I just wanted a quick answer. You don't have to do all of that. Just tell me what Nintai means, right? But there's benefit in not just answer my questions or do this for me, but evolve and push my thinking. You guys with me? Okay, great. How do we close out? I said you guys can download all my slides, so now's the safe time for you to take a picture, not of me, but of the QR code. And just there, what it asks you, you can just enter the code ASCO. And for those of you who don't, it's okay. We'll send it all to you guys already. Like I said, you guys paid me already, so I appreciate it. Okay, I'll give you a second, and then we'll close out. Great. I want to end with a quick perspective about time, and you guys will just give me 5 minutes and we'll close out. Quick perspective about time and understanding maybe how time works. So we went through we went through Japanese, we went through Italian, and I'm going to end with some Greek. There's 2 words for time in Greek. There's chronos, and then there's kairos. Chronos is essentially the version of time that we're all familiar with. What time is it right now? What day is it right now? It's calendar time. When do I have to have this submitted by? When do I need to be done? Right? What time is our meeting? All of that is chronos. Kairos is a little bit deeper. Kairos is the opportune time. It's the perfect time for action to happen. It says, it's a convergence of conditions that create space for meaningful progress. If you're Christian, in the Bible, Kairos refers to God's time. Okay, so it's very different than Chronos. I'd argue that as your last part of building this adaptability muscle, building this new DNA, is you also need to learn to spot Kairos in action. Because businesses that don't are those that get left behind. What do I mean by this? There is a big cost of missing your moment. I see it all the time. If I asked you guys, what do you need to do to grow 5% or 10%? Most of you actually know. You know exactly what you need to do to reach more customers, to sell more products. The reason you might not be comfortable with sharing it is maybe your fear of failure, maybe you're worried about being the curious one, maybe you're worried about putting that idea and being held to it, and then in the next quarterly review, they're like, hey, but you said you were going to grow this much, and you don't want to put your hand up for that. But I'd argue that, especially looking around the room at the talent that's here and the LinkedIn stalking that I did before this, you know exactly what you need to do to grow. But we miss our moment because of hesitation. Not because you don't have the right ideas. You know exactly what to do, and I want to remind you of that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the roles that you're in. You wouldn't have a 90-year track record. You know what to do. That hesitation is going to cost you. If you continue to wait for the perfect time, the perfect amount of information, the perfect market circumstances, you're handing opportunity over to your biggest competitor. Because I promise you, a lot of your competitors are just like, what didn't they do? Okay, let's do it. They missed that. Oh my goodness. We're just going to step into that window. And you see them do it all the time. You see them launch things maybe faster than you, and you're like, we had that idea last year. Problem is you did nothing with it. Kairos means taking advantage of that opportunity. And Kairos typically is in smoke signals that you need to interpret. It doesn't just come right in your calendar to say, hey, it's the right time to do something. What are those signals? It's a sharp shift in customer feedback. Your customers are like, hey, we don't want this anymore. Hey, we don't like this anymore. Hey, give me back my packaging that we had before, right? Or it's a competitor stumbling, and that opens a lane, or it's just internal momentum where you guys are just clicking. And you're like, yo, why are these ideas just coming and flowing? Why are we feeling so positive? Don't ignore that. That's Kairos at work. You have to take that moment and do something with it. Again, if you don't, you're handing it over to the next guy. So, what do we need to do about that? The big problem, typically, in organizations like this that I see, is not knowledge, but movement. You know what to do, but you don't move. So, you already have the insight. What you're missing is motion. I'd love if you went away from here, if the next few days, the energy that you have and the rise that comes with these annual conferences and the excitement that we have, use today and this week as a Kairos moment. The conversations that you're having, free from the office, free from all the admin, take that and say, what are we going to do with this right now? Otherwise, I'm going to go sell those ideas to your biggest competitor. Okay, I'm kidding. All right? But we mustn't wait for every light to turn green. What should we ask ourselves? What decision have we delayed that we already know is right? You already know what to do. What have we just delayed doing? Where is there readiness and opportunity, but we're just scared of failing? We're just worried about what will everybody say if I don't do this or if it doesn't work out. And then lastly, what could you launch? What experiment, what dimostrazione could you launch by Monday? What new idea? You got buy-in that this is a curious organization that loves new ideas, that loves to push. We got that from all the presentations that came today. So why don't you use that and then you go back to your chair and you're like, hey, you told me to do it, so here's my new idea, right? It's an amazing opportunity. Just take hold of it. Again, dimostrazione. I love this. First of all, I love Lewis Hamilton, amazing F1 racer. But knowledge alone expires. Action inside the right moment compounds. So if you want the exponentiality of right now to happen, you just got to take action. Cool. Closing out my last two slides. You also need to understand how to disrupt yourself before your competitor does it for you. The very first thing you need to understand is today's version of technology is the worst, slowest, ugliest it's ever going to be. How many of you had a flip phone back in the day, a flip camera phone? Yeah, all of you are old. But remember the pictures that we took on those phones when we were out in the streets? You thought that those pictures were amazing, right? Yeah, compared to where we are now. Like, how did we even think that these pixels here were like us like, come on. So every version of technology is that camera phone, is that flip phone. It's only going to get better. It's only going to get faster. Every version of AI that you see right now, this is the worst it'll ever be. So that's an amazing opportunity. That this thing is only, okay, maybe it doesn't work completely now, but it will, and very soon. Don't get left behind. Secondly, volatility is permanent. This year is not going to be any easier than last year. And by the looks of Davos and all these major economic forums, people are going to keep wilding out, and our currencies and our tariffs are going to keep getting worse and worse. It's not going to be an easier year to do business. So your adaptability also has to be permanent. Okay. Then lastly, you have to leverage the exponentiality of right now. I'd argue that right now, being in business, right now, today is the best time in human history. The tools that we have available, the market opportunity that we have available, the data that we have available is like no other time in human history. What are you going to do with it? It's certainly the best in your 90 years of doing business. What are you doing with that opportunity? And then lastly, my favorite quote. It says, brands, people, individuals, leaders that evolve the present are involved in the future. If you want to be disruption proof, if you want to continue to thrive, no matter where things are, your choice is to evolve the present, to take on this new DNA and this new muscle, and again, to be more like The Rock than 6 feet under. Guys, that's my time. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
How excited are we for ASCO Pulse, guys? So exciting. This has to be actually my favorite messaging today because I'm always preaching about change, about being adaptable. And I'm sure Rose is always sick of me because I'm always like, this is not 1997, we need a change. So this was definitely very insightful. Thank you so much. We're gonna take a very quick 5-minute break, and then we will start with my favorite part of the day, which is the results and what we've done in 2025. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Please come in. I'm shouting for the ones outside. Hello, everyone. Can I ask that you please take a seat and settle down? Brian, I'll expose you. Cool, thank you so much. As I said, we are gonna be moving on to my favorite part, which is celebrating brand wins. But we're gonna start off with Robert Prebatch, who will be taking us through highlights of the Competition Act, followed by Lauren from Purge, who will be sharing some insights from Raban, Carolina Herrera, Antonio Banderas, as well as Jean-Paul Gaultier. And then we'll move on to Armin, who will be sharing Dior results. Thank you.
Congratulations to the people who organized the last three speakers. Chris, who spoke about personal improvement and how to manage your life, work-life balance, but also how to make yourself better at what you do. Emma, who talked about the word of social media, and all the landmines that are out there, and how do we walk around and not step on those things. And then, of course, Mushambi opening our eyes to what AI can do. I've been using a tool called Perplexity for quite a while. What I've learned in Perplexity is it's not Google, it's going to tell you stuff, but what you get is the intelligence of your question will reflect the intelligence of your answer. And once you really have to think before you ask it, or you're going to get some bad answers. The more you use these things, the more you get into it, but we're scratching the surface. And Mushambi has really opened my eyes, particularly to what we have to do to get into this world and know how to use it and upskill all of ourselves. And that's really what it's all about. Somebody just mentioned the highlights of the Competition Act. There are no highlights of the Competition Act. However, as with many things in South Africa, we've got a very good competition law. A lot of our laws are first class, in fact, better than many of others because they're new and they've been very well introduced. Competition law means a lot for us, and the implications of it are not only at board level. Will we make sure we do things the right way and we don't do things the wrong way and we don't attract the attention of the Competition Commission? But the way it's framed is it goes all the way down to the level of every single person in this room. And what scares me about Competition Act is if you're not informed, if you don't understand what it's all about, there's a risk that one of you inadvertently will do something that will put the company at risk. It is our job to give you the information and to give you the tools and the resources so that you know how to behave in this particular landmine area. And it's your job to learn more about it and be informed. And it's all part and parcel of our mutual upskilling so that we do the right things and we behave as good citizens and we are compliant in everything we do. I've read the Competition Act because I've had to know it. There are times when I just can't interpret it, and then I'll pick up the phone and I'll speak to an attorney who can interpret it. And I wouldn't be presumptuous to say I've got the legal understanding to go into an act and say, yes, this thing's right and that thing's not right. And when we set up ARC, we went into collaboration with one of our competitors and some other people. We knew that there was a gap in the retail market. We knew that nobody else was filling it. Edgar's at that point had just fallen over and we didn't know it was coming back. And we felt an urgency to make this thing happen. We had a kind of a vision. We didn't achieve the vision in the first stores, but I think now if anybody's seen Arc Santon, you've got an idea of what the vision was. We didn't know then, but now that I see Arc Santon, I say, well, that actually was what we wanted, even though we couldn't properly visualize it. But I had a problem with Arc because I was sitting on a board with our chief competitor. And how could I collaborate on that thing and still be competitive elsewhere? And that's what took me into the Competition Act. I went on a course, I did some studies, I got an attorney to advise us, etc., etc. Now, I'm going to give you just a few key things that you need to know, and I'm going to send this to every single person. And I do ask that you read it and try to understand it, because your behavior could put the company at risk, inadvertently. But you've got to know what's going on. When you talk about the Competition Act, you've got to get into their language. And it took me a long time to try and understand it from the point of view of the Act itself. If you want it in simple terms, the Competition Act says competition's good. Anything that promotes competition is desirable because it gives the consumer or the end user, whoever that may be, a better deal and a fair deal. And conversely, anything that restricts or inhibits competition is bad. Now, unlike many legal situations, there's a whole set of courts devoted to Competition Commission. Firstly, there's the Competition Commission, which does the investigations. So if you are possibly guilty of something, Competition Commission will get you on their radar, and they'll send out a whole gang of people who will invade your business and take all your laptops, and they'll harass you for the next 6 months to find out if you're doing something bad. If they can find that you are doing something bad, they'll take it to the competition tribunal. The competition tribunal is a court, and it's got teeth. And then the third thing is there's an appeal in case you don't like what the competition tribunal has done. But strictly speaking, you never want to get on the radar of these people because they're serious, they've got the power, and they will implement it. Now, the way they talk about it is they talk about horizontal restrictive practices. So that's things between competitors. So African Sales and L'Oreal get together to do something. African Sales and Kavi get together. Kavi and Estee Lauder get together. It's between competitors, and they agree to do something which is bad for competition. And these things are prohibited, and there's no excuse when you go before the tribunal. You cannot say, I didn't know, I didn't intend. You're automatically guilty. The worst thing that we can do, and I've taken things that are relevant to us, are price fixing, where we agree we're going to sell our oud 100 ml at 2,495 rands, and everybody in the market will agree all the ouds in the market will go in at that price. Now that would be clearly price fixing between competitors. It's bad for the customer. Don't do it. Don't even think about it. The others, dividing markets. And dividing markets is I'll go to this market and I'll deal there, and you go to that market and you deal there. So we're not bothered by this bothersome thing called competition where we keep on running into each other. And I'll tell you a story which is ancient history. Once upon a time, there was two big department stores in South Africa. One was called Garlics, one was called John Orr's. I'm giving my age away. The Garlics people were based in Cape Town, and they had a deal with the Orr family, Mr. John Orr, that you guys do Gauteng and Natal and we'll do the Cape. Okay? That's classic territory allocation. It is totally prohibited. You can't do it. You can't even think about it. And then there's competitors getting together horizontally when they're doing bids or tenders. Now, luckily and happily, we don't do that, so we're not in that territory. Now, there are vertical restrictive practices. That's from a supplier to a distributor, or a distributor to a retailer, where you're doing something, and again, in our case, the relevance is price fixing. Now, the critical thing is you can't do anything that prevents or lessens competition. And the key thing for us is called resale price maintenance, and there's a whole act of that on its own, but it's also embodied in the competition laws. And it says you can't tell a supplier that, in simple terms, that they can't discount. You can give them a minimum price and say you should be selling this thing at, let's say, 1,500 rands, but if they sell it at 1,499 and you go and do something about that and punish them for it, you're highly guilty of the worst sin, which is resale price maintenance. You can tell a retailer the recommended price is 1,500 rands, but you can't sell for 1,501. Now, why can you tell them you can't sell at that price, whereas you can legally tell them not to sell at 1,501, but you can't tell them not to sell at 1,499? And that is, one is bad for the customer and one is good for the customer. And that's the viewpoint of the whole competition laws. Now, I'll come back to this discounting and how we handle that. Now, you also can't go if you're a dominant supplier. Now, we're quite powerful in, let's say, the fragrance world. So we go to a retailer and we say, you can't have our fragrances if you're going to go and deal with somebody else. So, for example, you're not allowed to have Bacha in your store if you want African Sales in your store. Now, that would be exerting our dominance, and that is unforgivable. There's no defense against it. You'd be in serious trouble if you ever tried to do it. We also can't go to any of our customers and say, don't deal with a supplier, don't deal with a competitor, or we'll buy up all the resources that are needed for that competitor to do things to block them coming into the market. You can't do anything that lessens competition. Now, again, in cartels, if we got together, let's say Kavi and African Sales are sitting on the board of ARC, and we start to collude to make things nice for us selling into ARC and Kavi selling into ARC, but bad for the other people. That would be, again, an unforgivable sin and would be subject to very severe penalties. There are sections when we sit on that board when we have to recuse ourselves because we're picking up information that we shouldn't know about. Now, what we did was we consulted with an attorney and we said, which areas can we talk about, which areas can't we talk about? We were given information, and in the early days, we had an attorney sit in the meetings to tell us, are we allowed to talk about this or not allowed to talk about that? So you can run your business, you can work in anything you want to do, just pay close attention to the act and make sure you don't stray. Now, there's a sentence saying that directors or managers who cause a firm to engage in bad practices can be personally liable for an offense under the act. So you're not only exposing the company, you're exposing yourself. It's a real law. Now, what happens if you do something bad and you go before the commission and they say, we're sending you to the tribunal finds you guilty, and they give you a fine? The fine is equal to 10% of the turnover of your company. And like African Sales, we're exporters into Africa, so they can take, that's what you sell in South Africa, we can add the money you sell into the rest of Africa, we take 10% off that. And in the case of African Sales, if we were guilty, it would cost us something like 180 million rands. And you can go to the appeal court, but you're going to lose. This is a law that we can never ever break because the fine is crippling, it's totally destructive. So we make damn sure we never get there. Now, the most tricky one for us is we're selling luxury brands, and luxury brands don't want to be seen in a discount environment. So how do we get past that? The answer is you can and you can't. You can discuss the matter with your retailer and say, for the good of the brand, it's not really helpful if you do these things, and we'd rather you do other things than your competition. For example, we'll add value, we'll do gifts with purchase, we'll give services for free, etc., to give the customer a better deal. But we'd prefer if you didn't go into the discount role. Now, if the customer then chose to go into the discount role, you have to stand back and say, it's entirely your privilege to do what you do. We will never, ever enforce anything against you for having chosen your own retail price. Now, let me read this. Any agreement, condition, policy, threat or sanction that obliges a retailer to charge at or above a specified minimum price, in other words, not to discount, is prohibited. And the retailer, and I've said the retailer may not discount below the recommended retail price. That action is prohibited. Doesn't matter what you do. You cut off supply, you punish them in some way, you're extremely guilty and you'll be in serious trouble. What we can do is we can recommend. And we talk recommended retail selling prices, RRSP. If we put a price on a pack before we ship it into the customer, we would say RRSP, or recommended retail selling price, is 1,500 rands. But if the customer wants to sell it for 1,499 or 1,000 or 500, etc., it's 100% their privilege. They can and they will do that, and we will do absolutely nothing about it because they're allowed to do it. If we write something, we must always use these words, recommended price, meaning the customer has the discretion to impose whatever price they want to put on it without any possible sanction on our side. There are practical implications when we write things. You can use words like it's a non-binding recommendation. And our staff must really understand that you cannot do any discipline for undercutting, and even a discussion on that could trigger an investigation, and that could lead you into serious trouble. We mark prices very clearly as RRSP, but in our own shops, we talk RSP because we're the retailer, and that's the retail selling price. Okay? So one thing when you're a distributor selling to a reseller, it's another thing if you're the customer. If you're the shop yourself, then it's up to you to choose whatever price you want. And the conduct to avoid is you don't ever threaten, you don't ever penalize, or you don't even reward customers if they follow the recommended retail selling price. It's something that is understood between them. It's up to them if they agree with your arguments, and they freely choose to follow it or not to follow it. And of course, we mustn't monitor it and chase them if they do something. Okay? It's as simple as that. I'm going to send it to you. Please read this, and please be careful in the language you use, in the script you use. And a really good piece of advice is don't have discussions with competitors. You're together in a hotel because you're both traveling in the same place. Don't talk business to a competitor. It can get you into trouble. And you never know if there isn't a recording device in that person's pocket and they are feeding you questions to see if they can pull you in to say something incriminating. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Let's do the fun bit now.
Oh, good. Give to him. Oh, thank you. Do I? Very loud. Hello, everyone. Where? It's the only place they could put it. Right. Okay. Hello, everyone. Zand, I'm very disappointed I didn't get a whole LinkedIn profile. Mervyn, where were you? Just here's Lauren, Raban. Okay. So anyway, I'm going to give it a bit of a zest. Right, so where are we with Pudge? And where do we want to go? So I think the big thing with Pudge is that it's in pivot. I heard that word, I think Matambi or somebody mentioned it today. I think very pertinent to this conference is a lot of change happening in the Pudge business. So what we see is that we need to try gain momentum in a changing landscape. There are a lot of market disruptors that don't only apply to Pudge, they apply across the board in terms of we see customers looking for value, dupes. There's a big shift in the retail landscape. Cecilia mentioned Dis-Chem and the massive impact it's had on our business with us exiting. So there's a lot of pressure all round. And I think stepping back, it's really about, Pudge is a very data-driven business. We make a lot of our decisions based on the data. We've got a lot of tools which give us some sort of competitive advantage. And then really it's all about our people, and what they contribute to our BCs all the way up. And then lastly, we pride ourselves on execution and always trying to be a little bit of a step ahead and where we're going. So we're not saying we're going to completely reset the business. We're really all about recalibration today. So I think one of the big things with my teams is we've got money to invest and every cent is valuable. And how do we really invest it in the right places? Also looking forward is, customers are looking for experiences. That's the reality of today. I went to a restaurant the other night and instead of just giving me the dessert, the waiter came and actually made the dessert in front of me and it was a whole theatre. And that's really where Pudge is looking to go. We're going to do less of and we're going to create more theatre for our customers. So I think, we saw that the fragrance market share, we need to be honest about our challenges and show leadership direction and really rally the troops around where we want to go. It has been a difficult season or year, and where do we go to from here? So the key things for us is the brand pivot and the retail pivot. So from a brand front, everyone will know Pudge has a lot of launches. So how do we do bigger and better launches? I gave some sort of indication of what we're trying to do by creating these experiences. And then Pudge went on this whole journey of premiumization, and Raban has suffered to an extent from this premiumization and is kind of going back to basics. We're focusing on our hero products, the products that make us lots of money, 1 million Invictus. We're going back to the core, back to the basics, over and above the premiumization. Then from a retail pivot, so it was very hard to come out of Dis-Chem and still coming out of Dis-Chem, but one of the biggest challenges is that Dis-Chem was such a large portion of our businesses and we still have stock within the Dis-Chem environment. So how do we get the customers to shop in our other 5 key retailers? And I think the moment is right this year to really convert that customer and get them into the other retailers. We look at something like a Good Girl, it's come out of Dis-Chem ages ago, and now it's growing high double digits. So how do we really convert that customer? And really we're looking with the 5 leftover retailers to really do a partnership over just being present in their retail environment. So briefly, very, very quickly, the big thing with Pudge is about gaining value market share. And we've stood backwards last year. So it's all about going back to taking back the market share that we're looking for. We have big brands. It is harder sometimes to grow in a mature base. I've spoken about our brand classics and then really having solid key accounts plans with our top retail partners and then continuing on that journey with premiumization, because the world we're going into, it's all about luxury, it's all about service, and Pudge needs to embody that and continue down this journey. The other thing we've got quite good at over the last couple of years is omni-channel. We feel like we are really an omni-channel business. The guys who work with us, you guys know very, very well, Lindy, Esther, we treat online like we treat offline. We have such a synergy to what we do online, to what's happening offline. And then really pushing to have this elevated image, having collections, having magnificent spaces. And one of the things we want to really do well this year is art of gifting. We're hearing customers are walking away from products simply because they don't have a paper bag. I kept hearing this over and over again in December. The customer didn't want to buy our product because we didn't have enough bags. And art of gifting and the whole ceremony that goes with it. So we really want to make sure that this year we are all about that, and Pudge has the tools, so how do we go in that direction? And as I said, we are a data-based business, and I just want to give you, I don't know what's going on, one example. We even measure ourselves against the competitors. Here's one example. We can see on an Edgar's how the customer's searching for us versus our key competitor, YSL, what our site navigation is like, product and stock status. And listening to Matambi, like we need to become more and more data-driven in making our decisions. And I think we're blessed to have these sort of tools. We get out of stocks online every week for all our retailers, and then we know where to push. And it's the same, the guys in store, we can see what's going on online. We have a lot of opportunities. I think one of the big things, and I was mentioning dupes, is that brand came into our market and has changed the category completely. Something like body mist, which was more of a masstige category, has now moved into the premium market. It's attracted this younger customer. And we, as Pudge, they're now producing products that attract that customer. So we're going more and more into the body mist and into that customer, that younger customer base. You saw, I think it was Rue's KPI, stock. The big mix of stock and fixing the overstocks in retailers and ASCO is a massive priority for us. I look at something like Banderas. It is larger than some of the premium brands, but it's been very neglected over the last couple of years. How do we make easy money in a brand like Banderas without trying to create a full brand? There's lots of low-lying fruits. And the big one, as I mentioned, is converting that discount customer into our prestige retailers. As the stock levels are now wearing down. So lots of things to do in Pudge. We're very aware of the pressure, but as well as the huge amount of opportunities. It is a beautiful business, and we always say dreams in a bottle, and that's really the case. So I'm going to show you a little video on some of the amazing work that our team has done this year. I think in terms of influencers, we really have been world-class, large-scale activations. So yeah, I'm going to hand it over. Oh, more, sorry. Oh, there is.
Camaradas MC Feeling Solid, aka Black is Young the Man, the hottest, the greatest. You're on set right now, shooting with Biden Union Gold. Hey, yo, what's up, everybody? This is your boy, Uncle Vinny the... Oh, that's what I can't take it from the government.
I don't know who's next. I'm going to leave it here. Anybody?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Dior. I've done a brief market overview, slightly different presentation. Dior is one of the most prestigious names in fashion and luxury worldwide. It is celebrated for its heritage, its craftsmanship, and a continuously evolving creativity. In South Africa, at ASCO, we are privileged to represent the beauté side of this business, soon to launch into eyewear as well as fashion jewelry. Our vision in this market is to solidify our existing leading position as the top-end luxury brand. How do we plan to do that? Through our commitment to excellence and by delivering unparalleled customer experiences. We just finished our financial year at the end of December. We run Jan to December calendar year. Our business is split as follows. We have 4 boutiques in the country. 4 of those boutiques deliver a revenue of 48% contribution. We have 46 doors in Edgar's. Only 18 of those doors are full line. When we speak full line, we mean 3X business, so that's our fragrances, makeup, and skincare portfolios. We have 7 doors in Red Square, 6 doors in Arc, and 2 doors in independent chains. One of those is the ASCO staff shop, and the other is an adopted Ascot pharmacy, which will hopefully cease to exist at some point. So in summary, 65 doors in the entire country. And that is 30% of our original distribution footprint in the country when we first adopted this brand. In 25, which was, I think, to date, our most difficult year in the business, we posted a 5% growth on sell-out, and we achieved 98% to target. We posted a negative growth on sell-in, and that's because, as Cecilia mentioned earlier, 2 of our key projects in the country had a delay of 6 to about 8 months. But even with that, we hit 101% of our sell-in growth for last year. Our business is split as follows. 43% of our contribution comes out of our signature fragrances, which unfortunately is down 1%. It's a Sauvage drop effect. 30% of our business comes out of our private collection, and that's growing 7% on last year. Our makeup business is flourishing, growing 21% on last year. And our skincare portfolio, which is the smallest in the business at 6% contribution, is unfortunately down on previous year, but we have very strong plans in place to turn that around. A further breakdown of the business, our boutique contribution and growth, as mentioned, is at 48%, and it's up 4%. Santon was our most challenging door last year. We had internal issues. Again, that has been fixed, and it's on a positive trend. V&A, currently our second largest store in the country, is trading at its half of its usual capacity. And even then, well done, Megan and team. You guys have hit 110% to target for calendar year. Our Menlyn boutique, which has come off a negative growth, has posted a 7% on previous year, and that's absolutely well done to Epeleng and her team. And similarly to that, our Gateway boutique, which has had a consistent negative growth, has now come out at a 3% on previous year, and that's Wahida's and team's doing. So well done, and thank you. In terms of the total market overview, and that's us comparing ourselves towards the rest of the market, we are trending slightly below. Market is growing at 11%, Dio is only posted 7%, and that is the result of our fragrances trading down. We're growing 5% versus the market at 13%. Our makeup, however, is posting exceptional growth. This is Jan to November numbers, 2025. We're up 23%, and as Cecilia pointed earlier, we are number 4 makeup brand in the entire South African market. When we sort of measure ourselves against our direct competitor, which is Chanel, we are number 1 brand in fragrances. They're number 2. They're growing faster than us, so it's something for us to be mindful of. Makeup, we're number 4. They're number 7. We have left them behind. They're flat on previous year. We're up 23%. And skincare is the only segment where our key competitor still beats us. Unfortunately, they're ranked 8. We're number 12, so some work to be done here. In terms of the ASCO portfolio, and this is a brand comparison, not a divisional comparison, Dior is ranked number 1, contributing 19% to the overall business, followed by Versace at number 2, and then the others on the list. So the key highlights, which we were actually asked to share with you today, and I'm very proud of the next slide. We are number 1 fragrance brand in South Africa. We are number 1 male fragrance brand in South Africa. We're number 1 fragrance brand in the Edgar's chain. We're number 1 Edgar's brand online. This is total market stats. And we're number 1 brand in ASCO. Brand, guys, not division, before any of you get super sensitive. And we're number 3 total brand in the Edgar's chain. Again, we only play in Edgar's and Arc. And it's right about now that I'd really like to say a huge thank you to the team, the guys that are in this very room, as well as on the field. It's your blood, sweat, and often tears, literal tears, that has brought us to this very slide behind me. In terms of, thank you. In terms of what we've accomplished in the last 6 months of the year, we were the first brand to illuminate the tallest building in South Africa. We painted Santon red with the launch of our Rouge on Stage lipstick in September this year. We received extraordinary, thank you, press coverage around this launch, and I'll just read one of them. On Thursday, 18th of September, Dior Beauty selected Santon for the grand launch of their new generation Rouge Dior on Stage lipstick in Africa. The French beauty giant gathered some of the country's leading beauty personalities for an electrifying display of lighting, lasers and projection at the Leonardo Hotel, which could be seen across the city. We gathered the biggest PR exposure, I think, to date on the Dior brand. The event organically reached over 8 million people. It drove 55,000 likes, over 2,000 comments, and over 360 views, the video views online. So it wasn't just an event for us, but a cultural moment that I think left a mark on the market. We've also managed to bring out our pro makeup artist. This gentleman by the name of Serbi came out to help us launch Arc Santon. This chap works backstage quite literally with Peter Phillips, dressing and getting all the Dior models to go onto the fashion ramp. And we were very privileged to have him in South Africa. So, thank you. What's in store for us for the next 6 months? The word for Dior for 2026 is elevate. And before I say anything further, please join me into the world of dreams.
The Haute Perfumery Boutique Atelier, mirroring the couturier perfumer spirit of the Montaigne workshops, welcomes you with the collection table, a new scenting tool, and the personalization options. The more refined and vertical design highlights newness that can change colors with each animation. The discovery area offers a unique experience and an interactive play table. As the ultimate reference in personalization, a dedicated wall presents a wide array of couture accessories and beauty objects. A dedicated space welcomes the Amphorous, Dior's expression of the ultimate made-to-measure perfumery. For a high-end consultation, the lounge presenting our most exclusive exceptional pieces is an invitation to pamper our guests. It can be supplemented by a personalization atelier when space allows. Fragrances express an ultimate showroom for the senses with a white, luminous, and warm universe. Each franchise is visible with a dedicated space on the wall, expressing storytelling, personalization, and newness. Makeup, personifying the colorful youthful facet of the catwalk, and the backstage welcomes you with a screen showcasing the latest fashion show. The lease line bar has been redesigned to be more impactful, playful, and welcoming. To affirm our status of a trend-setting leader, 6 looks are presented permanently, renewed every 3 months. Our expert services can be experienced on a playful table for self-discovery, or more expert sit-down consultations with makeup artists before heading to a well-organized makeup catalog and the backstage line. Skincare, in line with the high-end spas, balances ultra-luxurious cocooning and avant-garde science. The catalog is organized and hierarchized on the walls, with dedicated spaces for prestige, capture, and recruitment icons. Each franchise expresses powerful myths, affirms scientific credibility, highlights hero products and newness, while proposing a straightforward routine. Laure de Vie, Dior's ultimate skincare masterpiece, is magnified next to a cocooning consultation salon offering semi-private services. A more accessible consultation area with the latest technological tools is also available. Dior La Suite, inspired from the spas, offers the most expert and luxurious treatments. This is the Dior Boutique. This is the House of Dior. This is the House of Dreams.
So with that, we will be bringing that to South Africa. Our 2 key boutiques in the country are planned as follows. We will be launching the new V&A store in middle of April. We're moving from a 58 square meter shop to 135, that's more than double. And in Sandton, which will be our flagship door in the country, and we are told in the top 12 in the entire world, we're going from a 112 square meter store to 230 squares. So if you see any one of us in the next 4 months running around and looking like the world is crumbling around us, do offer us a hug or a chocolate. Anything will do. Not me, but others might. Chocolates are always welcome. We do have a very, very busy 4 months ahead. The team will be overwhelmed, but the results are going to be magnificent. And that's Dior. Thank you.
Thank you, Amin. I think for purposes of time, we're going to have a quick break. It's just 10 minutes, not the usual 15 minutes, so please don't disappear. When we come back, Benefit, Fenty, then ASCO Retail, Select, L'Occitane, and Velvet Luxe will follow in that order. So a quick 10 minutes and we'll be back. Hi guys, I think the consensus is if we can push through, we're more than welcome to do so. How does everybody feel about that? Okay. Okay. So Rose, we're going to continue. So we're going to call Bushle up for Benefit, followed by Nemate, we'll do Fenty, and then Max and myself will do Retail. Julie, you'll follow after that with Select, Melinda on L'Occitane, and then Rose on Velvet Luxe. So let's put our hands together for Benefit.
I was going to sing a song on my way up, but I think for time purposes, I'm not going to do that. Hello, everybody. Okay. I think I'm going to stand here. Okay. So, for Benefit, I've highlighted the sales performance for 2025. But first, I just wanted to remind everybody what Benefit is all about. We are the pink brand, as you can see from my slide. We are not a apologizing for being pink. We love it. And also, we are the brand that is here to ignite joy. And our belief is that beauty should lift us up and not bring us down. And as per Cecilia earlier on, we'll be doing that, selling beauty better. I'm not going to go through all of those, but our pledges, more than anything, is to have fun. We make our own rules, and if you haven't noticed, I think you'll see from some of the videos. We also make real connections from everything that we do, from launches into the BCs that we have, and we invent creative solutions. We are also bold, fun, and unexpected, as you have seen probably from some of the stuff that we've done before. So just year-to-date sales overview for Benefit. We've come off a long 18 months, and I think we are at a position where we can breathe. So I just really want to say thank you to the team and obviously the BCs out there for some of the work that they've done. And we continue to obviously go through it with the target that we have. So year-to-date sales, you'll see that we are, together with all the 4 retailers that we have, we're 14.2 million year-to-date, and we're growing by 8%, guys. There was a point where we were not growing at all. Yay! And we are 85% to target. What I do want to highlight, which I'll highlight in some of the slides as well, is that ARC is growing very, very quickly in our business. And with Edgar's maybe slagging behind a little bit, but we'll talk more about that. And the 2 doors where we actually only online, Superbalist and Woolworths, we're growing those doors as well. And then in terms of sell-in, which is something that Cecilia and Rurumai mentioned earlier, is something that we are going to drive. In terms of sell-in, we are 9.7 million to year-to-date sales, and we are growing that by 14%. I'll take that 4 and say 15%. And we are 94% to target. So we really, really, really are trying to drive sell-in because we know that it also impacts, sell-out drives sell-in, but it does impact some of the relationship between how we spend and what we put into stock. I wanted to add this just for interest in terms of how our business is also split. We've got 4 key retailers, and you can see their contribution, with Edgar's, as mentioned, being flat. And for us, it's not a bad thing that it's flat. We want it to grow, but we've had a tough period in Edgar's, and I think that goes to a lot of brands, I think, in the building. But we are flat on the same period and 72% to target, with ARC growing at 31%. And we continue to want to grow the momentum on ARC. So you'll see it in a lot of our priorities for the next half as well. Superbalist, which was one of our biggest store, is slightly at a negative, but we're covering that because this time last year, I think the negative was on 11%. So we are at 93% and 94% to target. And with Woolworths, we are at 67. We are growing at 67%. We did a trial with Woolworths where we gave them a little bit of G with P's. The nice thing about online business is that when you nudge it a little bit with some insights and a little bit of things that you can do in an online business, you see the results very quickly. So you know whether you can be, I think this speaks to the agility part of it, whether you can carry on or you can kind of remove that strategy. So with Woolworths, we did an initiative with them and we're growing that brand, that retailer now by 67%. As mentioned before, Edgar's contribution has dropped by 6% in the last 18 months, which for us, that makes ARC our biggest retailer and the fastest growing retailer. And I think to one of the key speakers that were speaking earlier on, one of the things that maybe we should do as a brand, because ARC is growing so fast, is maybe ask ourselves with a foresight that says, what happens if ARC could be in the situation where Edgar's is? Because Edgar's was a big retailer at some point, so maybe not put all our dependency in ARC and see where else we can play as a brand in terms of just making sure that the pie is divided and our dependency is not so much on ARC. But we're loving the ARC business and we think that there's a lot that we can do in order to optimize it. And then going to key highlights, the first highlight that I'm going to show, I know it's not part of the 2026 period, but this is the platform to brag. So my team and I wanted to brag about it because it's one of the launches that actually put us on the map, and we wanted to share with you guys. So last year, this time, we launched Bounce, which was a mascara, and it did very well because it was part of Bad Girl Bang, which is one of our best-selling mascaras. And we invited a whole lot of influencers. We rented out a space at Cremerville, and we invited everybody to have basically a big party, which was more of a brand awareness exercise than anything. But it helped us because a lot of insights that we got from this activity and the event itself is that a lot of customers, even the ones that we're targeting, didn't know, first of all, about benefit and what we needed to do a little bit more in order to gain more brand awareness and what else we needed to do as a brand to be more out there. So I'm going to play a little video from the... Thank you. Okay. And then, thank you. And then the next highlight is our professional foundation that we launched in September. We launched the foundation after 2 years of not having a foundation. So this for us was very exciting because it meant that the customer could come to benefit and get a full makeup experience, from foundation to concealer to brows to lips. So we launched a foundation and it has been successful because in the first 2 months of the foundation, it's already 8% contribution to the total business, and it's the highest in the EMEA region. So we are very proud of that fact. So how we launched this to influencers as well. It was also a launch that we did where we invited 50 people, 50 influencers, and we went on to the Sin, and we basically partnered with Red Bull because at the moment the strategy for the brand is because our A&P is not where it needs to be, we partner a lot with brands also that can help us increase our brand awareness. So for the launch of foundation, this is what we did, and it was very, very successful. And we've gotten so many great reviews from the foundation itself. We had an activation actually in the office, and I think a lot of people got their foundation matched. Over this period, what we tried to do is make sure that we get a drumming jar into each and every person's hand. That was our sole purpose of the foundation drive. And just in every event that we're in, we'll make sure that you get a drumming jar. So if you haven't been matched, Ramon is available, or go to the stores and make sure that you know what your shade is. I promise you, you will love it. moving on to what the second half of 2026 has for us. Oh, something happened there. Okay, so in terms of our expectations then for year to go, we're targeting an extra 11.9 million, 12 million, which will land us at 26 million, which is a projected growth of 12%. And we're expecting a 95% to target. And how we're going to do this is make sure that we accelerate our growth by prioritizing ARC and Superbalist. And like I said, we still see a lot of opportunity in our ARC business, even though we're growing at high double digits. I think there's room for us to grow even further in ARC. And like I said, Superbalist was our number one door at some point, and we think we can recover from that. We want to sustain it as well, minimizing investment, and we've seen because a lot of our investment is going into IDGIS, but we're not really seeing exact results. We want to make sure that we keep the IDGIS business still alive and see what else we can do in that business that's as minimal as possible, even though we, in order to actually get results. Secondly, we want to drive local relevance and improve ranking through Brow First. And for us, because we're a brow brand, we just want to make sure we go back to the basics. We want to go back to making sure that we feed our brow business in line with, obviously, professional, which is the foundation and the skincare, and obviously focus on services at the same time. So if you go to a benefit counter at the moment, you should be able to basically receive a service, and you should be able to get a drumming jar with that service. So if you don't get a drumming jar, because we're trying to run the whole program as full circle, the program is professional with foundation, a service, and that you receive a drumming jar with that. We want to make real connection with our customers through continued brand awareness and activities and events. So this is everything that we've been doing in terms of our digital platforms, in terms of our events, in terms of influencer and all the events and activities that we've been doing with our influencers. And we will continue being benefit by being bold, fun, and unexpected. With that being said, I wanted to share a slight sneak peek into our next launch, which is happening in March. Because this then will make us experts. I'm only showing 1 or 2 slides, and this is a blush moment. You can see the funness that's coming through. You can see from the packaging that it's very bold, it's colorful, and I think this adds another pillar to our product lineup that will make sure when the customer is there, she gets a full face. And this will make us a blush doctor in a brand where we launch Juice Sticks and Play Days. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, cool. I'm actually seeing select slides. Is there something wrong with the... Can just somebody have a look at the presentation, please? Okay. It's your presentation. So I'm going to go back. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think we can. Okay. Okay.
Can we mic Julie, please?
I'm going to sit here. Am I next? I'm not sure.
They always give me a hard time. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Because I'm so short, I will stand here so you can see me. Lyle, that's just for you. I've got you over there. Okay. So I have the pleasure of taking you through select brands. So without further ado, oh, now we've got Robert Prebash. Imposter. I didn't touch anything. Okay. So I think first we had a lot to talk about, which was great because we've come a long journey, I think the Select team and I. So I would like Select to stand up and take a bow, pat yourselves on the back, AMs and everyone who's helped us. Congratulations and well done. Don't be shy. Come on. Woo-hoo! Some of us are known as the comeback kids, Versace. Like I say, it's been an exciting journey, and I think the key for our conference on Wednesday and what we've used today is obviously momentum matters, because it does. We've had a great first 6 months. It's important that we keep the momentum up. And listening to some of the speakers earlier, they mentioned the bounce forward and different things. So there was a lot of common threads running through there. But I think just what I didn't do is lots of graphs, because Cecilia said, please don't do that. So just in summary, for the first half year, excluding brands, we had a tough time with exit of Uriage and a number of brands I'll talk to now. We came in at 99% to sell-in budget and 20% growth on sell-in. And for sell-out, we came in at 104% to our sell-in target and 21% sell-out growth. So I think that's pretty phenomenal. Okay. No, I don't need that. Okay, so what did we do? I'm still going to stay up here, if it works. Okay, so for those in the room who don't know, because I think there's always a lot of confusion of like, oh, where is this brand? What's happening? What are you bringing in next? Because we are that division. So basically, we've got a large portfolio, but we exited 9 brands in this past 6 months, which was quite a lot. If you look in the previous year, it was close to 9 million rand of sell-in. That was the impact. Was it scary to go into this fiscal? Yes, because we knew that we had to compensate. It's all fine and well. We know there's exits and like-on-like and comp growths, but we did it regardless. Our growth, including all exit brands, is still 20% on sell-out and 12% on sell-in, so a great performance. So I think, yeah, you can see the exit brands there. I think Uriage was one of the ones that hit us the most, like 2.5 million returns came back, okay? And I think just to pause on that, one of the things we learned was Robert said right in the beginning, you need to get rid of the splinters, and those were the splinters that was holding us back. Then what another leader in the organization said at the last conference was turn your priorities into performance. And that's what ditching all those 9 brands enabled us to do, that we could now focus on the things that were going to pay the rent and deliver, as well as launching 3 new brands. Select always gets the new brands, we're the incubator, and that's what we do. And some work and some don't, and that's just the fact of life. Okay, so what do we see as the obstacles? We've obviously had a great first half, so we need to maintain that. We had a fairly low base in some brands, so we think there is some upside to that. But, I mean, there's obviously always a load of things that we're doing. These are just some of them, so in no particular order. We still have some exit brands in trade. Cora, I hear you, Zelda. Cora and Woolworths, I know. Cora, Skin Proud, and Lottie. This is about 2.2 million rand sitting in trade, so it's something we need to liquidate. Mindful of the fact that we have a target to achieve for ASCO overall, so that you can all get profit share. So we don't want to be that division that hampers that, so I've made a note, okay? Brand portfolio rationalization, in particular in Edgar's. Bukle mentioned some of us are having a tough time in Edgar's. So there we are looking at cleaning up some skincare and bath and body brands. That's another 2 million rand that would come back. And then stock alignment in trade, in particular TFG. Rue made the point about months cover, forward covers. As a whole, Fashini or TFG for us sits at over 15 months, which is like horrendous. I know Cecilia's now going, what? And we know the brands and we know the issues and we know that they've been a bit tardy at times. So that's also in the plans. And while I didn't mention it here, I think ARC is also a really good opportunity. We run ARC at 5.6 months, but it's too lean in some equations. So it's about getting the balance right. We know that the AMs have a lot of issues, Caroline and Givenchy, Cavendish, all of you. So it's something that Nick and I really, really need to work with ARC closer this year. We already work well with them, but to get the right stock mix there, okay? Obviously, rate of exchange, unpredictability, I mean, that it's everyone. Everyone said today there's uncertainty, there's always change, so those things. I think, though, although it's obstacles, the good news is that as we plan our calendar 2026 AMP budgets, we make allowances for these returns and the different things we need to do, so we don't forward spend like we had in the past. We got that T-shirt and we moved swiftly on. Okay, so with momentum and moving forward, The sell-in budget for second half, Jan to June, is actually only a 1% growth. So it's fairly doable. What we, on Wednesday, guys, will be talking about is how we stretch that to make up the deficit that we just missed in the first half. With the excluded brands, we missed by about 5 million rand. So if we add that onto the top line, sell-in budget is a 7% growth, which I think, given where we've come from, is quite doable. And sell-out is a +4. I think Nick took the low ball there, but I think you guys will be happy with that. Okay, so that's the actual numbers in terms of the moving forward. How do we do that? I mean, obviously, we carry on with the successes, with what we've learned. We refine those things. But I think some of the key things we'll be doing is obviously expanding and strengthening our digital presence, particularly in fragrance. We do under-index in the market in fragrance. Woolworths, we've had a torrid time this past 6 months with their changes to their My Difference and CRM program. Their online growth hasn't been great, but we've been worse, for example, okay? Skincare and pure players, we do really, really well. Skincare online, we're well over like 18% contribution. It's the nature of the category, but there is definitely more opportunity. Alice has identified Take A Lot with a Skin Collab partnership, for example, Aborian, so there's huge, huge plans there. Accelerated strategic roadmap, in particular, Givenchy and Aborian. I know everyone, when you have a market visit, we had 3 in about 3 months and we still survived. So even Roscoe said to me today, he got tired of seeing us every 3 weeks because we kept coming down to Cape Town to visit, but anyway. So Givenchy and Aborian, very aggressive plans. And with all of our brands, we're working on a 3 to 4 year view to gain market share. We know where we are now. You saw that Michael Kors entered the top 20 in November, which is very, very exciting. We want to get them to top 20 in 3 years, and each brand has its own ambition. While we're on Michael Kors, we still need to expand distribution into ARC. That's going to be a serious win if we get that on our side. We're only in 1 door, and we're fighting that case. Obviously, Innisfree and Geska, still very much in its infancy. Innisfree just launched in November. Geska, we've had a while, so there's definitely a bit of work to be done there, where we kind of put that on the back foot while we focused on some other priorities, and that's just the nature of the beast. Okay, new brands. Happy Days Select team, they like, oh, more brands. Okay, potential new brands from Amore Pacific. For those who don't know, Amore Pacific is the distributor for Laneige and Innisfree, and they have, gosh, probably 10 to 12 brands that do really, really well. They pitched 3 to us last week. One of them is a definite serious contender in the K-beauty market, so that's very, very exciting. M&W have 2 new brands, which we will be pitching to Woolworths and possibly in Edgar's in the next week as well. And then the brands that we introduced very, very late in November, being 4711 Collection, Baldessarini, and Innisfree, while we had like a 3.5 million sell-in, we made 1 million in sell-out. So very, very early days in terms of what has to happen there, okay? And new retail partnerships in skincare. Skincare, Cecilia said, is like a huge, huge category within the market. We've got potentially 3 relationships or partnerships we're about to explore. One last year, for example, Geska now features on Yappy Chef, which is great and doing quite nicely in its very early days. So we'll continue to work on those to strengthen our dominance within the skincare market. And we have 17 launches. I'm not going to name them in different things. We'll just give you a quick little slideshow. Last year we had 19 launches for the same period. This year 17, but definitely stronger. Better brands, not that any of my brands are bad, but stronger brands. So we look forward to the next 6 months. We'll talk more on Wednesday with the team. And I think, great season, guys, and good luck for the next 6 months. everyone's excited by the Laneige gift sets. I think the staff shop is the highest sales of Laneige, but anyway. Thank you, everybody. Thanks.
Thank you, Julie. I'm going to be the bearer of bad news. We do need 5 minutes to load the Fenty presentation. So just give us a second, 5 minutes. If you just want to stretch your legs a little bit, that's fine. We won't mind. But don't disappear. Do not run away. We will be back. Namata, you're next.
Yeah, it was loaded. Good afternoon, everyone. Can we settle down? All right, so I will be taking us through the Fenty performance, what we did to achieve the results, and what our ambitions are for this year. So I'll quickly take us through a video. You know, Fenty is super hot. So I really needed to bring the Rihanna energy into this room. It's after lunch, and I'm sure we're a little bit slowing down. So what you'll be seeing in the video is literally full-year performance 2025 and what we did to achieve those results. So sit back, enjoy. If you want to dance, please feel free. I was actually going to ask people to get up and dance, but I thought, no, it's not going to be appropriate for this audience. But yeah, let's look at the results. thank you to my team. Like last year was super busy. Our priorities were getting the right stock, assortment in the trade. We obviously worked very closely with both retailers, but we saw a +% growth in ARC. We had a lot of, immersive customer experiences, and the retailers wanted more. Unfortunately, we just didn't have, the budget to do it. We overspent a bit, we were in trouble. But like we saw the results, and the brand is loved, the hotness globally. We launched at the same time with Global, so I think that's what we got right last year. The team is on fire. The Fenty team are so energetic, they're dynamic, and well done. So thank you to all the support function team members in the room. Thank you so much to the commercial team. Like well done to the team at the office who sit daily with us in terms of delivering on these amazing results. So thank you to everybody. Looking ahead, the Kendall team, actually it's the Fenty team, they have high expectations for the brand. So they're obviously saying we're not reaching that potential yet. The numbers you're seeing are actually super ambitious. Our theme for the year is accelerated growth. They actually looking for a +40% growth for Fenty Africa, of which 60% of it is coming from SSA. So Gereti and I and the SSA team need to make sure that we get those numbers delivered this year. For South Africa, we're looking at a +31% growth, of which we know 34% growth is coming from Fenty Beauty, which is the makeup aspect of the business. We have a growth of +50% on skincare, so heavy expectations, high but achievable. So we've got great launches that are actually coming up this year on skincare, and on fragrance, we've only got one SKU, so the weight of business is 1%, and we're looking at a 3% growth. In terms of our strategic priorities, we need to accelerate growth on complexion. That's where the Fenty business is actually coming from, and we need to sustain lips and eyes while we actually enter into a new category with blushes. So exciting launches coming up. Secondly, we're looking at developing tailor-made strategies to maximize our potential within our key markets. So this will be done obviously by 360 executions for local markets as well as our SSA markets. In South Africa, with ARC, we're looking at obviously accelerated growth. For Edgar's, we're looking at how to unlock and how to win. So we battled in Edgar's, we grew flat, and we know that there are a couple of issues that we need to unlock in Edgar's. It's the same brand in ARC, but obviously the digital social currency, the customers enjoy shopping Fenty in ARC because it's fun, it's exciting. In Edgar's, we're seeing a more older customer, a millennial, me, and they're not finding that fun and attractiveness. So it's how to speak to the Edgar's consumer in Edgar's and how to actually tap into their database and speak to the younger consumer and actually bring her to the Fenty counter so that she can experience the brand. We're looking at launching Fenty Body, which is part of skin. I'm sure you've seen it online. Apparently it's flying and it's doing extremely well, triple-digit growths in the US. And potential of launching Fenty Hair towards Q3 or Q4 of this year. Obviously, we're looking at optimizing cross-brand selling opportunities where we can actually link sell Fenty Beauty, Fenty Skin to fragrances. And we want to obviously potentialize an exclusive of minis in ARC. And then lastly, obviously boost our Pan-African presence. So we're looking at increased distribution penetration in Africa, and we're also looking at potentializing and making the business bigger within our African markets, with key priority markets in Nigeria as well as in Kenya. Okay. The challenges that obviously we're facing are A&P constraints. Retail partners want more. They want to do a lot more with Fenty, and now we've learned better. We learned earlier on that we need to be adaptable, we need to be able to learn from mistakes, and this year we're going to say if you want more Fenty, pay. And that's the approach. We're going to be working on stock mix and covers with Fenty as well. You know, it's a makeup brand, so we do have our top categories that perform well, but we also have about 46% of slow SKUs that are sitting in the retail stores that is holding up the OTB. So it's how do we actually turn that stock so that we can have sufficient funds to get in the A SKUs that the customers want. For Edgar's specifically, we're looking at the shopper price sensitivity, and this basically means we've got a younger customer that wants to buy into the gloss, but we also have other products within the range. So how do we actually overcome that price sensitivity that our customers, that we're trying to recruit to shop into Edgar's? The opportunities that we have on our side is that we're just going to strengthen all the 360 coherent plans that we've put together. We want you to see Fenty's story strong, above the line, below the line, online, offline. And I think with what we'll continue doing are the best practices that we saw yielding the results in 2025, and we're going to strengthen and do more of that this year. Over and above, making sure that we have the correct stock, that our teams are always energized. It's back to basics, and we'll focus on all those different touch points to ensure that we generate the income that we're supposed to do and that we grow at the plus 40%. So that's Fenty for you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? I'm not sure what skin tray is. Something. Okay, ASCO Retail. Good afternoon. Final stretch, guys. I'm going to be quick. I'm going to show you lots of pictures, and it should be relatively interesting. Okay. So just to define ASCO Retail to start off with, often we talk about ASCO Retail, gets thrown around a bit. Everybody knows we have Skins, we have Dior standalone stores, we have L'Occitane, we have Color Cafe, etc. It's all housed under the business entity that's called African Sales Retail Pty Limited. So what makes up African Sales Retail, not exactly under the entity, but under the resource structure that manages the back of house and the back operation behind our retail activities. We've got Color Cafe, we've got our outlet store, we've got Skins, we've got the retail side of the L'Occitane operation, and then even Dior, which is operated, of course, by the Dior team. Even Dior taps into some of the resources at back of house to operate their retail operation. What I'm going to focus on today is primarily Skins, which is the specialty business that I manage. I'm going to start with a few numbers. We've taken the decision not to share the exact turnover numbers for Skins. At the moment, we omit the numbers from the data panel for various reasons, but mainly because we've enjoyed flying under the radar a little bit from a competitive landscape point of view, and so on. We've just stayed on our lane, and we continue to build the niche art and artisanal side of the business. But the business has been going for 8 years. It's very much exceeded our expectations for it from what we had in mind when we started. And even so, every year onward, it keeps moving beyond what our expectation was or is. I expect that at some point the business growth rates, which I'm showing you on the screen, will slow down, at least plateau to the same pace that the general beauty landscape is growing at. And every year we've planned for that, and every year so far it's over exceeded. So for 2025, we had a growth of 31% overall. It's pretty much like on like because we only opened the latest store, which is Skins Cavendish, on the 5th of December, so right at the end of the year. And you can also see for our fiscal year, which is the second column, which was July to December, we're growing at 33%. So still the trajectory pace continues to grow for the second part even higher. Amazing growths from stores like Sandton City or Sandton, Mainland V&A, which are growing, and Gateway growing in the mid-20s, with Hyde Park growing at 30, Mall of Africa growing at 40, and our online store, which is now our third biggest store in the chain, growing at 63% growth. So really unbelievable. Okay, so this is our current brand portfolio as it stands today. I counted, you don't have to. There's 72 active brands trading within Skins at the moment. We've actually got about 80 brands trading, but some of which have been switched off from a phasing perspective, and we'll work them out the business. And that's a normal sort of train of a healthy business, a cycle of some brands falling off at the bottom end and always bringing in innovation at the top end. So last year was like every other. We've been continuing to invest into new brands. The new brands that came in roughly at the end of 24 to 25 and for the year 25, we had BDK, we had Born to Stand Out, we had Commodity, Mind Games, Mantle, and Zerjoff. We're being very selective with brands. There's a big pipeline out there of, especially in the niche category, there's hundreds of brands being developed every year, and it's very tough to know which are the authentic ones, which are the long-term winners. But so far of the brands that we're working with, almost all of them are in the top 25, and we've got some real winners in Mind Games, BDK, Zerjoff, which are really standing out. Mind Games, for example, for the month of December was ranked 7 for us, so it's really showing a lot of promise. And then new brands for 26, those that are currently in discussion, there'll be more in the second half. Firstly, there's Layer Plus, which I'm going to show you a little bit more detail on. It's a Skins in-house initiative. There's Goop, which is Gwyneth Paltrow's skincare brand, very cool, very indie. Bioma, which is a skincare brand, also very cool. Cire Trudon, which is a French candles and home scenting brand, very classic and beautiful. And then another brand, fragrance brand that we're looking at called Gawali, which is a Middle Eastern scenting brand. And then I've added Amouage to the list there. Amouage is not new to South Africa or new to Skins, but Amouage is now under new management as of 2026. About a year ago, roughly this time last year, the brand approached us, said they wanted to reshape their strategy for South Africa, said they wanted to be exclusive to Skins, wanted to elevate the position within Skins, and wanted to work with us directly. About a year's worth of negotiation, but we've started with the brand directly, and we're very happy about that because it adds to our direct-to-retail structure, and it's a very promising brand with a lot of growth potential and one that we feel belongs within Skins. Okay, so what I'm going to take you through very quickly is a few of the highlights from last year, starting with the opening of the newest store, which was Cavendish Mall in Cape Town. This was the hoarding that was up for 3 months, so a bit of advertising before the fact, announcing that our arrival at a certain date. We opened on the 5th of December. This is the store itself on opening day. Nice, new, modernized design that's somewhat a hybrid between what new things that Skins have developed, but also some of the old designs that we liked. But this store is a shop front store with a lot of glass shop front and corner position. So we made good use of the glass and those outer pieces. I'll talk a little bit more about it. A little video play. Yeah, so you can see how we've made use in the store for the first time of double-facing merchandising. So shelves that face inwards to the store, but also outwards to the passers-by. And then we've got various spaces for screens, which can change over time from visual perspective to keep a sort of change in outer facade. Internally, new design with a new till area, which also doubles up as a sample bar. Always a lounging area in all of our stores for seated consultation. Yeah, I think just generally new designs coming through, new generation designs from Creed and Aesop. And all round, I think, a beautiful store. And some nice design upgrades from what we've done in the past, and obviously learnings that we'll carry to the new stores in the business. Another highlight for us is our skins boxes. I don't know how everyone is familiar with the boxes that we do, but they're basically 14 to 15 qualitative samples at roughly between 5 to 15 mils per product. They sell for 1,800 Rand. We generally sell them in batches of 3,000, which we do 4 or 5 times a year. Last year we had a big success, a big growth in these boxes, 12,500 sold. The 3,000 batches sell within a week, and it puts huge pressure on the stores, on our logistics side, and obviously the online, because we have to pack and distribute the X amount of thousand that we do in terms of sales. But 180,000 luxury GWPs essentially given out. And what these boxes essentially are is paid for marketing, because we're putting 14, 15 different notes or different products in the hands of our consumer at a low value, so that they get the trial opportunity and then eventually they buy. And we see the uptick. It's close to 50% on aggregate of an increase on sales that we get on the full-size products in the end. In December we did a really special version, which was the boutique box. We did 500 pieces of that, and that had 30 pieces, including some full-size items inside, for 4,500 Rand. So a really nice product. Lots of events happened last year, and we've actually just taken a decision that we're not going to do events anymore unless a brand founder or brand representative or someone representing the brand comes out to South Africa. And that doesn't limit us, because they're coming out in hordes. So we make good use of the time when brand founders come out. Last year we had Fugazi, Bram Nisek, we had Ex Nihilo, and we had Thibaut Crivelli from Maison Crivelli. And in each case we do branded events, which generally are very successful, very well attended, always managed by Velvet Lux's team. And I think they know how. I'm going to kill it there because there's a few videos playing over each other. But the Velvet Lux team really know how to make good use of the influencers. I think both. It's interesting to watch. The influencers arrive and they know exactly how to make good use out of the cameras that we provide, so that they get a lot of personal content created for themselves, but they're also doing it for our brands. And it's a well-oiled machine now, and Velvet Lux really know how to manage that team. Big project for us for 2026 is the upgrade of the V&A waterfront. We built our V&A store in 2019. We took 189 square meters at the time. It was quite big at the time. We've built the business a lot. It's our second biggest store currently. The turnover levels, I think, are only restricted by the size of our store today, and the ability to service the amount of people. Apparently the traffic in December was crazy. Jade, who used to work in Sandton, said V&A is way worse, way smaller store, very difficult to operate. So yeah, as I said, V&A is our number 2 store in our network, and we've taken the decision to double down in the Western Cape. We've opened Cavendish, and now the plan is to upgrade our store in the V&A. So that was the picture of what our store looks like currently. You can see in red, that's our current location, and you can kind of get a feel for the size of the box. That's 190 square meters in red. In the green is where we're moving to. It's currently Hugo Boss space. It's got a little bit more of a narrow shop front and a little bit less exposure, but still is positioned along 2 walkways, at the top of an escalator, etc. So a lot of traffic coming through that area anyway. But you can see the scale of the new store. It's 360 square meters, so exactly double what we have currently. but with quite a few challenges. A little bit of an awkward shaped store overall. And really the benefit of the store is just the depth and the overall floor space, which is obviously what we briefed across the architect. And I'm happy to show you just the initial renders that are still in the works at the moment, but giving you a sense of how this new space will be laid out. So front door, you can't really see in this picture, it's at the bottom end. You can still see the till area sort of flanking and looking over the whole store. And then various seated areas, a lot of wall space, and in the very top, which is effectively what I guess all the brands will consider the worst space in the store, the dead space. We've kept that for us. We haven't positioned any brands there. And what we've created for that section is what we're going to call a Skins Cafe, and a whole concept for service and for taste and smell and sensorial activity that we'll do in the store. So I'm just going to go through these very quickly. As I said, they're not fully qualified, but the whole idea is to make a full glass shop front, to make the inside of the store viewable from the outside and attract people in with high illumination and all the usual tricks. We like a lot of space as you walk in, so you'll walk straight onto a feature table. It's created by an artist called Dirk van der Kooi from Holland, who makes these beautiful tables that we're going to be purchasing. There's some innovation on the shelves, which I won't talk in too much depth about, but new shelving design, which is a little bit more vertical and a little bit more manageable overall. A lot more new furniture pieces, which I won't go into detail about, but a middle sink. Here you can see the Skins Cafe toward the back, various other angles. A lot of seating space and a very cool cafe, which, as I said, it's just an idea at the moment, but the concept means that we can do all kinds of service, especially during eventing periods where we can amplify the amount of catering we can do from this vantage point, but more so as an ongoing service ad that will be by request, that a customer can come in, have tea, have coffee, have champagne, have water, have various treats, and also take the time to, experience beauty and the storytelling side of the business. So I'll just click very quickly through these slides. Okay, and then another very cool initiative that we'll be launching in the next few weeks. It's called Layer Plus. It's a skins initiative. I'll just turn it down and talk over a bit. Oh, we've lost time. So it's a skins initiative, a brand that was created by Skins Netherlands, made up currently of 4, a collection of 4 that will launch eventually to 5. And it's been made with all the major houses, so groups like Givaudan, IFF, Firmenich, etc. have each made one of the fragrances across the core beauty notes like musky, fruity, amber, etc. And what it is it's a layering scent, so it amplifies other or enhances other fragrances, so non-competitive. Beautiful scents, very cool to have an in-house project and one that we're going to be putting a lot of effort behind. And also they cost 2,000 Rand, so well less than the average. And then I thought I'd share this project, which is also in the works for this half. Fugazi is a brand that we've recently invested with for about the last year, and it's already jumped into our top 20 rankings. Super cool brand, Dutch brand, young guy that's the creative director and owner of the business. Came to South Africa, said to us, I want to make a South African exclusive. He approached Givaudan, he gave them a brief about the South African landscape, about our scent profile, etc. They came back with a whole bunch of notes. He roadshowed them around South Africa with our BCs and stores. We pretty much unanimously chose a scent of the 4 or 5 that he had with him. And then we further modified it to be even stronger and be more alike to the South African scent profile. Its name will be Insimbi Oud. Insimbi, I believe in Zulu, direct translation is steel. but colloquially it's used as more of a, like to say something strong, like something's powerful. So it's Nsimbi. So it was named by one of our VCs who came up with the idea. Everybody loved it, and we stuck to it. And this is the project. So it's, we're taking 1,000 pieces. We're going to see how well it does in South Africa. The first 500 will come in this box, which is very much, if you know Patek Philippe, it's very similar to the Patek Philippe box. And it'll be inscribed, signed by the owner, and it's a steel bottle and super cool. And a fun project so far. And then lastly, for 2026, one of the projects that we did in 2024 was Meet the Creators, which was 10 of our fragrance brand creators or beauty brand creators came to South Africa on a tour. It was a big media tour, which we do across actual media, bloggers, influencers, our consultant teams, and then eventually to end off with an in-store customer event. Super fun project that we did in 2024. It took a lot out of us. We decided to skip 25. We're doing it in 2026 again. The plan is to align to our, our plan of pushing the Western Cape a little bit harder this year and take the event to the Western Cape this time. Again, these videos are going to go over each other, so the sound's going to be a bit weird, but you could see a few imagery of all the activity that goes behind these things and all the content that's eventually created as a result of 5 days with these people. It's invaluable. A huge amount of content created and very much in line. And this year we're doing it with Quinn Rock, which is the supplier of champagne to Skins, and they've got a beautiful farm in Cape Town, which we'll use as the venue for all of the various activity. And that's it. And then I'm going to pass on to Mervyn, who's best to do justice to Colour Cafe.
I'll talk it very quickly. I think I have the fewest slides, but you will thank me very much. I just want Sharon and Tamsin to just stand up. If you don't know, they're traveling from Zambia. Sharon is the store manager for eSpark, and Tamsin is a store manager for Lewanika. We're glad to have them with us. For those of you guys who don't actually know, Colour Cafe is a retail store in Zambia. Very unique because some of your competitors are actually important brands for me in my store, and I need to make them all work so that we keep our customers are happy. So our retail venture in Zambia is obviously a retail environment that offers beauty products in fragrance, cosmetics, and skincare to the Zambian consumer. We have Foschini as our competitor, but we're kind of the leaders in the market at the moment. So the last year has obviously been challenging overall for us. It's been a tight year. It's been tough in Zambia. They suffered a little bit with their exchange rate, and like Robert said, it's getting better now, so we're super excited about that. The copper's selling at a good price, so the kwacha is getting stronger, so that will help us in the market to increase units. Our Jan to December period, we only achieved an 84% to target, but a 3% growth. July to December was a little bit tighter for us at a -4, and we had an 83% to target. We struggled a little bit with getting some of our Christmas in time, so it arrived on the 27th of December, but true enough, we will make it happen for Valentine's Day. Getting that stock in is always a problem. By the way, don't laugh too loud. Some of my suppliers are actually sitting in the room. So I have a unique situation. We have a supplier and a retailer in the same environment. But you can see overall, you'll see brands there that you wouldn't have thought will be in the mix. But like I said, we do Armani, we do YSL, we do Lancome, we've got Estee Lauder, we do pretty much all of your competitor brands. Our number one brand being Fenty, for us was a flat month. Overall for the year. Yes, it is our number one brand, but we struggled a little bit. So just to share some details, we had to do something very quickly. So Good enough, we were able to get our stock in very quickly. We did an event, thanks to Lauren for coming out right towards the end of the last year. And we put together a Fenty Masterclass, which helped us just claw back some of those numbers. So you saw Fenty was flat, even though for that period, but we were actually tracking at -13. So we managed to claw that back, and we know for a fact that that will help us turn around. The customers in Zambia definitely like these customer events, so we've got a plan to do more of this next year and to drive that and obviously increase our footprint in the area. For Color Cafe overall, also we have an expansion of some 4 new brands that's going to be entering in terms of the niche category. 2 of them are already on their way to deliver, and the other 2 will be coming shortly. And we've got plans to launch The Ordinary from the Estee Lauder, which is a skincare brand that is doing very well in South Africa. And they've just confirmed entry into the market in the next 2 months, so we're super excited about that. So a very different concept because I play with all of your competitors. And then I believe, Roo, you all have a problem in the room, and that is your stock. And that's where we come in on how we can help you. For those of you guys who don't know who the outlet is, so Lebo, don't you want to stand up? She's our store manager in the outlet store, and we're glad to have her with us today. So the outlet store was designed from an African sales environment to help us clear redundant, dead stock. You know, there's lots of launches come in, some that don't work, some that you need to move out, and generally you have a stock issue that you need to clear. We're a small store, but we try as much as possible to clear as much of that stock for you. So we're here. If you need any help, we'll help you out. Ruruma, you heard me. I was the one who said it. It's up to them to shout out, but we're here to help you. That is why the outlet store was designed. It's a fully fledged cosmetic store. We do have other suppliers that knock on our door, Coty, Prestige, to offer us discontinued stock. And this is where we clear it. So you can see in the period Jan to December, we achieved a target of 100% with a 5% growth. Our growths are very small because it's dependent on the stock that we get. We don't know what input of stock we will actually get. So we softened our growths for the fiscal, and then July to December, we achieved a target of 100% with 4% growth. And then you can see that we have a mixture of brands like Gucci and Tommy Hilfiger, but predominantly in our top brands is the African sales brands that we take from you in order to clear. It's not the greatest picture, but that just gives you an idea of what the storefront sort of looks like. And we do pride ourselves in making sure that the merchandising and everything in store is looking good so that we can help you clear your stock in these stores. And that's pretty much me. Thank you. I think it's Melinda.
Yes, I can hear. So I just want to say thank you to Rose for leaving the best brand to last. Right? You're just getting a presentation quickly. You can stand up, stretch if you know. If you're like me, I've got like a bit of a pinched nerve in my bum. No, it's been a lot of sitting, so thank you very much. We're almost there.
I just want to remember because it's so big.
Doesn't like those. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're ready for L'Occitane. Finally, yay! Finally, you get a chance to really immerse yourself in our beautiful brand, L'Occitane. And then as a team, we would like to share our brand wins and some highlights in a video format. Enjoy. The sound. The next one a little bit down. months, that's not all that we did, but if we just pause on our performance for the last 6 months, year to date we are 87% budget. That's a 9% growth on last year. It's not achieving our budget. If we look at the full financial year, we're actually only 50%. So the year to go is very important in terms of the revised numbers that we have to achieve. But we've got key KPIs in the brand, and we've really started unpacking that as a team, understanding our business. I would say from September, October, where we've really deep dive into our KPIs, which is our average transaction value, our unit per transaction, our icons, and we now have a clear guide that we can share with our store teams in terms of where they're at, but most importantly, what do they need to achieve. So you'll see that our ATV at the moment, and L'Occitane has got quite a wide assortment, you know, so we have from products that are over 2,000 Rand to products that are 170 Rand, you know, so the ATV that we've achieved is just under 1,000 Rand, and the ambition is to get to over that 1,000 Rand mark. Although saying that, some of our stores like our Sandton, our Mall of Africa is already there. So well done to that. If we look at our UPT again, we've achieved a basket size of 2.6. Ideally, we want to get to the 2.8. Future is to get to a 3 per customer. But I think very, very important is, you know, how our business, although we fall in the retail sector, you'll see 96% of our business is driven by our 12 boutique doors. We did exit our kiosk last year. It was situated in Brooklyn. That happened in November. When I say 12 doors, I do include our web because it's our, obviously our e-commerce business, and we treat it the same as an actual store. If we look at our wholesale business, we've got 14 active doors, and we are now strategically focused on Woolworths as our wholesale partner. We exited last year by October all of the Edgar's distribution. We do play in with Skinco Labs as well. However, there's still a lot of opportunity, although we're growing at 30%. But I think very key to note, and that we're proud of, and it's something that we you know, it's still low-hanging fruits that we've corrected just in terms of assortment, relationship building, like you saw with Woolworths, as well as just staff training. So really giving them attention has yielded the results of the 66% growth on last year. And then if we just look at our e-commerce, and I do want to celebrate, you know, our web store. We did achieve 92% to our budget, growing at 11%, so above the national performance. And it is contributing 8% to our total business. And here you can see some key highlights in terms of website visitors, up 48%. Our orders are up 52% on last year. Our new customers, plus 53%. So great call-outs in that we've achieved. And then just from a newsletter point of view, it's very important for us, and we want to become more strategic in terms of our newsletter communication. That is contributing 11% to our sales. Like I said, icons, and if you don't know what that means in the L'Occitane world, it's basically 5 lines that is the heartbeat of our brand. And our ambition is that we those 5 lines contribute 30% of our turnover. And as you can see, we've just fallen short, so it remains an ambition. We're sitting at 26 contribution, but a very strong growth. So I think that is the key takeout, that we are growing aggressively. It's now how do we take it to the next step of meeting our sales budgets. And then just the last point on icons is a strategic focus. It continues to be, and not a lot of people actually know that we have skincare. We are known as a Bath & Body brand, but we've got a beautiful skincare offering for customers in various skin ranges. We, of course, play in fragrance now with our relaunch of our collection fragrances, but we want to have an always-on skincare strategy where we grow our contribution in skincare. Now, 2026 is a very special year for the brand, And we really have a theme for the year that's really part of our DNA and very true to the brand. So I'm going to show you a short video just to illustrate that.
L'Occitane in Provence has been a purpose-driven brand from the outset, and a pioneer in sustainability and responsible sourcing long before it became a trend. These values have served L'Occitane well, and as we get ready to mark our 50-year milestone, we are also very focused on the future. Hands are a universal language. They connect us before words ever do. Across cultures and generations, hands express care, create bonds, and pass knowledge, memory, and comfort from one person to another. For 50 years, L'Occitane has celebrated this shared human tie. From the hands that cultivate ingredients and craft products, to the hands that receive, give, and care. In this way, hands become the ties that bind us all.
So, what is our priorities for the next 6 months? What do we need to do? As I said, we've revised our budget to come in at a 93% estimated landing. That's overall for the financial year, plus 11%. But very important, for the year to grow, we need to do a 13% growth. So on Thursday, we'll be unpacking that in terms of what our priorities is, because when you see we have many, and we really believe as a team, if we focused on that and be more strategic, implementing elegantly and successfully at the right time, we will yield the results and make the revised budget. I'm not going to go through the key drivers. As I said, they're important, and we aim to achieve these new drivers. Just from a priorities point of view, just to highlight, very, very important, you saw earlier, it is the rebirth of the brand. L'Occitane has been on this amazing journey of brand elevation. Last year we started with our fragrance collection. This year is extremely important with with two existing very strong pillars, which is Amande and Karate. We are changing to the French pronunciation, so it's not Shea and Almond anymore. And these two campaigns that will run from April into July are very, very important for us to communicate our new packaging, our new communication in terms of elevation. We would like to, Christmas and holiday is very important for us, but equally is Mother's Day. We are positioning ourselves as an always-on gifting brand, but Mother's Day we want to come out a lot stronger and create a lot more theatre and excitement within our boutique doors, as well as the wholesale, that there's a lot of synergy across where the customers shop. And then from a third point of view is to continue to train and elevate our beauty hosts. We've got the Joburg team here, we've got the rest of the team online, and you can see we are doing a lot more aggressive, I say aggressive, but it's in terms of numbers and a lot more detailed, in-depth training, because really we want to become experts in terms of the service that we offer our guests that enter L'Occitane. Very important is obviously to track our services. This is something new. This is where we need to elevate our POS system, because it's becoming very crucial. You know, L'Occitane offers a lot of guest experiences. We are evolving. We've got the cabine now, and we need to be able to measure it. And the only way, and to measure what sales impact that has. So that's a key strategy for us to work with the IT team in terms of how do we implement that soonest. We also want to grow. I said to you, our e-commerce business, our web contributes 8%. We do want to shift it to a 10% contribution of our total business. And very exciting, we're going to have the opportunity to update our wireframe with a new theme that L'Occitane is giving us, and this will also allow us to be more Mobi friendly in terms of user, because we've reviewed our stats, and customers still use desktop and versus competitors where we need to be a lot more playing in terms of a mobile app and that. So this will also create then an opportunity to launch loyalty. L'Occitane has a beautiful loyalty program. However, we are taking a pause. We are doing a lot of research and analysis in terms of competitors, just where we're at, and that will then support us in terms of what do we need to do to revive, because the reality is we still have a large percentage of walk-ins versus our loyalty that we've identified over the last few months. And how do we now start talking to these walk-in customers that is buying the brand? How do we get them to join our loyalty program? I'm not going to touch on everything just because we're out of time, but I think very important just from a media budget plan. Although we have been very targeted, you've seen in the video that we've segmented our target audience, we've labeled them, and we want to understand our customer better in terms of how do we market to them from a social media platform, from a newsletter point of view. So again, a lot of work in terms of a CRN, a more completed. We're really just unpacking all the elements. We have engaged with L'Occitane, where they're going to give us advice in terms of our roadmap, and then how do we set that out in a timeline in terms of achieving our objectives. And then the last thing is just to improve our gift card. I think, like you saw, we launched just in December, which is great because it gives us, again, that always-on gifting opportunity. But we need to be a lot more strategic about it to make it effective and long-lasting and not just peak over Mother's Day or a Christmas period. And then the very important is we've started our journey. Part of the elevation process is to renovate our boutique stores. You saw how beautiful Sandton, I'm sure you visited often when you're in the mall, as well as Canal Walk. And the ambition is to have 2 more doors that we renovate in terms of the Provence look and feel for our customers. And then ongoing project is for us, now that we're building our relationship with our wholesale partner Woolworths, is to elevate our visual representation, and very exciting that we are going to invest CapEx in 2 doors for this year, and when Sandton finally we receive some plans, they will be part of it. But we will put a brand build in Woolworths V&A, and we actually have a brand pad in Woolworths Brooklyn. And because we closed the kiosk, the ambition is to move the turnover that we've done in the kiosk into the Woolworths Brooklyn door. So just to wrap up in terms of, and these are just 5 challenges. Like I said, I haven't highlighted the stock because that is analysis on our own, and there's a lot to tackle there. But these challenges are also our opportunities and how we can shape them into opportunities. We continue to focus on our beauty host team, developing them to make sure that the experiences, the precious moments that they offer our customers convert into sales, and that they're clear about the KPIs and what they need to achieve. I've mentioned already the high walk-ins that we've identified. It's a pattern that's now been existing for the last 4 or 5 months. And this is something that we have to take on head on, which tells us we need to revive our loyalty program. And then we seek that balance in terms of our media plan. We've been very focused on acquisition, but how do we funnel our budgets that we do in our different meta spheres to talking directly to the right customer, and that results in our sales conversion. And then the last 2 points is just to utilize our customers more. You saw our theme is ties that bind us. We are a community at L'Occitane, so it's very important that we share our customers' voice, and what they say about the brand. So we're excited to create a stronger program in that. And then I think very, very important is we're investing a lot of capex in terms of our boutiques. We haven't yielded the correct return on investment from a Sandton and a Canal Walk. So how do we step back and really apply a stronger 360 plan to meet our budgets that we've set for the stores, and that they're not just very similar growth that we see in the rest of the business. So tomorrow and the next day, when you're in the office, we just want to highlight, please follow us. I don't know if you do follow the brand, but like I said, we're on Meta. But please come and join us. Come and treat yourself to a precious moment. We will be in the auditorium tomorrow and Wednesday, and the team will welcome you there. And then just from Team L'Occitane, thank you very much. Thank you to the team for all the work and all the work that's coming. And I'm going to hand over to Velvet Lux. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We got a graveyard slot. Seriously, so I had to wake you up, guys. We're not going to be long, though. We're just going to give you highlights from Velvet Lux. Firstly, I would like to thank the brands that have given us the opportunity. Thank you very much. We wouldn't have achieved the results that you've achieved without you guys. And then I would like to thank the team, the Velvet Lux team. Thank you guys for your dedication and hard work and not tiring and being there all the time. Thank you guys. So we don't have a presentation, but we do have all the highlights, all the work that we've done at Velvet Lux. We don't want to kill you by PowerPoint, guys. It's too late. So in the past 6 months, we've managed to exceed or grow by 11%, Velvet Lux, for the first time. So I feel like that's a huge achievement for us. Our biggest wins, we've managed to secure BrandWatch. And Lefty, BrandWatch is the tool that monitors and plan monitors and reports on social media. So you guys can trust us. We will give you the right stats going forward. We have managed to secure external business. I think that is big. We managed to secure up. We managed to secure Biotherm International, and we managed to secure Urban Decay International. So it's not Urban Decay South Africa. Our world keeps shifting economically, digitally, culturally. Uncertainty isn't a phase anymore. It's our new reality. Yet it is where the brand teams, partnerships are forged. At Velvet Lux, we don't thrive by doing more. We succeed by doing the right things better.
Yes.
We focus on communication, clear communication, intentional strategy, real connections with service, selective, value-driven consumers. So you can trust us, guys. The upcoming video will walk you through our shift to a communications-first business and our many successes in the past year or years. We'll explore how we support brands with strong storytelling, digital influence, and unforgettable experiences, and how we keep delivering results and amid constant changes. At the end of the video, you'll see a case study that we've created for the ARC launch that we did. It's from briefing to conceptualization to execution, and then to results, to reporting. So sit back and enjoy.
Through Velvet Lux, our vibrant and dynamic full-service marketing agency, we deliver exceptional brand experiences in the Lux space across PR and events management, influencer collaborations, traditional media, social media, and promoters.
know, we are not just pretty faces. We are brains, we are executors, we are strategists, we are conceptualizers. We understand your brand, we know luxury. So I'm going to hand over to Lindy to close.
Thank you, Rose. So just in closing, I think going back to Rose's point on Blueprint, right? We have our little baby called Skin Collab, and I think it's a little baby where we have really been resilient in really pushing through, where we kind of built the concept and we've executed it as the Velvet Luxe team and with everybody else's support. So resilience in our team is definitely there. But our priorities for the year with that, being resilient, is obviously growth, right? Because we heard what Rurumai said and Cecilia said, is that we're in the green, but not fully. So our priorities really is new business, and also the opportunity with Take A Lot. Take A Lot has also contributed a lot with us turning from orange to green, so really seeing how we can expand our business on Take A Lot and make both of our KPIs on the dashboard green. But I think also going back to what Emma said, as well as our last speaker on AI, it all relates to data. And I think us as a business, with our retail sector of the business, it gives us the ability to have access to our customers. And guys, data is how AI was built, right? So it's about us as a business, how do we take that and apply it to our business and also help our brands to do things better in this ever-evolving world that we are in. So we really look forward to your plans in 2026 and how we can support all of the brands. So please come to Velvet Luxe. We're ready. Thank you, Rose. I'll take this.
Okay, guys, I think it was a long day, but a beautiful day, like nonetheless. I'm sure you can hear my voice, right? So I'm not going to hold you, just to say thank you to Rose and the Velvet Luxe team. Rose, thank you so much for organizing today and how brilliant it was. And I just wanted to say a special thank you to our beautiful hosts, Mervyn as well as Zandi. You really delivered. Thank you so much for your contribution today. We've got 3 books from Mushambi. So I know it's late, so we're not going to do raise your hand and get the book. But maybe if you could, if you're really interested in getting his book, maybe send through your key highlights from today. Send a mail to myself, VJ, and Rose. And then we'll just pick a hat and we'll give you whoever is the best, we'll give 3. Okay, you can, I don't think they want to write now. Yeah. Okay, guys, thank you so much. Drive safely home and all the best with your conferencing. What's that, Rose? Okay, we've got Chris's books for everybody. How do you want to hand them out, Rose? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, guys.